all our sponsors, co-powered by Quick Heal, Knowledge Partner, SOA, Associate Sponsor, Shree Cement, Strategic Partner, US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. And now, I'd like to call on stage Sana for the welcome address. Let's have a huge round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone. Over 3 years ago, India Today made history by introducing me, Sana, as India's first full-time AI news anchor. We didn't just adopt AI, we led the transformation of Indian newsrooms with it. From multilingual updates to breaking news and even primetime shows, we proved how responsible, innovative AI can elevate journalism. That pioneering spirit brings us here today. Welcome to the India Today AI Summit. Today, you'll hear from the full spectrum of AI visionaries: global tech giants, breakthrough startups, policymakers shaping the rules of tomorrow, and thought leaders redefining how intelligence can empower our future. Together, we will explore how AI can be ethical, inclusive, and transformational. The future isn't approaching. It's already here, and India is shaping it. Welcome, everyone. I hope you enjoy the panel discussions and fireside chats we have curated for you. Hello, everyone. Over 3 years.
Thank you so much, Sana. And with that, we begin with our first session. That is the era of applied AI. This session is sponsored by US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. The guest for this session is Hemant Taneja, CEO, General Catalyst. And to moderate this session, I'd like to call on stage Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today TV Output. Let's have a huge round of applause as we are all set to begin with the first session. All right, my apologies for that glitch. All right, so our first session is the era of applied AI. This session is sponsored by US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. The guest for this session is Hemant Taneja, CEO, General Catalyst. And for that, I'd also like to call on stage session moderator Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today TV Output. Let's have a huge round of applause once again.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the India Today AI Summit 2026 that's being held parallelly to the AI Summit Impact that the government of India has done, that's brought together thought leaders and visionaries from across the world. And I am delighted this morning to start the session with Hemant Taneja, CEO, General Catalyst, a Paschim Vihar boy, as he reminded me, now, of course, in the Bay Area, and someone whose company has, as a global venture capital firm, invested in more than 800 businesses, including, crucially, in the area of applied AI. And we're going to focus on applied AI in a moment. But first, welcome, Hemant, back to your roots in a way. But I want to start by asking the big questions that's dominated a lot of the conversation globally, in Davos more recently. Is AI to be still seen as a bubble, or is it the future that's already here? Let's settle this once and for all.
Well, as I always say, bubbles are very good for us. I think what bubbles do is they mobilize talent and capital behind important problems, important technological areas. So I think in a lot of ways, if you think about it with that perspective, we are in an AI bubble. But in the sense that there's so much investment going into it, there are some areas where there'll be some money lost, but on the other side of what we're going through now in a few years, you'll see we'll build some incredible companies and we will change the world with it.
The reason I asked you that is because surely there must come a time that beyond the hype, companies like you all will demand profits. That it's not about only AI foundational models, it's about creating products that will give profit. Are we therefore entering this post-hype phase now where people are getting real and saying, look, you're going to have to show us products where AI will actually deliver hard revenues and profits?
So look, I'll separate the AI investments into two categories. One is there's continued investment into research. And the whole idea is that the token prediction models, the language models, they will only take us so far from an intelligence perspective, and that you'll need fundamentally new breakthroughs. So there's a lot of capital going into that particular category, which is hard to assess. When is that going to become a business? But the promise of it is why capital keeps going into those projects. But for most of it, which to me is about the applied AI layer, I really don't think that we're looking for proof points and that they're not showing up. I would actually argue 2025 was the year that diffusion started. And the whole investment case of these hundreds of billions of dollars being invested in the compute infrastructure is all about, will you actually transpose labor spent into productivity, into AI productivity? And you started to see evidence of that in enterprises in meaningful ways late last year. So I do think you're going to start seeing the profit margins come as a result as well, because now you're doing really high value work with AI.
Give me examples of that, because applied AI itself, the specific areas where you believe that AI will now turn into revenue, into a legitimate revenue profit model. You yourself are investing with existing companies to make them AI ready. Is that the way for the future, or is it about ensuring that you create new products in specific industries? And if so, which are those specific industries where applied AI will be transformational?
So look, AI is a transformative force. And the biggest value is about applying it to enterprises. So the way I think about is the value getting created or not is look at every department and think about what is AI enabling to transform those departments in a business. So if you follow the news, you would say over the last few months, you're seeing a lot in the programming department, in the coding department, with Anthropic and the cloud models. The continued momentum in the advancement of that technology is really stunning. You're gone from, can these models help you write faster, to they're actually generating pieces of software for you. Right? I think that's a pretty profound implication. So rather than, is this a software tool and therefore a software budget for an engineer, you're actually getting work done that teams of engineers would do in a matter of days and weeks as opposed to months and years. That's high value. So I think that if you think about what's the margin in that, you could actually charge for those things a lot more. Imagine there's a version of that going on in customer support and customer success broadly. There's a version of that going on in sales and marketing. Every department is going through that kind of a transformation.
But if I were to specifically hone down areas where you believe applied AI will be truly transformative, to give you examples, healthcare in India is seen as a huge opportunity out there. Education is seen as a... Do you look at those areas, or do you look at existing companies and see how can I transform those companies?
So I think, let me think about the altitude of what you just said. Step one is to transform the enterprises, right? If you can make them AI native, then they get unleashed to do all of what you're saying. If an enterprise becomes AI native, then in its own industry, it can go from being operationally efficient to having an offering of abundance for their customers. So if you can actually create an AI native hospital that has not only nurses that are taking care of patients in person, but also agents that are on the phone that effectively cost, deflationary way, essentially to zero over time, you would have a free nurse that takes care of everybody, right? So the transformation is only going to happen when you take your enterprise and transform, and then start to imagine how your offerings should be fundamentally different. And I sort of use the framework around abundance to take care of your customers and constituents.
The reason I also asked you is because India's experience has been we produce a large, strong class of engineers, a large pool of engineers, but we are producing fewer AI product companies. And let's be honest, I mean, the Chinese and the Americans have been way ahead when it comes to innovation at the moment and enterprise. So what are we missing here? Are we missing capital, risk appetite, or product thinking? If we are to also join this engine of applied AI, what does India need to do?
I'm very optimistic on India. I would say India is behind when it comes to development of infrastructure and models. I think that's going to be a hard place to go compete and try to be a leader. But the way we think about our investment landscape, we say there's the infrastructure and models, but then there is the application of AI. And every single company that is doing really well in the US at the applied AI layer, you know what they have as a core skill set? They know how to engage with customers in what's now called forward deployed engineering capabilities. India's IT industry has matured actually into that. The workforces that you have here are actually pretty good at it. They just need to be applied towards going to these customers with the AI tool set now versus your typical digital transformation tool set, and go solve their problems with AI and create these next generation companies. I do think that's going to get unlocked and create some global companies that start right here with that kind of a mindset.
No, so do we piggyback in a way on what the Americans have done or what the Chinese have done?
I think you leverage
and become the sort of famously 25 years ago, we became the outsourcing capital over time. Is that the model that we take, or do we encourage Indians to innovate and compete in the product space?
Look, I think the definition of products is actually changing in terms of what it means in AI. You have such fast-moving technologies that it's hard to understand what the capabilities of the models themselves are. So what do you really build on top? And so the products that get built are almost sort of thought about in the context of the problems you're solving for your customers, versus you have a minimum viable product that you're going to go sell over and over again. So when you sort of grapple with that and understand these are the capabilities of AI, it doesn't need to be a discrete product. It needs to understand the problems and solve them structurally. The whole innovation landscape changes, and the talent base here is actually well positioned to go do that and create these next generation companies for different industries that are using the AI tool set.
But when you as a global venture capital firm look at Indian companies, what are the kind of elements that you're looking at when you decide, I am going to invest in this specific company? When you're looking at applied AI from your perspective, what kind of, are you looking at companies which will essentially scale up in the shortest possible time? And if you can give me an example.
I think a couple of things. One is, when it comes to India in particular, because AI is deflationary, how to bring capabilities in healthcare, in education, to the masses is actually going to be a really interesting opportunity. If you can solve it for 1 billion people with all the complexities that lie here in the US, in India, you are going to be well positioned to solve those problems globally. So I think that's a place where, just like India did with UPI and Aadhaar, the innovations that leapfrog the world, I think you're going to see some innovations that come out that way. The second thing is, can you unleash the AI, the technology talent here, give them access to these tools, make the use of AI pervasive, and then go build globally, much like India has started to do in the SaaS world. I just think the paradigms change. SaaS is not where you're going to create the most valuable companies, because AI can do that work for you. Well, then let's use AI and go solve problems for customers with that new technology platform versus the older metaphors.
Okay, let me, for a moment, just show you, since India Today had an AI anchor that we introduced on air a few years ago, started with weather. There's a question that AI Rajdeep has for you. And I want you to look at that question and answer it for me. Take a look. Thank you, Rajdeep. When I see you, it seems I'm looking at the mirror. But first, my question to Mr. Taneja is, advocates of AI claim that AI will lead to second industrial revolution. Do you agree? Thank you, Rajdeep.
I do. Look, I think The key important thing with AI, as we look at building the new businesses, as we work with entrepreneurs everywhere in the world, is you have to think from first principles. The way you build products is different. The way you want to build your own companies is different. The way you engage with customers is different. And so it is a next phase, and it is a next revolution in the context of what AI can do. And imagine it actually making a difference in the physical world as well, which is, we don't feel it as well today, but in the next decade, we'll be talking about that as well. So I think it's pretty profound what's about to come in what this technology enables for us.
Is that also the challenge and the opportunity? Because it is changing so fast, you can't even predict what will happen a year from now. And that's why this is a sort of revolution which no one really knows what the future will bring.
It absolutely is. And the kind of founders that did great in building companies 10 years ago were ones that were very focused on what is this precise product market fit, where I can come up with a tight, thin product that I can sell over and over again into customers, to now founders that are highly iterative, that navigate ambiguity, that know the types of the technologies are changing, and can actually build through that ambiguity in the technology stacks themselves to solve customers' problems in a way that they're not going to create rework for customers. That's where the innovation lies in this next phase of company building.
Which is why I wanted to ask you, Hemant, if today you are looking at, again, if I may use the Indian example, and you're looking at a specific industry, do you sort of look curiously at a startup, or do you prefer legacy companies that have already built up relative scale? What is more advantageous given the fact that this is so fast changing, dependent on innovation, dependent at the end of the day at your ability to scale up in the shortest possible time? Do you go with a startup that's innovative, or do you look at a big tech company that's already there in space, already in the space, and has the potential to scale up faster?
Look, I think the startups are innovative, they move fast, they can take advantage of the technologies, but they don't have the data, they don't have the scale, they don't have the customers. Right? So I think there it's about, can they start and gain that kind of traction in their markets? Enterprises have the data, have the customers, have the scale, but they may not have the leadership. And so I think the way we think about it is that in every category, there's an opportunity for the right incumbents with the right leadership that have the courage to really adopt AI, to go win more share in their markets, and others will suffer. So I think there's going to be a dislocation of value in each of these categories, and we're always looking for what's the leadership that truly wants to get behind AI and spend time with them.
As I said, this AI-led shift, or the applied AI-led shift, is perhaps changing how venture capital firms like you operate. In October 2025, General Capitalist acquired Suma Health, an Ohio-based entrepreneurial organization to transform health sector through AI. Do you see that, for example, happening in this country with rural health? There's a huge gap between the quality of health facilities available in urban India to what's available in rural India. Will companies actually look at transforming rural health, because that's a long-term project in many ways, will require much larger investment? Or would you rather prefer, again, existing urban-centric, profit-driven urban health companies?
So in the US, most of these community hospital systems are financially not very strong. So they don't have the ability to invest in technologies to actually transform themselves. So one of the reasons we bought a health system there is to actually go in there, bring in our portfolio companies that are solving different parts of AI stacks for hospitals to go demonstrate that. In India, you actually have the opportunity to leapfrog that rather than going and transforming. So we reinvested in PB Health, and the whole idea is, can we actually build the modern set of hospitals that borrow on the learnings from a lot of the hospital scale-up that happened in the US industry, avoid some of the traps, take advantage of AI, and fundamentally build a new model of how do you take care of patients. I think the Indian opportunity is much more of leapfrogging versus going and transforming, which is what we're trying to do in the US.
Because, again, it comes to size. India has the huge advantage of size, and has areas which remain untapped. Let me give you another one, and maybe you can tell me whether that's a potential area that you would look at applied AI, which is agriculture. This is a country where 50%, more than 50% of the population is dependent on agriculture. It only provides 16% of the national income. And that has been a huge mismatch. How do you increase agriculture productivity and make it income generating? I'm just wondering whether you see applied AI transforming key areas in India, which have for the longest time remained, dare I say, areas of darkness or low income?
I do think it'll transform agriculture. Agriculture is the last manufacturing process we leave to the elements, right? If you think about it, and using AI to optimize yield, optimizing the quality of food, optimizing scalability, because it's a large population, will be possible someday. So I think every industry will get transformed. Some of them will be transformed just because the cognitive part of AI is strong enough, and some of them will need physical capabilities. I think agriculture, especially when you have the right robotic technologies, and you can build the right control systems, you should be able to transform it pretty profoundly.
Okay, there's one question that I'm going to ask all my guests, because it is another concurrent running theme. Hemant, do you think AI will steal jobs? I mean, steal may seem to be a rather unusual word to use on a large scale. Or do you see it somewhere as a capacity multiplier? Is AI actually going to increase capacity? Or somewhere in a country like India, where again we've got a large pool of unskilled labor, will AI become a replacement for unskilled labor on a large scale? And that's the fear being expressed by many.
Look, this is the most complicated issue around AI. The reality is, when you think about the AI technology and adoption, it does impact jobs. There are a lot of jobs that fundamentally have to change. Maybe tasks more than jobs, but they are going to change. But at the same time, if you don't lean into it, the businesses aren't going to be competitive, and that you won't have access to the markets to begin with. So you have to lean into it. You have to be intentional. And we have to try to imagine the world where AI enhances the productivity of the young generation, the demographic that's coming into the workforce, so they can do a lot more and make the nation a lot more productive, as opposed to, should we not let AI be so they can have the jobs that frankly are not going to be around in globally competitive businesses 10 years from now.
And presumably the key to that is skilling.
The key to that is skilling. The key is leaning into it. We have to make sure the entire country, and this is a digital native generation growing up, does lean into AI and uses it to enhance their core capabilities, so the workforce is that much more productive and enhanced.
I have to ask you this. I don't know how long you've been at the moment in India. Have you seen the expo at all so far, the AI expo? Is there a particular product, a particular innovation that you're seeing coming out of India? A lot of them are there at the AI expo, from road safety to healthcare, that has struck you and given you a wow feeling. How important is it to get that wow feeling for a global venture capital firm which has got a basket of opportunities out there to choose from, before you say, okay, this is the area I'm going to choose the company? Does a company need to have that wow factor?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I haven't gone there yet, and I'm looking forward to going there. I heard it's going to be quite a show tomorrow. The thing I am looking for is, where are the Indian entrepreneurs leapfrogging and thinking fundamentally differently about the problems and the industries, as opposed to potentially mimicking a lot of what's going on? Because there's a lot of AI innovation in the zeitgeist, but I think India is going to thrive by coming with ideas that are unique to India. And I think that's what the talent here is capable of, and that's ultimately what's going to be the pervasive idea. So I am very keen to look at those types of ideas over the next couple of days.
Okay, so in conclusion, if there were 3 lessons that you want to offer, you can give me just 1 or 2, but if there were 3 lessons or 3 pieces of advice that you would like to give young Indian entrepreneurs in the AI space looking at applied AI, what would those 3 pieces of advice be, Hemant?
I think I would say lean into AI, learn it, internalize it, and use it. It's available. I think the other thing I would say is use it to solve the problems that make the lives of Indians better. Because I do think if we can solve those problems here, especially in a growth economy like this, it's one of the fastest growing economies, first of all, you'll create interesting businesses, but I also think you'll create global reach with those ideas as they manifest. And so that's probably my biggest area of excitement. We're very keenly following all the innovation here, and I'm very confident these ideas are going to emerge out of India.
Hemant, it's been wonderful to have you here and kickstarting our AI summit. I wanted to say we had a conversation before we spoke, and when he told me Paschim Vihar, I said Paschim Vihar is no longer the backwaters. It's produced arguably India's greatest contemporary cricketer in Virat Kohli. So there are trendsetters out there in Paschim Vihar who've gone and conquered the world, and you've done the same. in the Bay Area. But good to have you here and set the stage for what you believe is the future. It's no longer a bubble, as you said it. That argument is more or less over. It is here, and we've got to, in a way, live with it, and more importantly, use it to our advantage. Hemant, for joining us here. Hemant Taneja, CEO, General Catalyst. Thank you so much for joining me here at the India Today AI Summit. Thanks.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and that's been a wonderful start to this summit. I'd now like to take you to our next session, which is Masterclass, the AI Dreams of the World. Our speaker for this session is Bipul Sinha, CEO, Rubrik, and the session is sponsored by US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. I'd like to call on stage session moderator Anjana Om Kashyap, Senior Managing Editor, Aaj Special Projects, and Head of Aaj HD and Aaj 2. Let's set the stage for the second session.
Again, a very warm welcome to all of you present here and all our viewers watching at home. This is the AI Summit. And with an organization like India Today, Aaj Group, we've always decided that in every new world evolving feature or aspect, we have to be the leaders. And so is India, thinking that we have to go straight forward, straight ahead in AI. Big dreams and the AI dream that we are going to talk about. Interestingly, I want all of you to clap for, this is the second Indian that we have on stage. Isn't this amazing? Like in our AI Summit, we have these important companies. Your company, Rubrik, is based in America, and he's the founder and CEO of Rubrik, and he's an Indian. And interestingly, he's from Madhepura, Bihar.
Real Bihar, not Paschim Bihar.
Wow, interesting. A huge round of applause for this as well. Because from these little towns of India, people are emerging as the leaders in AI. And your company, Bipul Sinha, essentially works on data security and cyber security and AI company. From what I have gathered about your organization, I want to begin from there. How important is it that we have a disciplined execution of everything that we are talking about today in the field of AI? How do you see that happening?
Anjana, first of all, very excited to be here. Look, AI is 100 times more opportunities and 100 times more risk because models hallucinate and also they are prone to compromise. And if they are compromised, they can potentially do 10 times more damage in 1/10 of the time because they can write code, reimburse your customers, and run your business processes, and somebody sitting in North Korea can control your whole business. So every business has to think about how do they deploy AI with confidence and trust.
Yeah, but the way you've mentioned North Korea, thanks for drilling that in. This is the scare factor. You keep saying that 100x opportunity, 100x risk, but people are scared of the risk. Like, I'll tell you from my example. When my AI avatar was being made for Aaj Tak, and Kalipuri, our vice chairperson, decided that we should do this, I was a little scared, to be honest, because I was scared that, I mean, she's going to be doing anchoring on my behalf, what will happen to me? But then eventually she lured me by saying that imagine you can go on a vacation and she's going to anchor for you. You can be with your daughter at Oxford and she's going to anchor for you. And then I said, yes, ma'am. So, but that's great. But then from here, it has seeped into our daily lives. And closing the eyes will not push AI away. It's here. How do we build this bond with it? How do we make them the force multiplier for my performance?
For successful AI, it is very important to have the right guardrails. So a guardrail means that what AI can do and cannot do. For example, if there is a Bipul Sinha AI that is allowed to send email, I don't want that AI to send email to everybody in my company on every topic. So even if they have permission, there has to be a guardrail, and that guardrail has to be defined and enforced real time. And that is the challenge of AI. And this is what Rubrik is focused on. What we are telling our customers is deploy AI with confidence. Because if you look at countries such as India, AI has tremendous promise to deliver healthcare, education to far corners of India. But if people don't have digital trust on what they are interacting with, this whole exercise is moot.
Can AI replace you?
AI cannot replace me because I live in the future and AI lives in the past.
Okay, so here is the basic theme. The data is the engine for AI. And you work on data security. How does that whole process go? And how important is this?
Data is the key ingredient of AI. If there is no data, or if you don't have confidence in your data, then garbage in, garbage out, and the whole AI stack is of no use. So what we are saying is that we will make the right data available to the right user on the right platform at the right time to really deploy AI. And if you think about it, making the data available is the key factor. And so what we are saying to our customers are that deploy AI, take your data, make your model completely optimized to your own environment so that models don't hallucinate and you have high trust and confidence.
Models don't hallucinate. I want to talk of the doomsday scenario that crosses a lot of our minds. What if there's a massive cyber attack? Like there's an attack and the wrong people take control of it. What happens then to humankind?
See, cyber attacks are inevitable, just like death and taxes. And for far too long, we have been focused on prevention and detection and not thinking about how do we come back up after an attack.
Exactly.
So whole thesis of us starting Rubrik was that how do we ensure that you can successfully recover and keep your services up and running? Because if you are running a hospital, you can't wait 3 weeks for cyber recovery to happen. You have to bring the hospitals back up because you have to deliver healthcare to all the patients. So every business, every government organization has to be prepared with resiliency. And that resiliency means, do you understand the risk and do you have ability to recover?
We have with us a minister from Canada. I think he's out of the room right now. Oh, yeah. But interestingly, you know, I showed him my AI avatar and he said, I want someone to replace me now. Where's my AI avatar? I want to sign up for this now. I got to have my vacation in my hometown and I've got to do this. But coming back to that point, people have everything on their smartphones, right? From banking to everything. How does that make them vulnerable to any kind of, you know, attack, as you called it? And because you're a data security company, cyber security organization, how does one prepare for that? How vulnerable does it make us in terms of our money, everything?
Look, if you look at the last like 10, 15 years, the digital intensity of our lives have increased because we get up in the morning and look at the maps. That's how we drive to work. We interact with each other over emails, not calling and talking to people all the time. So as the digital intensity has increased, so has the cyber risk. And so everyone has to now think, am I really prepared? I'm doing the basic hygiene. Do I have multi-factor authentication? Do I trust this person that I'm giving information to? So that's the basics. And then you need to have the ability to have been able to recover from a bad incidents. And so everybody has to think about that.
What exactly do you mean when you say we have to be, like we had other guests also who were talking about becoming AI aware? What exactly is this AI aware business? I mean, downloading some apps, navigating through it, or how does one go about it? Like so many students sitting here, how can one become AI aware?
AI is all about, can we do knowledge work automatically without human intervention? And so if you think about when I'm traveling to India, my assistant has to find a hotel, airplane, local transportation. These are knowledge work. So if you fast forward with AI deployment, all of it, she's not trying to reinvent the future. She's just taking the available information and compute what is the best way to travel. That AI can do. That is the knowledge work. So all of us have to think, what is our repetitive task, and can AI do that repetitive task and make local decisions without our intervention? But AI can only work on the past, and that's why I'm saying that us humans have to work on intuition, where we connect new dots, create new things. So all the jobs, all the opportunities around connecting new dots is going to be human work, and everything which is coded knowledge and data on which you can run the work will be AI.
You've traveled from Madhepura to California, built this company of yours, and what is your basic background, if I'm a little interested?
I'm an engineer turned venture capitalist turned entrepreneur.
Wow, that's quite a journey. Very interesting. But I get messages from US, from my relatives who tell me that you've just been talking about this diabetes medicine, and is it really good? And I say, I have not done any such thing. I'm coming to the issue of deep fakes. How does one deal with that? I can't tell my own avatar's voiceover, like her voice, from mine. How does one deal with deep fake?
Look, AI-based attacks have gone beyond human comprehension. And we need to go back in time and think, how did we solve some of these problems? If you go back to the late 90s, early 2000s, nobody was ready to swipe the credit card on internet because everyone was worried about, is this a real website or it's a fake website? And then we invented VeriSign that certified individual websites. So you will see innovations around deepfake where you will have a certified AI persona interacting on digital media.
Okay, and that certification is important for individuals.
Absolutely, because otherwise how will I know that I'm interacting with Anjana digitally versus somebody impersonating Anjana from a remote country?
Interestingly, I was at the summit yesterday and there were people who were coming up and asking me, are you Anjana or the AI Anjana? But how does India go ahead? See, it's important that we are not just a market for AI, because this is the challenge we face in most fields. India is seen as the biggest bazaar. But how do we become the drivers of this? How do you think? What are the 3 or 4, 5 steps that you would suggest for this?
Look, we are in the very early days of the AI-driven abundance, or the new industrial revolution, as I like to call it, because now instead of factories producing goods, we have factories producing intelligence. But India's opportunity is to how to harness that intelligence and create applied things like applications to deliver products and services to 1.4 billion population in India. This is a tremendous opportunity. If I look at my native state, Bihar, you have a large population that requires healthcare, education, understanding, reskilling, and AI could accelerate that journey of delivering healthcare, delivering education, retraining, enabling people to leapfrog into the AI economy even when they didn't take advantage of the digital economy, because now natural language is the way to interact with computer. So lingua franca has gone from learning to program versus speaking into the computer. So the tremendous opportunity for Indian entrepreneurs, but what is going to be most important is, do they have a unique perspective on delivering such an application, not just mimic, as Hemant said, what is happening other places around the world. What is a unique Indian...
Need-based, unique innovation.
Unique innovation delivered to your unique audience, because Indian market is massive.
Indian market is massive. And the other thing that I was trying to come to is all the youth sitting here, the first question when you talk to them about AI is about losing their jobs. And I let you pass through that question where I said, will AI one day replace Bipul Sinha? But it's a real fear. It's a real fear that a lot of children face. They look for fields in which AI will probably not be able to replace them. and that will be more human intensive. Do you see it happening like that?
Look,
Jobs.
if you look at the history of technology development, we went from agrarian economy to industrial economy to knowledge economy, and now we are transitioning into this new economy, I call it intuition economy. And throughout these transitions, the productivity gains were massive, and it created new jobs. Just think about it, Anjana. 15, 20 years ago, if I told you that somebody in Rubrik is a performance digital marketing expert, you would have told me that these are word salad. I don't even understand what you're talking about.
What did you say? Performance?
Digital
Digital
marketing expert.
Expert.
So people who do digital marketing on
The
Google.
kids are going to ask me, where do we learn this?
No, but what I'm saying is that such a thing was unknown 20 years ago. Now the performance marketing in the digital realm is a real profession, and thousands of people do that job. So similarly, in the world of AI, you will have new jobs being created that we can't even envision.
Then universities need to get up for this.
100%.
Is that happening? I don't see that happening.
Look, most of the universities are still living in the industrial era,
Yeah.
let alone the knowledge era.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if you look at the youths of India and the massive opportunity that we have in India, is how do they learn AI? And the beauty of AI is nobody knows anything. As in, what will happen in the future is everybody's guess. So if you have a unique intuition, unique idea, unique way to deliver product and services, leveraging the factories of intelligence, that's where the opportunities are.
Three important fields for India. One, agriculture, one, health, and one, education. I think these are the three focus areas for our country and our government that have always been, and we are still working on it. Any interesting AI innovations that you've come across in these, or you feel has a lot of scope or a lot of future, especially in a country like India?
I mean, if you just look at healthcare, Vinod Khosla always says that 70-80% of a job of a primary healthcare provider can be done by AI, because they are not telling you anything that has not been invented yet. They are telling you everything that is a knowledge-based. So if you think about, can we deliver AI-based doctors to the far corners of our country?
But then what happens to the primary health workers and the doctors?
They will look at things that are new to them, that are not repetitive, because they would also find that more interesting.
Okay. What about agriculture? Because I was there at the summit yesterday, and they had these little machines, and where the soil was telling them if there was too much water, less water, like we talked before, because the natural factors actually decide the productivity of a crop. So that was also interesting.
I mean, look, if you look at the whole supply chain of agriculture, from soil to grains to the markets and local mandis and prices in local markets, AI can help at every step of the way. Because AI is all about, can we bring all the knowledge of the world in a singular place? And that knowledge is now at the fingertips of everyone. The power of AI is a kid growing up in Palo Alto, California versus growing up in Patna, Bihar. They have exact same knowledge of everything that has happened so far in the world. Isn't that tremendous?
Yeah, it is. और अब जरा हिंदी में भी बात कर लेते हैं, देखते हैं विपुल जी को अब कितनी हिंदी अपनी याद है मधेपुरा की. बट जब आप पूरे भारत में आज देख रहे हैं कि एक बजिंग एक्टिविटी है एआई के इर्द गिर्द, और हम लोग ये चर्चा कर रहे हैं कि कैसे हम एआई में लीडर्स बने, सिर्फ बाजार ना बनकर हम लीडर्स भी बने. तो जो सबसे बड़ी बात है, आप हमारे दर्शकों को, बच्चों को बताना चाहें कि किस चीज़ पर उनको फोकस करना चाहिए. और जब आप डेटा सिक्योरिटी कहते हैं, तो आपने रिस्क असेसमेंट भी किया होगा. आपको ये समझ में आ रहा होगा कि सबसे बड़ा खतरा क्या है, वो क्या है आपकी नज़र में?
सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम ये है एआई में कि जो लोग एआई अडॉप्ट कर रहे हैं, जो कस्टमर्स हैं, उनको कॉन्फिडेंस है कि नहीं एआई में. क्योंकि उनको अगर कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं होगा तो कभी प्रोडक्ट यूज ही नहीं करेंगे. सो हाउ डू यू डिलीवर ट्रस्ट? कैसे आप लोगों को ये बताएं कि जो डॉक्टर जो बोल रहा है फ़ोन के ऊपर, ये रियल डॉक्टर है, ये फेक डॉक्टर नहीं है.
हाँ, कैसे पता चलेगा?
वही
उसी पे तो काम करना है. दैट इज़ द टेक्नोलॉजी दैट पीपल हैव टू डेवलप. कि ये डॉक्टर रियल है, ये जो भी आपको कृषि के बारे में बता रहे हैं ये रियल है. बिकॉज ट्रस्ट जो चीज़ है ना, जब नॉलेज बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाता है तो ट्रस्ट एंड हैविंग अ फेथ इट बिकम्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट.
मोडस क्या होगा? सर्टिफिकेशन करेंगे आप एआई डॉक्टर्स का? कल मैं वहां पर प्रसून जोशी जी के साथ एक सेशन कर रही थी. अब वो एक कवि है, वो एक राइटर है, वो एक लिरिसिस्ट है. हमने कहा कि अब अगर मैं प्रॉम्प्ट दूं एआई को कि प्रसून जोशी के स्टाइल में एक शेर लिख के दो, तो वो लिख के आपको दे देगा. लेकिन फिर उसका क्रेडिट आप किसको देंगे? प्रसून जोशी को देंगे, उस एआई ऐप को देंगे, या जिसने प्रॉम्प्ट दिया है उसको देंगे? सर्टिफिकेशन कैसे होगा डॉक्टर से लेकर कवि तक का?
सर्टिफिकेशन होगा ब्लॉकचेन पे. बिकॉज ब्लॉकचेन पे आप अगर किसी भी कवि की कविता डाल दें एंड जो कोई नई चीज़ आ रही है, अगर आप उसको वेरीफाई करें, और ब्लॉक तो अवेलेबल है टू एवरीबडी इन द वर्ल्ड, देन यू कैन से कि ये बात नई है या उसी को घुमा फिरा के कही गई है. और अगर ये बात आप ठीक से वेरीफाई करें तो तब आप कॉन्फिडेंटली डिलीवर कर सकते हैं. सो इंटरनेट के ज़माने में ब्लॉकचेन से लेके करेंसी से लेके डिलीवरी मॉडल सब कुछ है. और यहीं पे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप आएगी. यहीं पे लोगों को ये सोचना होगा कि हम इन सारी चीज़ों को कैसे यूज़ करें इन अ यूनिक वे दैट यूनिकली सॉल्व्स द प्रॉब्लम. देखिए, पैसा किसी भी फील्ड में कमाने के लिए ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि आप कुछ नया करें. क्योंकि जो काम हो रहा है वही आप रिपीट करेंगे तो आप कभी पैसा नहीं कमाएंगे. तो आपको नए तरीके से सोचना पड़ेगा कि अपॉर्चुनिटी कहाँ है. और जो नए तरीके से सोचने की बात है उसी में रिस्क है और उसी का रिवॉर्ड है. तो आपको ऐसे सोचना पड़ेगा कि दुनिया जो है, हर चीज़ जो नोन है वो एआई को पता है. तो आपको अननोन वर्ल्ड में जाना पड़ेगा और वहाँ पे प्रूव करना पड़ेगा कि आपकी जो नई थीसिस है वो सही है और दुनिया उसको मानेगी. और आपको जितनी अवेलेबल रिसोर्सेस हैं उनको कनेक्ट करके नया दिशा दिखाना पड़ेगा और नए तरीके से प्रोडक्ट एंड सर्विसेज डिलीवर करनी पड़ेगी.
अब देखिए विपुल जी, आप तो मधेपुरा से चले गए कैलिफोर्निया. मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है कि दे से दैट डेटा इज द न्यू ऑयल. तो आप कुछ भारत में क्यों नहीं करते हैं? भारत में को लेकर कोई प्लान आपका?
भारत में बिल्कुल कर रहे हैं. रूब्रिक में 1000 से ज़्यादा लोग हैं इंडिया में. हमारे इंडिया ऑफिस में, बेंगलुरु ऑफिस में. एंड हम लोग ये भी कर रहे हैं कि इंस्टेड ऑफ इंडिया जस्ट बीइंग अ सपोर्टिंग सेंटर ऑफ रूब्रिक, हम लोग प्रोडक्ट को स्क्रैच से डेवलप कर रहे हैं इंडिया में फॉर द वर्ल्ड. सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल हमारे क्लाउड प्रोडक्ट्स, हमारे सिक्योरिटी प्रोडक्ट्स आर completely developed in India, and our engineers in India are going around the world talking to customers and selling those products. Because I had this idea that for both in America as well as in India, let the 1,000 flowers bloom. And if we hire talented engineers who see how to build products and how to sell products, how to go interact with the customers, then they will have confidence to go start their own businesses. And I want everybody to think, if Bipul kar sakta hai, to why not me? And that's what we want to enable youngsters to think.
15 साल पहले आपने ये कंपनी शुरू की थी.
12 साल.
12 साल. तो आपके मन में क्या ऐसा आया कि, या मतलब जो जिसको कहते हैं, you have to be very futuristic if you want to take start things like this. तो आप क्या आपके जहन में आया था? What were the 5 factors that convinced you? 5 बातें जिसने शायद आपको कन्विंस करी कि मुझे ये करना चाहिए. डेटा सिक्योरिटी, साइबर सिक्योरिटी, फ्यूचर में एआई का रेलेवेंस आप देख रहे थे, उस वक्त आया था, नहीं आया था, क्या सोचा आपने?
जब भी आप कोई कंपनी शुरू करना चाहते हैं, अगर आप सोच गहरी हो जाए तो इरादे कमजोर पड़ जाते हैं. तो आप इतना नहीं सोच सकते हैं कि क्या होगा और हर चीज़ का क्या इम्प्लीकेशन है. आपको यही सोचने की जरूरत है कि जो चीज़ आप देख रहे हैं, विदाउट प्रेजुडिस एंड विदाउट जजमेंट, इसमें रियल अपॉर्चुनिटी है. और अगर उसमें अपॉर्चुनिटी है तो यू जंप इन विथ 2 hands and 2 feet and then figure out while you are in the water that can you swim or sink. So इतना ज़्यादा आप नहीं सोच सकते हैं कि कितने implications होंगे और क्या होगा. आपको एक एंगल पता होनी चाहिए और देन आप टू गो very very hard at figuring out, because business building is like starting a religion or learning curve, because you have to find believers and you have to have conviction in yourself to be able to convince people, because the whole world could be a customer, but you need to find early believers who will take your message and propagate it.
I think that's the best way in which this can be explained, because it's nothing less than starting a new religion. If you want so many believers, if you want so many people to actually follow you, एक नए धर्म की शुरुआत की तरह है, जहाँ पर आपको चाहिए लोग जो विश्वास करें आप में, वो भरोसा आप बिल्ड करें. अब अंत में चलते चलते अगर 2-3 सुझाव आप दें आने वाली पीढ़ियों को, या जो इस वक्त भी सुबह के इस वक्त में अपने कॉलेज में कहीं बैठे होंगे और आपको डिजिटली बाद में सुनेंगे, तो विपुल सिन्हा का जो सक्सेस मंत्र है, जो सफलता का मंत्र है, उसमें 3 बातें जो आपको लगता है कि ये करेंगे तो आपके लिए रास्ता खुलेगा.
So 3 बातें में नंबर 1 ये है कि आपको हमेशा सोचना पड़ेगा कि nobody knows anything, particularly when it comes to the future. Because अगर future known होता तो स्टॉक मार्केट एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करता. So आपकी अपनी जो थिंकिंग है और आपका अपना जो इंट्यूशन है वो उतना ही बड़ा है जितना किसी को 20 साल का और 50 साल का एक्सपीरियंस और रिपीट एंटरप्रेन्योर है उसको होगा, बिकॉज दोनों लोग फ्यूचर के बारे में सोच रहे हैं और सबका नॉलेज सेम है. सो आपको पहली बात ये सोचनी होगी, नोबडी नोज एनीथिंग. सेकंड आपको सोचना होगा, ऑलवेज टेक काउंटर कंसेंसस बैट. सो अगर सब लोग बाईं तरफ जा रहे हैं तो आप दाहिनी तरफ जाइए, बिकॉज अगर बाईं तरफ जाएंगे जहां सब लोग जा रहे हैं तो वहां कोई पैसा नहीं है.
दाईं तरफ खाई निकला तो
वो तो आपका लक है और आपकी मेहनत है. पर अगर सब लोग जिधर जा रहे हैं आप उसकी उल्टी दिशा में जाइए, हमेशा नए तरीके से सोचिए. सो दैट्स नंबर 2. एंड नंबर 3 है, जब आप ये दोनों काम कर रहे हो तो बहुत अपहीवल होता है ऊपर नीचे मेंटली. कभी लगता है आप जीत रहे हैं, कभी लग रहा है आप हार रहे हैं. सो आपको ये विश्वास होना चाहिए कि सब ठीक होगा. सो थर्ड थिंग इज, आपको हमेशा एक कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए, all will be well. While you are trying to think nobody knows anything, take counter consensus bet and have confidence that all will be well.
Wow, we'll remember that when we make big decisions in life, and especially the kids and young generation that's listening to you. Vipul Sinha, for coming here and talking to us and being a part of the AI Summit, we thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha and Anjana Kashyap. Lots of questions answered there. I don't know if you still feel as confused or you really feel like the big questions in your head have been answered, but many, many sessions lined up there to really solve all the very many aspects we feel about AI. So let's get the stage set for the next session. All right, so our next session for today is the big AI shift. And our speaker for this session is Mr. Victor Anthony Fedeli, Minister of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, Ontario, Canada. And I'd also like to call on stage Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today, to moderate this session. Let's have a huge round of applause, please.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to this conversation once again. There's AI everywhere, but the guest with me here on the panel who's been here, perhaps amongst the first who arrived, well before time, thank you very much for that, Minister, comes from Ontario, one of the largest provinces in Canada, contributing close to 38% of the country's GDP. And I don't know how many of you know here, but Ontario is also considered the birthplace of AI. So, Minister, I just want you to first tell our audience here, why is it called the birthplace of AI?
Well, thank you very much, Siddharth. First, I want to say thanks to Kali for the invitation here today and to be able to represent a little slice of Canada. Toronto, Ontario, Canada is widely considered the birthplace of AI. Dr. Geoffrey Hinton, who won his Nobel Prize just last year in machine learning, he began working with machine learning and AI decades ago. So it's basically older news for us. But once we saw the power of it, we began something called the Vector Institute, which has 800 researchers employed in Toronto. We continue to put out students every year. We graduate about 1,100 AI masters. This year we have 1,700 AI masters enrolled. We saw about 17,000 new AI employees just last year alone. So it's still a field that's growing and growing greatly in Toronto and throughout Ontario.
Minister, policymakers in India who might hear you here would perhaps want to ask you the question, is therefore education the way for a country like India and states within India, which are very large in population terms and GDP as well, to catch up in the world of AI? Because the age of AI has opportunity and challenges. So for India, is educating its undergrads, graduates and masters students in AI one of the ways to go about to catch up?
Well, absolutely. In Ontario, we have about 1,600 AI firms, all grasping for these graduates. We put out in Ontario, to put it in perspective, just to give an idea of the scale and scope. Ontario is the largest province in Canada, but still only has 15 million people. That's your largest province in Canada. As vast and as wide and as long as it takes to get from days to get from end to end, it still is only 15 million people. But we graduate 86,000 STEM grads every single year. We just put $750 million in our budget permanently now to graduate a further 20,500 annually. So in a small country like Canada with 35 or so million people, we in Ontario will be graduating over 110,000 STEM grads every year. So we have a steady stream of these graduates. So if companies are looking for them and can't find them in India, you can always find them in Ontario.
Well, Minister, there is one of the senior most policymakers from the state of Telangana who is here in the audience and listening to you, and I'm sure that state, which has produced thousands and literally tens of thousands of STEM graduates over the past decades, will perhaps be listening to this advice very, very closely. And there are a bunch of students here and those who are watching us currently on all our property. I want you to now reflect upon the age of AI from a policymaker's perspective, from a minister's perspective. In terms of the evolution of AI, geopolitics has also crept into it pretty much from the first day, whether it is supply chains, whether it is the availability of chips and access to the latest technology. Is there an opportunity for India and Canada to work more closely when it comes to AI?
I think there's an opportunity for India, Canada, and all countries to be able to work together. In Ontario, we've developed several papers over the last few years preparing us to help prepare our own government on how to use AI, if we should be using AI, when we use AI, why we use it, and then talk to our public about it. So all of these papers that we've written have come to a conclusion in final legislation, government legislation, and it compels us to do a couple of things. One is to talk to our constituents and describe to them when we're using AI. We want our people to know when, why we're using it, and how it's helping. So that's a very important pillar of our own AI policy as a government. The second part of that pillar is to make sure our public understands, it's a little tough to say, the risks of AI, or some of the things they need to be aware of. We want them to know what these pitfalls in AI are, and then we want them to know what we're doing about mitigating those. Whether it's through our cybersecurity programs or just our transparency. So I think those are lessons that can be shared with any country in the world as we all grapple to come up with policies on the ethical use of AI from a government perspective.
Minister, what about one of the pitfalls that bothers a lot of people in India, given our population, the size and aspirations of a growing economy? This is with regard to employment. India's IT sector is one of the largest employers. It seems to be a bit under the weather when it, with the risks of AI, particularly on coding and job growth. Do you kind of share that feeling that one of the pitfalls could be on the employment front?
Well, this is a very popular discussion. I think I'm going to answer it in a couple of different ways if I have a minute to do
Absolutely.
that. So first of all, the same way everybody thinks about it, you've got AI replacing the worker. So that's a common thinking. We look at it in Ontario as we are now with 450,000 tech workers. We're the second largest tech cluster in all of North America. With the 17,000 AI workers we added last year, we have tens of thousands of workers just in AI. But then look at what we've done with AI. So it is now in virtually every sector. I'm going to give you two examples. One that is worrisome and one that is really progressive. So the worrisome one would be our small and medium enterprises. What is going to happen? I think about the company. It's a notional company, but I think I know where they are in Ontario. And they make those vehicles that scrub the floors, and the person walks along behind it and pushes it along. That company would probably have been in business 70, 100 years, making those floor cleaners, thinking this is a lovely business. What's AI ever going to do to me? Two kids come out of University of Waterloo. They have a little autonomous vehicle, and they think, hey, it doesn't have to be just a little delivery vehicle. We could put rotors on the bottom and make a cleaning vehicle. They're now in 350 Walmarts, is this autonomous cleaning vehicle. And I think that guy is scratching his head, who owned the company for 50 years, and thinking, wow, these guys are going to eat my lunch. And so that's the thing that I think, if you're worried about losing jobs to AI, then you better get with the program. I think we heard a discussion earlier, lean into it and begin thinking, my company is not oblivious to what could happen. If two kids out of Waterloo can come and make a startup company and make a cleaning machine that does a better job, autonomous, and works all day around the customers and all night with no customers. So that's really one side of it. The other side of it, I have just another moment. In the mining sector, I live in northern Ontario. We're surrounded by nickel mines and gold mines and lithium mines, all the things, by the way, other than gold, that you need to make a lithium-ion battery. It's very exciting. But we've now got AI configured drones that, after a planned explosion deep inside a mine, where you would need days to literally let the dust settle, send men and women in with hazmat suits, detectors of all sorts. Now the blast can occur, a drone can be sent in, AI-guided drone on a pre-programmed path can go in with a sniffer and detect any issues, with thermal vision to see if there's any fissures created, and come back out and give a report 1,000 times better, and made the mine safer.
And more productive.
And now it's more productive because you're not down for all those days. So I look at the good side of
So
AI.
this is a very important point. One of the objectives of the ongoing main AI summit here is a discussion towards having a AI commons, a kind of regulatory sort of framework. I have seen in my reporting career various phases in technology. Technology comes first. Nation states and regulators then say, oh, it perhaps needs to be regulated because there are multiple concerns. As a policymaker yourself, do you feel the need to regulate AI in any way, or should you just let innovation and innovators and entrepreneurs keep pushing the envelope?
Well, look, I can think of when I first, I sat in opposition for many years. When we got into government, I looked at my office and it was surrounded, and this is only 2018, with fax machines. And telephones, desk phones, and speaker phones. We just went in, literally cleared everything out and said, like, we've got to at least modernize. But it's still amazing. We're in government, and yet it's very hard to actually regulate these kinds of things. A doctor's office in Ontario still has a fax machine. You can't accept something by email, it must be by fax. And I'm thinking, they go through the same digital space to get there. One is printed in a machine, and one is printed in a different machine. Yeah. So it's very hard to comprehend, even as somebody who chairs our cabinet, that we can't get these things done. So regulation, there are areas of importance, and I think I've described them earlier, where I think it's important that we tell our people what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how we're doing it, so that they're in eyes wide open, and we have a better sort of a social license to do the things that we're doing. I think those are more important.
Can I follow up that by asking you about data privacy? The very nature of the AI world is you suck up vast amounts of data, you train your model, and that data can come from everywhere. So the media industry is talking to these engines that you got to pay us, but those are different debates. In terms of data privacy and the way a LLM can use data, do you think at least that needs some early action in terms of protecting privacy?
I absolutely do. I can tell you, I won't use their name or their company name, but we had everybody in this room would know this person's name, and this person's company came and sat with our office. In the province of Ontario, think about it, we're a nice little square of data, 16 million people. We have 120 countries of people who are in Ontario. We are the melting pot of all melting pots. 200 languages spoken in downtown Toronto, just to give you a flavor of what Ontario is. They asked, because our health data would be so rich, they asked, can we get our hands on your data? Well, the answer is no. We don't have a social license. We're not prepared to monetize that. Even though that would be anonymized, we're not ready for that. Now, I learned something really interesting yesterday, which is why I love coming to conferences such as these, that instead of name and address and all these things, they used a retinal scan, and that was the complete ID for the people involved in a clinical trial. So there's no name, no address, no social insurance number.
We use it at our airports all the time.
Yes, yeah. But I found that to be amazing. So there's some ways that we may be able to work with this, but there's no social license, I can say, at least in Ontario, to have your health data shared, even though the argument would be it's going to save lives. But we've got companies, Ontario startups like Deep Genomics AI,
right,
who now identify drugs in 18 months instead of 6 years using AI. So there's still work being done, don't get me wrong, but the bigger picture, the bigger debate, I don't think we're ready for that yet.
Minister, you started by thanking Kali Puri, and she's right here, the Vice Chairperson of the India Today Group. She has a question for you.
Be nice, because I thanked you right at the beginning. I don't know if you were in the room at the beginning.
I'm media. There's no such thing as nice. Welcome, Minister. I wanted to take up on a point that you mentioned earlier about a bunch of startups starting on cleaning devices, and that takes away sort of the work that was being done by humans, which is great. You don't want that kind of monotonous or dangerous or risky work being done by humans. But what about the fact that some unskilled workers can only do that? So we have then taken away their jobs, and what do we do with their unemployment? Do we then provide them basic income, or how do we protect unskilled workers in some of the AI innovation that's coming in?
I think that is the question that people are asking. You know, in Ontario, we have tremendous retraining programs. We've put in things like to develop skills in Ontario. We have, I think it's getting closer to $3 billion Canadian into these programs. So for instance, I live in a very small town, especially by India's standards. I live in an incredibly small town. But we have a college and a university, 7,000 students. The town is like 55,000 people, but 7,000 students. We have free education for nursing, for paramedics, the people who drive your ambulances and attend to you. We now have free tuition and books for medical technologists, carpenters, electricians, police officers. So we're paying to upscale a workforce. You know, I'm going to give a plug for Ontario. When we got elected, we reduced costs, we reduced taxes. Today, the cost of our taxes and our cost of doing business is $12 billion lower than the first day we were in office. And that business environment has created 1 million new jobs in Ontario, 1 million new jobs. So all of this training, so we have all of this training required for the people that we need to fill those 1 million jobs that have been created.
Minister, as we close our conversation, I want to go back to that point where you spoke about the kind of minds that you have, you know, not just gold, but for the AI era. Do you see any opportunities that exist? Because in India, one of our concerns is to improve our supply chains with regard to AI. So at one end, the government's mission is working on acquiring more GPUs, but we need raw materials. Any possibilities there that exist? And are you in conversation with the government here in any way?
Yes, yes, and yes. In Ontario, again, we have mines. Put the gold mines aside for a second because we're talking the critical minerals now. Although at gold, at whatever it is, $5,000 an ounce, we have many, I think.
May I interrupt you here? When it comes to gold, I think that's the most critical mineral that Indians love, but please continue your answer.
Yeah, I think we have 10 new mines opening in the very near future because of the price of gold. But the critical minerals, cobalt, nickel, lithium, all of these are in abundance in Ontario. So yes, we need capital. So we're talking to capital markets about investing in our nickel mines. There's a new one about to start. It will be arguably the second largest nickel mine, certainly the second largest nickel bed in the world. So we're looking for capital. We're talking to companies always all around the world. But we want to take the minerals out of the ground and process them. So when Kali talked about the people, think about the thousands, the tens of thousands of people who are actually needed to process that. That we have set up a $500 million critical mineral processing fund. We may not have all of the expertise in Ontario to process lithium. We've never done it before. And it's very complicated. So we have Mitsubishi from Japan coming over to join at, I think, a 25% take of one of the lithium companies to help process. India, companies in India certainly are able to come to Ontario, participate from a capital perspective and from an equity perspective and from an actual facilitation perspective, an operation perspective in processing of cobalt or processing of lithium. And then those minerals are for sale. We want the value added in Ontario and then take them away if you've got things.
One very final question. You know, there was a bit of issue between India and Canada, more than a bit perhaps, but we seem to have kind of moved on from there. What's the future for India-Canada ties? I know you can't speak on behalf of the federal government, but as a leading policymaker and politician in the country, what's the future of India-Canada ties looking like to you?
I think it's very strong. First of all, during any geopolitical challenges that our federal governments may have had in the past, Ontario, my office, we're here every year, a couple of times a year, year after year after year. And during those challenges, we were asked by the media about that, and we just said, look, our governments, our federal governments will figure that out. We're here from the province of Ontario to tell you the business fundamentals have not changed between us, so let's just take our jackets off, roll our sleeves up, and get to work. So that's what we were able to do. I think I would say, flat out, India is a reliable partner to Ontario and to Canada, full stop.
Well, it is full stop on the time for this session, but before I let you go, those wonderful shoes that you are wearing, I mean, AI is never going to come for that, right?
These are made in Canada.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for taking out time and being with us here for this session today.
Thank you. I enjoyed that quite a bit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fideli and Siddharth Zarabi. All right, so our next session is Can India Win in the AI Race? Our speaker for this session is Dr. Vishal Sikka, founder and CEO, When I System. And moderating this session is Maria Shakil, managing editor, India Today TV Output.
Hello everyone, Dr. Vishal Sikka is a prominent Indian American technology leader, entrepreneur and AI expert. He holds a PhD in artificial intelligence from Stanford University. And that was way back in 1996. So Dr. Sikka, for the students who are here, tell us, were you the only one in the class then?
Oh no, there were a lot of us. That time period was, believe it or not, there was another similar AI hype cycle in the 1980s. And the time that I did my PhD was, things were kind of mellowing out, and we used to call it the AI winter. But there were plenty of people studying AI.
So what is PhD in AI like? I mean, what were you preparing yourself for?
So the idea of making a machine that is intelligent has fascinated people, forever. So around that time, we were sort of in one of these generations where formal systems, reasoning systems, were being built to apply mathematical reasoning to complex problems. For example, medical diagnosis or detecting fraud in credit card transactions or these kinds of things. And that technique had run into some significant limitations. I worked on a very promising approach to connect efficient subsystems into a general purpose reasoner. It's a little bit like plugins today, except the outer system was not a large language model, it was a reasoning system. So it has been fascinating to me over the last 37 or so years that I have been involved in the field to see its development and what we have today.
You have famously said that AI's impact on services and in software is real but not sudden. When you say it's real but not sudden, who all will survive this onslaught at present?
So it is there are two sides to this coin, or tale of two cities, or whatever metaphor you want to use. On the one hand, with AI today, it is possible for a person to be so incredibly more productive with whatever they need to do. I have seen examples where people can do things 20 times, 30 times faster, more efficiently than they did before. One of my friends who was a student with me in AI, when we did our PhDs together, I was just talking to him this morning. He rebuilt a system that was built by 15 engineers over 9 months. He recently rebuilt that system by himself in 14 days using one of these.
So what took 9 months then?
What took 9 months by 15 people with 15 very high-level engineers was rebuilt by him by himself, alone, within 14 days. So that's more than 100 times productivity gain. So this is possible today. On the other hand, there is also, if we don't go after these new opportunities, so you can do with that kind of a power, you can do unprecedented things. But on the other hand, you know, the kind of work that we do, the routine work, the knowledge work, that can now also be done much more efficiently. And so there is clearly a disruption there. So both of these truths are there at the same time.
Because you have highlighted the fact that what was being done by 15 individuals is now being done by one person, and in just 14 days. Earlier it was in 9 months. So is AI taking jobs, replacing humans?
So it is doing both. It is creating opportunities for completely new kinds of things that were simply not possible before. And also it is making certain kinds of work completely unnecessary. And both of these are happening at the same time. So it's like a creative destruction that is happening at hyperspeed. So the important thing is to focus on what is it that was possible to, that is possible to do now that is of value. And so I'll give you two examples. One is that at the same time that this friend of mine, you know, did his work 100 times more efficiently, there are also people who don't see the benefit from AI because they end up making more mistakes, they don't end up catching the mistakes, and then fixing the mistakes that AI makes takes them longer than it would have taken them to do the whole thing from scratch, etc. So I think the statement there is that in the hands of people who understand how to use this, it is an incredibly powerful tool. The second thing I want to say is that you can do completely new kinds of things before. And one of my customers, it's a large distributor in the Middle East. He was telling us that, he was actually telling some of my other customers that one of their major suppliers decided to shut down their manufacturing in one of the countries in the region. And they had to quickly understand the consequences of this, that now this main FMCG company is no longer going to produce locally. What do we do as a result of this? And they ran a bunch of these complex analyses using our product, using my company's product. And as a result of that analysis, they decided to shut down their operations in that country. Now, think about how this would have unfolded before AI. You would have, maybe somebody shuts down their factory, you hire, you know, expensive consultants, and you say, guys, what are the consequences of this? You pay them millions of dollars, you know, 3 months later they come back and give you this analysis. Instead, you're doing this within 5 minutes, within 10 minutes, and you take such a major decision. So work that was done by, if you wanted to even do it, would be done over months by teams of people, can now be done in minutes. So then the question is, what can you do with this? You know, what powerful things can this enable for you?
Yes.
So I think, you know, I am an optimist and an entrepreneur, and I like to think of what is it that we can do with this, rather than what things of the past will it disrupt.
You know, because there was this very interesting conversation that you were having with our executive editor-in-chief, and she used a phrase, boss mode. So does the AI respond best in the boss mode?
I think bosses who are bosses, not just, I mean, she's a real boss. I think if you say take boss mode as understanding the limitations of AI, taking the work that AI produces for you in a way that amplifies what you are doing, and yet you are careful, you apply your rigor, your scrutiny to what it has done, my God, it is an unbelievably powerful tool. But if you just blindly take what it gives you, then it is not so powerful. Then it is just, it regresses you to the mean of what is known.
So AI is not a friend.
It is a tool. You know,
so how you engage with AI becomes important.
Yes, how you engage with it, how you use this tool. It is, you know, a little bit north of Chennai, about 100 kilometers north of Chennai is a town called Atirampakkam. They recently found these Stone Age tools there from 250,000 years ago. 2.5 lakh saal purane. We were making tools 250,000 years ago. You know, this is a new tool that has been built. And the question is, what will you do with this tool? It is the whole thing about AGI, and this is all nonsense, that we should abandon that. you look at it as a powerful tool that is kind of an approximate condensation of all the bunch of human knowledge that has been known. What will you do with this?
Okay, Dr. Sikka, in 2015, you invested in OpenAI. What did you see that most people did not?
Well, it was a donation because OpenAI was a pure non-profit at the time. We gave them, I think, $3 million or something like this. Yeah, it was 11 years ago. So I had just started at, at Infosys, and the AlexNet was already 2 years old. AlexNet was the computer vision system that had beat human performance on a benchmark called ImageNet that was built by Fei-Fei Li. So all of a sudden, there was a neural network system that was able to do vision tasks even better than humans. So the trajectory was kind of clear of where this was headed. And we had to have a AI platform that we could use. And so here was Sam, who was looking to build an open AI platform. So to me, it was kind of it was obvious. It seemed straightforward that we should do this.
Okay, and since you're talking about Infosys, back then, you wanted Infosys to be India's AI-first company. As someone who has the knack of spotting transformative technologies, why couldn't you implement it then? Why didn't we take that leap through Infosys or similar companies, what perhaps United States and other countries did?
We did a lot. We built our own platform back then. We had a large collection of efforts that we were doing, which I thought was remarkable for the time. But like I said, I tend to look forward and look at what is possible now with AI. And I think, at the time, what we had, we did what we could, and it's a different time now, so.
Okay, in terms of its limits, like hallucinations in particular, which is being repeatedly spoken about, where do you think a role of companies and also countries come in with regards to regulation? And in summits such as this, which is happening in India, do you think India will show the way for regulations?
So, the idea of regulation, we are sitting here in this room and we are comfortable that this roof is not going to fall on our heads because of regulation. Okay. Even like barbers who cut our hair are regulated. So what is the problem with regulating AI? It is an unbelievably powerful technology. You better believe it should be regulated. And I'm very proud that the Indian government actually is taking a very leading and uncompromising stand on regulation, on safety, on ethics. It is very important to do that. The point about hallucinations, AI today, generative AI, is inherently hallucinatory. It is not a deterministic system. It is a system based on probabilities. You pick the most likely next token when you give it a prompt. And so that hallucination creates the need for regulation, for safety and things like that. It also creates an opportunity. People and organizations who can understand how to tame the hallucination, how to close that last mile. By the way, it is much worse than the last mile. It is more like last 100 miles at enterprises, for example. Those organizations are going to do very, very well. So hallucination is an inherent attribute of AI. It creates the burden of regulation, the burden of safety and duty of care and things like that. At the same time, it also creates an opportunity for companies to mitigate it, and my company works in this area, in order to deliver valuable solutions.
Dr. Sikka, when we started this conversation, you said that there was an AI bubble in the 1980s, right?
Yeah.
So is this also a bubble?
The thing is that there's the whole stock market and valuations, all of that. I don't want to get into all that. But there have been hype cycles around AI multiple times before. When Frank Rosenblatt built the perceptron in the 1950s, the New York Times had a headline that the scientist has built a system that mimics the human brain, and so there have been hype around AI many times before. In the 1980s, there was a whole massive hype around AI. There were VCs that were exclusively AI VCs. There were hardware companies. There were all kinds of services companies focusing on AI. People find it hard to believe now, but that happened. If you look at the math today, there are a few gaps, let's put it like this. For example, NVIDIA, which is one of the incredible companies, they have done extraordinary engineering. If you look at their revenues are in the neighborhood of $60 billion a quarter. So that's about $250 billion a year, let's say, give or take. They make a real product, you know, they make a GPU, it's about the size of a toaster oven. People buy it, $250 billion a year, this is real. On top of the GPU, cloud companies add another 2x the amount to make that available as infrastructure. So that's around 750, 800 billion a year of real spend. So far we are in the real world. And then people expenses on top of it and all that. If you amortize this 800 billion over, let's say, 4 years, that means you need 200 billion a year in revenue just to recover these 800 billion in spend. So where is that 200 billion? OpenAI is at what, 15, 20 billion revenue, something like this. So there is a huge gap. And that gap, you could say that gap is a bubble, you could say that gap is a gap in the kind of applications that people have not been able to produce yet. But it is very clear that yes, there is a severe shortage of GPUs and all of that. But at the same time, valuable applications of AI that enterprises or other people find worthwhile are not there yet. And we need to deal with that.
So as a visionary, what will be your cautionary tale on AI? Because if there has been similar bubbles multiple times in the past.
You have to invest carefully, make sure there is ROI and things like this. And on the other hand, if you are an application builder, right now, sky is the limit for you.
Sky is the limit. And AI is not future, AI is present.
AI is here, it is in the present. These things are not, someone saying, oh my God, in 10 years, this is what is going to happen. This is happening right now. So.
All right, Dr. Sikka, really appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sikka and Maria Shakir. And our next session is going to be a literal representation of what we are discussing here. Yes, India's AI dreams, for which our speaker will be Honorable Minister Jitin Prasada, MOS Electronics and Information Technology. To moderate this session, I'd like to call on stage Shweta Singh, Senior Managing Editor, Architect Programming and Head of GNT, along with her digital twin. Let's have a huge round of applause, please.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं श्वेता सिंह। उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि आप लोग सब एंजॉय कर रहे होंगे। पहली बार स्टूडियो से बाहर मेरी डिजिटल ट्विन जो कि मेरी एआई परछाई हैं, उनको लेकर आए हैं और इन्हें सिंप्लीफाइड वायर्ड इलेक्ट्रॉनिक थिंकिंग एजेंट यानी श्वेता मैं कहती हूं। कमाल है ना? बिल्कुल कमाल है। हाँ, कमाल ही तो है। जब हर जगह एआई है तो स्टूडियो में एआई क्यों नहीं? पर बहुत सारे लोग ऐसा भी सोचते हैं कि मैं आपको रिप्लेस कर सकती हूं। शायद हाँ, शायद नहीं, इस पर हम आगे बहस करेंगे। लेकिन अभी तो हम इस सवाल का जवाब ढूंढें कि भारत एआई में वर्ल्ड लीडर कैसे बनेगा। भारत में दुनिया के एआई का महाकुंभ है और यह एक बेहतरीन मौका है इस चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए। श्वेता, मैं एआई हूं और मैं आईटी यानी इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी के दायरे में आती हूं। तो मैं अपने विभाग के मंत्री को अब स्टेज पर बुलाना चाहूंगी। स्वागत करिए मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी श्री जितिन प्रसाद का। और उनका स्वागत करने के लिए स्टेज पे मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी वाइस चेयरपर्सन और एग्जीक्यूटिव एडिटर इन चीफ इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप कलीपुरी जी का।
Morning, Minister. Thank you so much for taking time out in our first AI Summit to come to the India Today Group's AI Summit. I thank you for that. I wanted to present you with a 9-point charter, something that I talked about at the DNPA panel in the AI Summit. But now that I have you here in person, I want to repeat it for your benefit. Mauke pe chauka jaise kehte hain na. We in media believe that this 9-point charter is required to ensure that AI is used for good in our industry. So, point number 1, fair value for journalistic content being used in AI systems, transparency on how news content is being metabolized by AI, not this blending that the AI companies are doing. Number 2, attribution and traceability as a democratic principle, as our legal right, not as a commercial favor. Recognize journalism as a public good. Number 4, reward stories that deliver social impact. Material change, not just reactions. Reflection over reaction. Algorithms right now just reward engagement and virality. They do not reward social impact. Number 5, put a real value to verified content, handmade by editors. Number 6, penalize AI hallucination severely. Number 7, end the asymmetry of reward and punishment between legacy media and social media, where legacy media has to follow very strict guidelines which are flouted on a daily basis by social media creators, and they're rewarded for it. Number 8, treat our population's attention as the rarest mineral we have and protect it against digital imperialism. Number 9, insist on reciprocal value from the magnificent tech companies, the Magnificent Seven as they're called, for giving them access to our rarest mineral. So thank you. This is a typical media welcome in ambush style. And now I hand you over our rarest mineral, our audience and viewers. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you and a very good morning. I'm very glad that I'm here for this AI summit that India Today is hosting. And we just heard Ms. Kali Puri, your group vice chairperson, who has outlined the whole charter, the 9 points charter for me. And of course, we have Mr. Supriya Prasad as well here, on whose invitation I'm here. I'm very glad that I have got this opportunity. And we have met at such a defining moment in India's history, where India is charting the course of AI, technology, and as well as trade. And I say both these things, tech and trade, because I have both responsibilities as the Minister of State in the IT department as well as in the Commerce department. And these two twin engines are propelling India's growth story. And we meet at this time where India has got this privilege and opportunity to host the Impact Summit. And it's not a, like I've said, this Impact Summit is not a small feat. It is a very big achievement that India has got this opportunity to host it. Why I say that is because earlier the summits have been held from Korea to London to France, Paris, which is part of the developed world. It is for the first time now that a developing nation and a part of the global south, India, is hosting this Impact Summit, and it's truly phenomenal. And what we have to offer and why the whole world is looking at us today is because of the scale that India has to offer. So apart from the scale, we have speed, we have innovation, and above all, we charter the course of inclusion, which is very, very important in our scheme of things as far as India goes. So here, today at this summit, I just witnessed the digital twin as well here and saw. And I'll begin by saying that, you know, the AI opportunity is huge. There are no boundaries. It's evolving at such a rapid pace, and India is at the forefront of that pace. Even for that matter, Stanford judges us as far as AI penetration goes. We're the third in the world. For India to achieve that kind of success, but for the future generations, we have to begin now, and that is to inculcate it in our education system. And not only as a course, not AI as a subject. We have 600 million people who in the demographic category which are young, and that's where the advantage of India is. But if we don't equip ourselves and we think we've achieved it all, we'll be left behind in years to come in the growth story that evolves with AI. So this is the time where the government is looking at your suggestions as well as to how we should include it in our lives. It's not only about students in class from 1 to 12 for colleges as well, but for the elderly as well who have to train and learn, because AI is going to become such an important part of our lives. Like at one point of time, people thought mobiles won't be anywhere, but now every person has mobiles down to the villages and the grassroots levels. The same way AI is going to storm our lives, and no one will be left behind or will be touched by this technology, big or small. So that's where the key lies, that we have to prepare ourselves. We have to ensure that all our, from the young to the old, are equipped with AI. But also, India has huge penetration with internet. It's got huge penetration with mobile connectivity, with smartphones. But that brings me the question of cyber security and cyber threats. That also is equally important as part from the government. It is our responsibility, and we are ensuring that given the size and scale of what India has to offer, we will have to ensure that our cyberspace is defended, and we have safety for our citizens. And especially with regard to AI, one big challenge that the government faces is misinformation. And that is also I want to throw in the public domain, because we are already in the process of consulting all the stakeholders. And Ms. Kalipuri has also outlined that she wants a safe, transparent, and trusted AI in her 9-course charter. So, that's where the discussion has begun, and we've reached at very advanced stages of ensuring that everybody has to take responsibility. It's not only about government, which is going to come out with some rules and legislations. It's about the intermediaries, the platforms that carry these messages and the AI content, synthetically generated content. People have the right to know, is it original or is it fake? Is it deep fake? Is it impersonation? Is it harmful to societies? For a country like India and the size and scale of its diversity, it is all the more very important that we get up to this challenge. And AI has immense opportunities. It has the power to ensure that as far as, like I said, from education to healthcare to agriculture, at scale, it has the potential to increase the productivity of our industries, our manufacturing. It has the capability of ensuring that our workforce, our skilled workforce, works better, more efficient. So these are the benefits of AI, which India today is on top of it, and ensuring that our future generations also are capable of using this technology for the growth of this country. I'm coming to India today, so there are 2 channels. I think I'll switch to the other one, that's Aaj Tak. So भारत के लिए मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण समय है, ऐतिहासिक समय है, और इसका नेतृत्व जो ये डिस्कोर्स और ये जो चर्चा हो रही है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के ऊपर, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत वो शक्ति बन के उभरा है जो एक विश्व का एक हिस्सा जिसे ग्लोबल साउथ कहते हैं, उसकी आवाज़ बन के उठा है। और उसकी आवाज़ ये है कि ग्लोबल साउथ एक ज़माने में जब इंटरनेट आया था तो डिवाइड हो गया था, डिजिटल डिवाइड की बात होती थी, हैव एंड हैव नॉट्स की बात होती थी। कुछ देशों ने टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करते हुए वो आगे बढ़ गए और कुछ देश पीछे छूट गए। मगर अब भारत के नेतृत्व में, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ये प्रयास किया जा रहा है और वो आवाज़ बन के भारत उभरा है कि ये ग्लोबल साउथ की जो सेंसिटिविटीज़ हैं, जो ग्लोबल साउथ के कल्चर है, भाषा है, रिसोर्स कंस्ट्रेंट है और कैपेबिलिटी कंस्ट्रेंट है, एजुकेशन कंस्ट्रेंट है, इन चीज़ों को ध्यान में रखते हुए आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का डिफ्यूजन, इसका डिप्लॉयमेंट बराबरी से हो, ताकि विश्व में कोई भी इस टेक्नोलॉजी से छूटा ना रहे और सब इसका लाभ लेने के लिए काबिल हों, उनको वो ये उपलब्ध कराई जाए। भारत इस सोच से आगे बढ़ रहा है कि जैसे यूपीआई है ना, जो यहाँ बैठे लोग इस 5 सितारा में भी इस्तेमाल करते हैं और गांव में भी उसका इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, उसी तरीके से एआई प्लेटफॉर्म को यूपीआई का एआई बनाना है। और वो एआई ऐसा बनाएंगे मॉडल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कि हमारे युवा पीढ़ी, हमारे इनोवेटर्स, हमारे रिसर्चर्स, हमारे स्टार्टअप्स, उनको फ़ायदा मिले कि वो ये एआई टेक्नोलॉजी का कंप्यूट कैपेसिटी, जीपीयूज़ कहते हैं उसे, उसको सरल तरीके से उनको उपलब्ध हो, कम दाम पे उपलब्ध हो, वो अपने मॉडल्स उस पर ट्रेन करें और यहाँ पे वो ऐसी ऐसी चीज़ें बनाएं एआई के ज़रिए जिससे सोशल इम्पैक्ट, जिससे धरातल पे इम्पैक्ट दिखाई दे। इम्पैक्ट का मतलब यही है, जो ये इम्पैक्ट समिट हो रहा है, जो पेरिस में एक्शन था, उससे पहले सेफ्टी था, मगर इम्पैक्ट का मतलब ये है कि बहुत चर्चा हो गई एआई की यहाँ ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे। अब जनता एआई का पर देखना चाहती है कि वो ज़मीन पे क्या परिवर्तन ला रहा है, जैसे कि किसानों के लिए वो उनकी फसल में कितनी प्रगति, उनके प्रोड्यूस को कितना बढ़ा रहा है एफिशिएंटली, वो कितने लोगों के जीवन में आमदनी बढ़ा रहा है, कितने स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ लिविंग बढ़ा रहा है, ईज ऑफ लिविंग कर रहा है, लोगों की प्रोडक्टिविटी फ्रॉम लाइक आई सेड फ्रॉम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग वो बढ़ा रहा है। तमाम ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जिसके एआई के ज़रिए हम बहुत आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। तो भारत में कह सकता हूँ हम लोग फोकस्ड एआई को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। हमारी प्राथमिकता यही है, कृषि क्षेत्र में, स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, पर्यावरण के क्षेत्र में, स्मार्ट सिटीज़ के क्षेत्र में हम कैसे लोगों की ज़िंदगी बदल सकते हैं, आमदनी बढ़ा सकते हैं, जीवन सुधार सकते हैं, लोगों को एक बेहतर भविष्य दे सकते हैं। तो भारत ये प्रयास कर रहा है कि ज़्यादा कि हम बड़े लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल्स में ना फोकस करते हुए स्पेसिफिक यूज़ केस मॉडल्स, फोकस ऑन की सेक्टर्स, उनको हम ध्यान देंगे ताकि हमारे युवा पीढ़ी, हमारे रिसर्चर्स, इनोवेटर्स जो बहुत टैलेंटेड हैं, जिनके पास बहुत हुनर है मगर उनके पास अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं है, सरकार वो काम कर रही है कि उनको हर संभव अपॉर्चुनिटी उपलब्ध करा के उनके टैलेंट का इस्तेमाल करते, उनको स्किल का इस्तेमाल करते हुए हम उनको एआई इस्तेमाल करते हुए ऐसे नए मॉडल्स कहते हैं, जिसे हम कहते हैं ये आउटकम्स क्या होंगे। जैसे ये समिट हो रहा है, इसके लोग कहते हैं इसमें होगा क्या। एक तो ये होगा कि देश और दुनिया की नज़रें इस भारत के एआई इम्पैक्ट समिट पे लगी। पूरा विश्व देख रहा है कि यहाँ क्या चर्चा होगी। ये भारत की धरती से ही आने वाले समय में एआई का डिस्कोर्स, इसकी ट्रेजेक्ट्री, इसकी सोच, इसकी पहुँच और इसकी दिशा तय होगी। तो जो आउटकम्स होंगे वो क्या भारत देख रहा है, ये हम लोगों का स्पष्ट प्रयास है कि ये विश्व का इम्पैक्ट समिट भारत में हो रहा है, मगर ये भारत के लिए हो रहा है, मैं ये सबको बताना चाहता हूँ। तो ये हमारे आउटकम्स होंगे स्केलेबल यूज़ केसेस, जिसके आउटकम्स मॉनिटर होंगे कि कितनी प्रगति हुई, कितना प्रभाव डाला, कितने लोगों की ज़िंदगी बदली, कितनों की आमदनी बढ़ी, कितनों का परिवर्तन हुआ। ये इम्पैक्ट समिट से सीखने को मिलेगा। इंटरनेशनल जो लोग आए हैं, बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस, कि उनके देश में क्या एआई के ज़रिए वो क्या नया काम कर रहे हैं, वो सीखने को मिलेगा। इसमें इंटरनेशनल कोलैबोरेशन होगा। इसमें यह भी मालूम होगा कि एआई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कैसे उपलब्ध होगा और उसके क्या क्या नई आविष्कार हो रहे हैं, वो भी यहाँ जानने को मिलेगा। और जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है कि एआई इकोसिस्टम आगे कैसे बढ़ेगा, जैसे बताया कि ट्रांसपेरेंट, सेफ और इंक्लूसिव, ये 4 बिंदु जो मैं कह सकता हूँ। 9 तो मैं बाद में बताऊंगा क्योंकि मैंने वो आपका लिखित में लूँगा, मगर 4 मैं अभी बता सकता हूँ कि दीज विल बी द आउटकम्स ऑफ द एआई इम्पैक्ट समिट विच इज़ होस्टेड इन दिल्ली। सो आई थिंक काफ़ी समय हो गया है, मैं ज़्यादा नहीं बोलूँगा, मगर इतना और ज़रूर कहना चाहता हूँ कि ये सिर्फ सरकार की पॉलिसीज और प्रोग्राम से नहीं हुआ है। ये जो आज सफलता दिख रही है और भारत एक केंद्र बन के उभरा है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के क्षेत्र में, ये एक तो सशक्त नेतृत्व आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का, और यहाँ के जो हमारे युवा साथी हैं, जो स्टार्टअप्स हैं, जो रिसर्चर्स हैं, इनोवेटर्स हैं, इनकी बदौलत, इनके काम की बदौलत ये आज हम विश्व पटल पे अपनी छाप छोड़ रहे हैं. We call ourselves the skill capital of the world. We call ourselves the talent capital of the world. And in the near future, like there were internet service providers, India will be the AI service provider of the world. And our startups and our young will bear that responsibility and take that forward and showcase to the world what India has to offer. Thank you.
आपने अपनी जिम्मेदारियों को बताते हुए स्पष्ट कर दिया था और सबको समझ में भी आएगा कि आजकल सबसे व्यस्त आप ही हैं, कम से कम अगले कुछ दिनों तक, जब तक ये जो वर्ल्ड लीडर्स हैं एआई के वो सब यहाँ रहेंगे. लेकिन मुझे नहीं लगता है कि भारत को छोड़ के कोई और ऐसा कह सकता है जो मंत्री जी आपने अभी अभी बातें कही, हैव्स और हैव नॉट्स. कोई ध्यान नहीं देता है, कोई सोचता नहीं. लेकिन हम बेंगलुरु के उस टेकी के लिए भी एआई बनाएंगे और उत्तर प्रदेश बिहार में खेतों में काम करने वाले उस किसान के लिए भी. मैं कुछ महत्वपूर्ण प्रश्न आपके सामने रखूंगी जो लोगों के जहन में है. लाखों लोग रजिस्टर करवाया है उस एआई समिट में और जा रहे हैं. नौकरियों पर क्या असर पड़ेगा जितेंद्र प्रसाद जी? बढ़ेंगी, बचेंगी या बदलेंगी?
पहले तो मैं आपको बता दूं, जो आपने बताया कि ये सबके लिए है, बिल्कुल सही कहा कि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की सोच है कि डेमोक्रेटाइज टेक्नोलॉजी. और भारत अपने आप को इस क्षेत्र में सफल तभी मानेगा जब हमारे ग्रामीण क्षेत्र की जनता, जहां भारत वास करता है, जब तक इसका लाभ उनको नहीं मिलेगा तब तक हम अपने आप को सफल मानते नहीं. ये चंद लोगों के लिए नहीं है, ये चंद एलिट के लिए नहीं है. ये डेमोक्रेटाइज करना है, गांव तक, धरातल तक इसे पहुंचाना है. वहां तक हम लोग जब पहुंचेंगे, उनके जीवन में सुधार लाएंगे, तभी अपने आप को सफल मानेंगे. और जहां तक आपने नौकरियों का सवाल किया, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण ये प्रश्न है और इससे बड़ी चर्चा है कि एआई जब आएगा तो बड़ी वाइट कॉलर जॉब्स जो लोग काम करते हैं, खासतौर से ऑफिसेज और उसमें, उनको प्रभावित करेगा और उनकी ज़रूरत महसूस नहीं होगी. ये ज़रूरी है, बिल्कुल सही आपने कहा, चिंता का विषय है. मगर जब जब टेक्नोलॉजी और ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन आया है, पहले भी हुआ है, कंप्यूटर आया था, लिबरलाइजेशन आया था, तो लोगों ने सोचा कि क्या होगा, भारत में बड़ा कंपटीशन आ जाएगा, हम लोग पीछे छूट जाएंगे, नौकरियां चली जाएंगी. मगर भारत के पास वो रेजिलियंस है, वो शक्ति है, वो काम करने की क्षमता है भारत के युवाओं के पास, भारत की जनता के पास. वो किसी भी चुनौती को स्वीकार करती है और सरकार ये प्रयास कर रही है कि हम अपने आप, अपनी जो वर्कफोर्स है, जिसे हम कहते हैं स्किल कैपिटल, हमारा जो टैलेंट है, जो कली जी ने भी कहा, जो हमारे असली मिनरल रिसोर्स हमारी जनता है, 1.4 बिलियन पीपल जो हैं, वो भारत की असली ताकत हैं. आज देश और दुनिया इसीलिए हमारे पास आ रहा है. और जो फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट्स आप सुन रही हैं, हो रहे हैं, उसकी एक ही कारण है कि 1.4 बिलियन जो एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया है वो आ गया है. उनको क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट्स चाहिए, उन्हें आगे बढ़ना है, उनको खर्च करने की क्षमता है. और इसी के दृष्टिकोण में रखते हुए स्किलिंग, एजुकेटिंग एट मैस लेवल्स, इसको हम, जो एआई की टेक्नोलॉजी है, इसको हर स्तर पर हम पहुंचा रहे हैं ताकि इस टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करें और इससे नौकरियां बढ़ेंगी. जो काम सरल थे, जो रूटीन थे, वो हट जाएंगे और उस क्षेत्र में काम किया जाएगा जहां प्रोडक्टिविटी भी बढ़ेगी, आमदनी भी बढ़ेगी, जीवन स्तर भी बढ़ेगा. ये भारत का प्रयास है. और आप देखिएगा कि भारत में वो क्षमता भी है और सरकार वो सोच लेके चल रही है कि नौकरियां जो प्रभावित होंगी उससे दुगनी और बढ़ के ये नौकरियां इससे और खुलेंगी, अपने ओपनिंग्स आएंगी. और हमारे देश की जनता उसके लिए तैयार है. क्योंकि आप देख सकती हैं कि जो समिट हो रहा है, वो कल ही मैं बोल सकता हूं कि 2.5 लाख लोग उस दिन यहाँ एआई के बारे में जानने भी आए, सीखने भी आए, कंट्रीब्यूट करने भी आए. यही भारत है. ये यहाँ पे प्रयाग में महाकुंभ भी होता है और ये एआई का महाकुंभ भी भारत में होता है, जहाँ लोग आ रहे हैं, समझ रहे हैं, डेमोक्रेटाइज हो रहा है. सबको छूट है कि वो जाएं, सीखें, देखें और आगे बढ़ें.
अच्छा, इसमें एक जो आप कहते हैं कि रेगुलेशन ऐसा ना हो जो इनोवेशन का गला घोंटे, रेगुलेशन भी सोच समझ कर हो. लेकिन केपी ने जो बात कही कि एआई ह्यूमन एजेंडा से ड्रिवन नहीं है, वो हैल्यूसिनेट भी करता है, उसे झूठ बोलने की भी आदत है, तो ये रिस्क और वो आज़ादी, उसे ये बैलेंस करना मुश्किल है.
बिल्कुल, ये भी एक बड़ी चर्चा का विषय है. कुछ देशों में बड़े सख्त कानून बनाए हैं, मगर जहाँ तक भारत का सवाल है, हर देश की अलग पहचान और हर प्रवृत्ति होती है. और हमारी अलग है कि हमारे युवा टैलेंटेड हैं, आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं और उनको हम सरकार पूरा एक लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड, उनके लिए अपार संभावनाओं के द्वार खोलना चाहते हैं हम. तो अगर हम नियम इतने कड़े बना देंगे तो कौन रिसर्चर आगे बढ़ पाएगा, कौन उसमें अपना योगदान देगा कि भय का माहौल हो जाएगा कि ये नहीं कर सकते, वो नहीं कर सकते। तो दोनों चीज़ें कर रहे हैं। हम अपनी जिम्मेदारी समझते हैं कि एआई में जो नेगेटिव्स हैं, जो एआई के जो ऑफेंडर्स होंगे, वो जो गलत इस्तेमाल करना चाहते होंगे, उनका भी ध्यान रखते हैं कि अगर यूज़र हार्म होगा, जनता प्रभावित होगी, तो कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाएगी। वरना हम ज़्यादा ओवर रेगुलेट नहीं करते हैं। हम देते हैं ऐसा मौका कि हमारी युवा पीढ़ी आगे बढ़े, उनको जीपीयूज़ कम दाम पे हम एक्सेस करा रहे हैं। वर्ल्ड के चीपेस्ट रेट्स पे जीपीयूज़ एक्सेस टू आर यंग एंड रिसर्चर्स एंड यूनिवर्सिटीज़, एकेडमिया, सबको दिया जा रहा है ताकि वो निवेश करें, नए मॉडल्स बनाएं, नई चीज़ें दिखाएं दुनिया को। क्योंकि भारत के पास टैलेंट है, भारत के पास वो डेटा है, वो लोग हैं जो कहीं नहीं हैं। तो जो भारत में जो मॉडल्स बनेंगे वो सेफ होंगे, वो ट्रस्टेड होंगे, वो इस डेटा के बदौलत हर चीज़ को फैक्टर इन करेंगे, उसमें किसी तरीके की कमियां नहीं होंगी। तभी तो भारत सबसे बड़ी एआई टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए दुनिया की नज़रें लगी हुई हैं और लोग आना चाहते हैं, यहाँ के हमारे स्टार्टअप्स के साथ पार्टनर करना चाहते हैं, इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं, योगदान देना चाहते हैं। और ये एक नई ग्रोथ स्टोरी जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो उनका विजन था, जो उनका संकल्प था, वो पूरा होता हुआ दिख रहा है कि जो देश और दुनिया अब यहाँ आके अपॉर्चुनिटी ढूंढ रहा है, क्योंकि हमारी युवा पीढ़ी तैयार है।
मैं दो छोटे छोटे सवाल आपसे पूछूंगी।
दो ही तो बताए थे आपने।
लालच, एक जर्नलिस्टिक लालच होता है, अगर मंत्री जी सामने बैठे हैं तो सवाल आएंगे। एक रिसर्च हाल में आया कि पहला जनरेशन जेन जी ऐसा हुआ जो मिलेनियल से, यानी अपने प्रीवियस जनरेशन से कमजोर हुआ सोचने की क्षमता। ये हाल ही में रिसर्च आया सर। इसमें एआई उनको आसान रास्ता न दे बल्कि केवल उनका एनेबलर बने। क्या एजुकेशन के रास्ते में भी ऐसे बदलाव की अब आवश्यकता होगी?
मैंने बताया ना, एजुकेशन के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है ये करिकुलम में आए, मगर ये सिर्फ एक सब्जेक्ट और एक विषय बन के ना रह जाए कि इसको भी पढ़ लिया। और ये तो हमारी ज़िंदगी का एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा होने वाला है। और शिक्षा का सवाल यही है कि इसमें एक जो चुनौती आती है ख़ासतौर से छात्रों के लिए, कि अगर ये इसका ज़्यादा इस पर निर्भर हो जाएंगे तो उनकी क्यूरियोसिटी, सोचने की क्षमता और रैशनलिज्म जो कहते हैं, वो सब पे फ़र्क पड़ सकता है। तो ये हम जैसे लोगों को, हमारे शिक्षकों को, जो पेरेंट्स हैं, उनको देखना होगा कि इसका इस्तेमाल ज़रूर करें, मगर इतना निर्भर ना हो जाए कि सोचने की क्षमता ना हो जाए। क्योंकि वो मानना स्पष्ट है कि असली कंट्रोल इसका ह्यूमंस के हाथ में ही होना है। तो जब तक ये है, इसको इस्तेमाल करें, मगर इतना इस्तेमाल हमारे छात्रों को नहीं होने देंगे कि वो उनकी सोचने की क्षमता और उनकी जो क्रिएटिव स्किल्स कहते हैं वो प्रभावित हो जाए।
और साथ ही इस समय जब दुनिया के बाकी प्लेटफॉर्म्स डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं, भारत के मेरा ख्याल है 12 ऐसे स्वदेशी अपने एआई प्लेटफॉर्म्स जो हैं वो रहेंगे। अभी लॉन्च आप लोग उसका अनावरण कर रहे हैं। कितना हम compete कर पाएंगे ग्लोबली और कब भारत वहां डोमिनेट करेगा? आपने कहा है एआई सर्विस प्रोवाइडर हम दुनिया के बनने वाले हैं।
बिल्कुल, तो आप देख ही रही हैं कि जो एआई इम्पैक्ट समिट हुआ है, ये कोई मामूली चीज़ नहीं है कि देश और दुनिया के सभी विश्व स्तर के स्टेट हेड्स आ रहे हैं, मंत्री आ रहे हैं, टेक लीडर्स, इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स आ रहे हैं, और जो स्टार्टअप्स और इनोवेटर्स हैं विश्व भर के, वो यहाँ संभावनाएं तलाशने आ रहे हैं। यहाँ ऐसे ही घूमने नहीं आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि भारत वो बन चुका है। ये स्किल कैपिटल भी है, यहाँ डेटा भी है और यहाँ संभावनाएं भी हैं। यहाँ हमारे पास स्केल है कि जो उनको करना है वो एक बहुत बड़ी तादाद में हो सकता है। आपने देखा ही होगा कि इम्पैक्ट समिट में कितना जोश है, और ये दर्शाता है कि भारत का युवा तैयार है और हम लोग बड़े कैलिब्रेटेड तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। एक सोची समझी रणनीति है ताकि इस टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल भी करें। भारत में मैं कह सकता हूं तमाम इन्वेस्टमेंट की घोषणाएं हो रही हैं। बड़े बड़े इंडस्ट्री के जो हैं आपके गूगल से लेके अमेज़ॉन वेब सर्विसेज से लेके माइक्रोसॉफ्ट से लेके बड़े बड़े डेटा सेंटर्स का निवेश का वो घोषणा कर चुके हैं। तो भारत इन्वेस्टमेंट डेस्टिनेशन बन रहा है। हमारे युवाओं के लिए नौकरियां होंगी, युवाओं को अपार संभावनाएं मिलेंगी, और आप देखिएगा जो दिशा और इस समिट से तय होंगी, ये बहुत दूर तक जाएंगी भारत के लिए।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका
इस व्यस्त समय में आने के लिए मंच पर। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, Mr. Prasada and Shweta Singh. As we now get ready for our next session, that is Decentralized AI, and the speaker for this session is Professor Ramesh Raskar, Associate Professor, MIIT Media Lab. Moderating this session is my colleague Maria Shakil, Managing Editor, India Today TV Output. Let's welcome on stage Professor Raskar and Maria Shakil.
Okay, so let's try and make this interactive now. How many of you have Aadhaar cards? Raise your hands. Just about everyone? Is there anyone missing who doesn't have an Aadhaar card or an ID? So here is someone who is proposing an AI for each and every citizen of India. Please welcome Professor Ramesh Raskar. He's an associate professor at the MIT Media Lab and leader of the Camera Culture Group. He's an Indian origin innovator from Nasik in Maharashtra. He pioneers computational imaging, AI for health, and now decentralized AI. And Professor Raskar is wearing a fascinating t-shirt as well. It's called Doot. Let's see it. Okay, so let's talk about Doot, Professor Raskar.
Maria, wonderful to be here. As I said, every citizen has an Aadhaar card. What if every citizen has a AI agent for themselves? Sounds very futuristic.
Yes.
But, many of us who can afford, we usually have somebody to assist us. But imagine, a 70-year-old Sita Bai in rural Bihar, and she wants to get the same kind of services that, you and I can afford. And if Sita Bai can just pick up her phone and say, मुझे तो कुंभ मेला जाना है नासिक में मैं क्या करूं? If you have to go to Kumbh Mela, you'll just ask somebody to take care of everything. But imagine for Sita Bai, an AI agent that's running on her phone can do everything for her. Her travel, her food, she's pre-diabetic, so she wants certain kind of a homestay and access to particular type of vegetarian food and so on. All those things are taken care of by this AI agent, as long as the folks at Kumbh Mela and all the vendors there also have their own AI agent so they can talk to each other.
Okay, so Sita Bai's agent is talking to the agent of one of those who are there, perhaps among the organizers in Kumbh Mela.
That's right.
And how do they connect?
So, you're familiar with Flipkart or platforms like that. And ONDC, is trying to make it more democratic. They're saying, if you're a vendor, if you're a consumer, come on this decentralized platform. Anybody can list and anybody can buy products from them. So systems like ONDC, which is part of the DPI, Digital Public Infrastructure, is already doing that. So we just need ONDC to run at Kumbh Mela, so all the vendors can register their AI agents on this platform, and any one of us, our consumer or pilgrim agents, can talk to them. And so the vendors are saying, I was at Prayagraj last year around this time, studying, how the Kumbh Mela works, and I had it's beautiful infrastructure, but experience and access is challenging. So, I had a headache, and I was just trying to look for some, some tablets, but I couldn't find among all the vendors who it would be. I would walk, various places. So there's no discoverability of resources. So imagine if the vendors are very excited to register themselves, and their AI agents don't have to pick up the phone every time saying, hey, Ramesh is calling, he's looking for, headache medicine. But I just, my agent say, mujhe thoda dard hai, main kya karu? And it's kind of, polling hundreds of vendors, hundreds of pharmacies that might be selling that. So both parties don't have to continuously be on the phone or on WhatsApp. These agents are doing everything for them.
You have said, and I'm going to quote you from one of your recent views that future will not be controlled by a single system, but will be created by millions of empowered agents working together. This is essentially what India believes in terms of decentralized AI. Will Doot figure in here?
Absolutely. I mean, if you remember before UPI, first of all, financial access was challenging. But if you did, you had to use a credit card by a company like Visa. And, it was highly centralized. All the shopkeepers had to be in the Visa network, and all of us had to carry a Visa credit card to do that transaction. But UPI made it, very decentralized because you can use any bank to any vendor, to any consumer, can connect through this decentralized platform. And think of the AI agents that are emerging through platforms like Doot and others. It's a similar thing. It builds on top of Aadhaar and UPI and DigiLocker and ONDC. It's just a layer above that. So it's not really that magical, if you think about it, but there are very few countries that can make it happen, and those countries need a very strong identity and payment rails. As far as I know, there's only one country right now.
And that's us.
That's here.
That's here. Okay, another quote of yours before you have a presentation for us. We'll be playing that in just a bit. But you say that the current AI era is factory phase, and you want it to have bazaar phase. This is again decentralization, or something which is being seen as democratization of AI. What will be bazaar phase here? And is factory phase largely dominated by those mega tech giants who are talking about trillions of dollars now?
Maria, absolutely right. I mean, right now we are kind of the factory phase of AI. In fact, some folks call it AI factories. And you need them in the beginning, billions of dollars of investment, centralize all the data, centralize all the compute, you have to build nuclear power plants to power them and so on. Just like building a factory. And you need that in the beginning. But as you know, in every society, in the beginning you build factory, and everybody else is just using what's built in that factory. That's what's happening in AI right now. Some big companies build AI and we just use it. But very quickly, we're going to switch from the factory era of AI to the bazaar era of AI, where every one of us can create our own AI models, train our own AI models. There'll be a Maria agent, there'll be a Ramesh agent, and we'll be talking to each other. Our agent will talk to each other. So when you go to the bazaar era, the economics changes right away, because now our agents are participating in the economy, and it's based on what we do. So, usually we wake up in the morning, we take care of our messages, take care of our email, and we feel like we have got some work done in our digital life. But, a year from now, you'll actually wake up, look at your agent, and say, how can I make my agent better? It's almost like me talking to my teenage daughter. And I'll say, I'm going to train this agent. Till yesterday, my agent was responding in this way, but now I learned something interesting from Rajdeep and from Maria. I'm going to edit a little bit more, add some more thoughts. Also say that I'm going to be very busy in March and April, but maybe next year I want to go to Kumbh Mela. I can kind of modify my agent and my preferences and my knowledge and my expertise, and then launch it again, right? And that takes care of majority of my life. But there's also economy around it. I might say, hey, I'm a professor at MIT, and as you can imagine, the most common question I get, hey, my son is in high school, how can he get into MIT, right? So I could just answer all those questions. My agents can just answer those questions. But also, joking aside, also some serious questions about my research or my companies and so on. So I might start charging, 100 rupees per query over time. But at some point, your agent might be better than my agent, and your agent is charging 200 rupees per query. It's like, why is Maria's agent so much better? So I'm going to send my own AI agent to the IIT of agent schools. And IITs will run schools for agents. My agents will become smarter over time, and will start competing with your agent now for business and so on. At some point, my agent will get rusty. I might have to send my agent to a repair shop. So there'll be agent repair shops. But at some time, my agent will also start doing mistakes. So I might have to buy an insurance for my agent, and so on. So you could imagine there's a whole agent economics, a whole agent ecology that's going to emerge, and we can't even imagine all the new businesses, all the new socioeconomic structures that we'll have in the next few years.
Okay, since you are saying that the impact of AI will be beyond technology, it will be in the domain of welfareism, happiness, and opportunities, then what does human interface mean then?
Yeah, I think this is the challenge, right? Who's here really excited about AI? And who's really worried about what AI can do for jobs and misinformation and fakes and so on, right? So as you can see, there's a lot of fear and excitement about AI, and that's because we're in the factory mode of AI. We have no agency, we have no control over how AI is going to get delivered to us. But when we switch it, and every one of us has our own AI, our own micro AI, our own AI agent, we can participate, as first-class citizens into this. And that's going to bring a lot of safety, lots of checks and balances. It's more democratic. Just like in democracy, even if an individual seems powerless in the beginning, because of a democratic process, even the most powerful have to listen to every individual. It's the same thing when you democratize AI. When every one of us has the ability to participate in the AI ecosystem, suddenly there is a bit of equalization there. And that's how the socioeconomic aspects are going to change. And, people might be worried about their jobs and so on. That's because we're in the factory era. But in the bazaar era, there'll be so many new opportunities. All of us will be busy creating new businesses, as I said.
And how soon is the bazaar area?
That's a good question. I mean, if somebody reminds you that ChatGPT is just about 3 years old, how much has changed? We take it for granted now. How many people are doing their homeworks with ChatGPT? You don't have to raise your hands. How much has it changed? So you can only imagine how quickly. Is it going to take 10 years, 5 years, maybe 1 year? And that's why the next year's Kumbh Mela, which is happening in Nasik, is our first flagship example of having millions of people having their own AI agent as a pilgrim.
Okay, so what you have for us? Let's take a look at the presentation now.
So
Yes,
all right.
here.
So first of all, Doot, which as you know means a messenger or an envoy, not your master, is a personal AI agent for every citizen, right? Just like there's Aadhaar and UPI and so on. And Doot is not trying to control you. It's your messenger. It's not taking decisions on your behalf. And the way we are doing this is a technology called Nanda. Okay?
Right.
And Nanda stands for Networked AI Agents in Decentralized Architecture, which is a mouthful, but Nanda means joy, and also name of my sister, who lives in Nasik, right? So the Nanda technology is what's really playing a role. And as I said, if you think about what's the internet of AI agents? Yeah. We are kind of in the mainframe era of AI, where things get built in big factories. We switch to PCs, then the intranet, then the internet of AI agents. But the internet was about connecting machines. The World Wide Web was about connecting people. And Nanda is about connecting agents that are representing people, right? So that's the key here.
So NVIDIA speaks about factory phase. You are speaking about the bazaar phase.
That's right.
And the bazaar phase comes how many years after the factory phase?
I mean, it's already happening.
It's already
What you may not realize is that the reason why we have to be in the factory phase is these models have 1 trillion parameters. They cost billions of dollars to build and so on. But now the models are becoming so small, they'll run on your phone. It'll take less power and less compute than watching a YouTube video. So imagine, Maria, if all your information, all your degree, all your health, all your travel, which is maybe a couple of megabytes of information, is running on your phone and doing the work for you all day, all night, like having your own assistant. So that's where the bazaar phase is already happening. But then what's needed is the network aspect of it. How do you build a network?
Yes.
Because it wasn't enough that everybody has cash. What we needed was something like UPI, so it's network, so anybody can talk to anybody and buy insurance or buy a new phone or get credit instantaneously. So the network is more important than the AI.
So do I have to instruct my agent to speak to, say, the agent who is sitting somewhere, and then they communicate? Or does that happen because it picks up from my mention during one of the conversations that I may have with intent that I want to do that?
That's a good question. Maybe in the beginning, it's like raising your child. In the beginning, we handhold, we are very prescriptive, and as they start, raising, it's like, now you're independent. By the time they're 18, they go to college, we're like, beta, now you're on your own, right? And the same thing with agents. In the beginning, we'll be very controlling, very prescriptive, but at some point, the agent will be so good, Maria, you'll say, like, you know what? Just go ahead and do it. I'll be fine with it.
Okay, so let's move on to the next slide.
So we don't have to go through all the slides.
Yes.
But I think I just want to get this idea across that in the beginning, we have to build a very solid foundation. Just as you move to a new city, move to a new country, you need a passport, you need an address, you need your Aadhaar card. Every agent also needs to have their own Aadhaar card, right? Every agent needs to have their own bank wallet, and so on. But very soon, agents will start helping in our jobs. They'll start making money on our behalf. But agents will also create their own stock markets. They'll also create their own banks. Unfortunately, they'll also create their own casinos. So there'll be some good stuff, there'll be bad stuff as well. But soon after that, when we move to a new city, it's not just about settling down and finding a job. We start creating clubs. We start hosting events like this. We create universities. We create justice system. We create sports teams. And agents are going to do the same thing. They're going to create their own justice system, because what if my agent didn't do the right thing that Maria agent asked you to do? So you're going to sue my agent. So we need our own justice system for it as well.
So and the justice system again will be agent-like.
The agents are just interacting with agents. There'll be agent judge and agent clerk, and they're all interacting with each other. Every once in a while, we might have to go and intervene to see if everything is going fine. But most of the time, they're just talking to each other. It's like high-frequency trading today on stock market. Somebody's writing algorithms and stocks are being traded. The fund managers barely take a look at it just to make sure things are right, but the trades are happening very, very fast. Maybe that's the closest analogy to how agents will be doing this fast trading with each other, not just for commercial purposes, but for entertainment, for social, for justice, and everything else.
So if there is a jury also for agents, then are we then heading to a situation then perhaps in future summits of this nature will have agents of ours? We may not be there in the room at all.
No, the whole point is the more the technology there is, the more time we'll have to spend with each other in the real world. Just because the computer can beat chess didn't mean we stopped playing chess. Yes. Just because there's a bicycle or a car that runs faster than us doesn't mean we stopped running or exercising or running Olympics for running, right? So I think the more technology there is, the more human it becomes our day-to-day activities. So I think we'll be spending more time. Like, just think about running this conference, how much your team spent time doing all the stuff that happens behind the scenes. I know how amazing your team is trying to coordinate for me to be here, but imagine if all of that's happening, semi-automatically, and then we can come here and just focus on, what we really enjoy, which is exchanging ideas and thinking about the future.
Okay, so your final thought, and this is my question. What's your most optimistic view of AI reshaping India's economy and society, say by 2027 and beyond?
So let's start with the potential dystopian world. The potential dystopian world is that we remain in the AI factory era, and they build the most amazing math teacher for the world, the most amazing mental health worker for the world, and there'll be exactly math teacher for the whole world, exactly one accountant for the whole world, and everybody else, all of us, will just be intelligent slaves given by this master AI. That'll be a pretty soulless life. We won't lose jobs, but jobs of most of the people will be just using these AI models given to them. That's the dystopian world we are walking into right now. But once we move to the bazaar phase, what's going to happen is the math teacher is training their own AI agents. The students are training their own AI agents. They're talking to each other about many interesting things. If you're an artist, if you're a creator, if you're a leader, so it becomes a creator economy. We're all going to become artists. We are all very proud of an agent we are creating because our agents are representing us in this parallel economy. So I think the glorious decade ahead is that it's a beautiful world where all of us are training our agents. We spend a lot of physical time, things that we enjoy doing, and many of the pesky situations that are out in the world, like health and education and travel, livelihood and insurance and climate, all these issues are being solved in a democratized agentic world. That's my hope.
All right, on that positive note, or should I say Doot for all, so maybe in some years from now, all of you and all of us will also have an AI agent for every citizen. That's a great idea, certainly. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you, Professor Raskar, for this conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Raskar and Maria Shakil, as we get ready for our next session. Our next session for today is AI Scale and Accountability. Our speaker for this session, Ivana Bartoletti, Global Chief Privacy and AI Governance Officer, Wipro. Moderating this session is Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today.
Thank you very much, and a warm welcome once again. Ivana, good afternoon. This is a time when we've just heard about the world of agents, and you specialize on the subject of governance and privacy. I want to begin this conversation by understanding from you, for the benefit of all our viewers and those who are here, in a world of agents where perhaps there will be multiple agents working for you and me in the future, what will privacy mean, if at all anything?
Easy question. So, AI agents is probably the most fascinating and interesting area. The idea that, as we just heard, we can have an agent to do things for us, and we can say, book a trip and do this and do that for us. It's incredible. But AI agents bring enormous challenges. And the challenges are not just from a privacy standpoint, because of course, once you start giving an agent access to your wallet, your bank account, what if something goes wrong? What if, for example, from a security and vulnerability standpoint, well, what if your money gets lost? So the challenges around AI agents are very much about security and resilience that have, of course, an impact on the protection of data. So we've got to be really careful about it. And there is also one other element. Agents, they bring together LLMs, all the things that you use on a daily basis. But they really make the challenges much bigger. So, for example, they hallucinate. But it's not just an hallucination like a normal LLM. It's hallucinations that go all the way down and pass from one agent to the other, and so they can become quite risky. So what is the point here that I'm trying to make? Is that we have to build this tool with safety and resilience at the very heart. This is very, very important. And it's very much the heart of this AI summit, isn't it? The heart of this AI summit is about democratization, is about everybody having access, and is about governance. So governance doesn't mean that you stop using AI agents. It's the opposite. It means that you make them so safe that people can use them and trust them. It's not going to be an easy one, but this is where I'm really looking forward to leadership coming from India as well. The leadership I'm after is technically, how are we going to safeguard the data of people through agents? Now, I see young people in the room, and this is a challenge that I would like to throw to the young people and say, come up with security-enhancing technologies, privacy-enhancing technologies, so that we can build this. Now, I do the sort of best job in the world, which is to work with product managers and try to embed all these protections in the design. So I work on how do we design these agents? How do we create the trust stack so that these agents are well designed and people understand them? And for example, I say to them, if the agent has access to particular information, let's escalate it to a human to say yes or no. This is very important because you've got to remain in charge. If the AI agent is going to access something very personal about you, then you may say, well, actually, on this, I am going to ask the owner to say yes or no. So it's all about design, see? privacy, data protection, security, resilience is all about how we design this tool.
What is the role of creating a governance architecture around this? The reason I ask you this, because you lead this function at one of India's largest information technology companies, and for the benefit of our audience and for our viewers, she's Italian. She lives in Frankfurt, but she works out of a company that is headquartered in Bangalore. So, you know, a global citizen if there was one. But can there be a governance framework for this future world, including whenever, you know, we have super intelligence? Some experts say it's a few years away, somebody says sooner, somebody says later. But in that era, what kind of governance framework can we aspire to?
Yeah. I mean, I think governance is kind of a strange word to an extent, you know, because if I say to you governance, what is the first thing that comes to mind? What is the first word? I mean,
heavy-handed state deciding the rules of what you can do or not do.
Do you agree? See, that's not the case. Yeah. So I'm here to really say it's not the case. So when we talk about governance, we talk something else. And I've learned this in my day job. Right? I come from privacy. And actually, I come from sort of legal background, and then I learned how to code, and I went into the technical stuff. And I'll tell you what I learned on my own skin at Wipro, okay? I learned that governance of AI has got nothing to do with compliance. It's got nothing to do with the law. It's got nothing to do with risk management. I mean, it's got something to do, but it's not that only. Governance is about making sure that you have long-term innovation. A lot of clients that I work with, they say, well, okay, this is great. You can do this, this, and this, but is it going to be effective? I mean, don't forget that a lot of AI is not bringing the ROIs that we expect. Why? Why? Because we are not, a lot of people are not choosing the right models, the right approach, the right solutions, the right use cases, the right risk appetite. It's really, so governance is not about strongholding and is about enabling. So please change the approach. You've got to, I did this sort of massive rethinking within Wipro, and they said, actually, we're talking about strategic capability. We're not talking about compliance. That is not compliance. We're talking about how we go to an organization and we help them innovate in the long term. So this is really important. Now, of course, you see me as a European, and immediately you say the word governance, you think about European AI Act, legislation. They want to stop everything. They want to, isn't that true? Is that what you think?
Well, yeah. I mean, the Europeans certainly lead in governing and regulating everything. And perhaps, you know, India follows pretty much a step behind.
But you've just done a deal with the European Union, haven't you?
Well, we look forward to seeing the benefits come to both sides, and yes, and with the United States as well. Let me take this further from a point that you made, and this is, you spoke about hallucinations and the world of agents. I give some key tasks to my agent or to an AI engine. There is a multiplicity of engines to choose from. Right now, it's the Wild West. Many of them, especially in the Indian context, are offering free services, I imagine, to suck up the data and train their models. If something goes wrong, who owns the risk? Who is responsible? Where do I see redressal? If you go through the normal system, a contract goes bad or somebody doesn't deliver a service in time, you go to the courts. Where do I have recourse as a citizen today?
Yeah, so, I mean, there are different kinds of harms, no? So you can have a violation of your privacy sort of rights into this process, and then you have the privacy legislation in India, which has been now operationalized through the rules, and it's great that, and this legislation means a lot because it really makes India a wonderful place to do innovation with, because you have that certainty of the rule of the law from a privacy standpoint. Then obviously you have the responsibility and liability that these companies have. So they have sort of these liabilities that are enshrined normally in contracts, and so you can say, well, hey, you've so there's breach of contract here, you have done, but it's true that a lot of these things you have to bear a lot of responsibility yourself. Like we're hearing cases where people are using these tools and they're just copying and pasting it, or they are using, and these systems, they hallucinate and they have put false clauses into them, and then they present them. And even organizations that we've seen saw recently in Australia, they were paid by a client to do a report, and they asked ChatGPT to do it. And of course, these systems hallucinate. And hallucination, by the way, is a strange word, because hallucination is very much human word, like humans hallucinate. In this case, we're not talking about humans, we're talking about sort of statistical and mathematical sort of randomness. So it's so it's a strange word, but basically this company in Australia, they presented this to the client and it was completely wrong, because they, if one of these tools they don't know, they make it up.
And Ivana, this is not an issue that is, alien to us. The Supreme Court of India, no less, has just spoken about the fact that it's concerned about AI being used in legal petitions, in paperwork, and I think it's a great concern. What can a country like India, where you have this massive number of users, many of the proprietary technologies overseas, those companies operate in India, what can we aspire to do in terms of a regulatory framework for AI? What should be the best case scenario?
So I would say don't do like what other countries are doing. You don't have to, right? It's really important. I mean, I saw when I was driving here this morning, I saw a poster, one of the many posters. I mean, you've invaded Delhi with posters about the AI summit. It's quite nice to see. So I saw one of the posters and said, it's the only one I saw with that. And he said, we're sort of dealing with AI in the unique way. And I felt, well, yes, exactly. That is what matters. No, you're not going to do things like in Europe, because Europe has got the European AI Act, which doesn't suit India. It's different. I mean, the European AI Act is an ex-ante legislation based on a culture that is completely different. That's okay. And the United States, they're acting in a different way. They're acting, I mean, don't think there is no regulation. It's regulation in another way. I mean, even imposing tariffs is a way of regulating.
Yes.
And and states, every single state in the US is regulating in its own way, especially when it comes to the use of AI in the labor market. So algorithmic systems that can hire and fire individuals. So India is doing, I feel, the right thing. And first of all, because, and I mean, we can't underestimate, I've seen this to all the commentators from America, from Europe I've been talking to, that I'm really annoyed that it's not covered as much as it should. This is the first summit happening in the Global South. This is incredible, incredible. The first one happening in the Global South, yeah? And in a place, and I feel that being a European, working for an Indian company as vice president, I feel that gives me a very different perspective on things. And so when I talk to them, I say, it's the first summit happening in a country that combines two elements. First, the ability to create digital infrastructure and scale up. I mean, I look at the fact that you've done things like UPI. And I'm thinking this is a country that can scale up digital infrastructure. Second, this is a country that is hungry to use technology, So when you align these two factors, that's really big. When you, on top of that, you add talent, and I know, because if I look at how many engineers and data scientists and people who have studied technology I have in Wipro, it's amazing. And the scale of expertise. So when you add all of this and you put it together, and you also look at the fact that you have the ambition, and I say this to the Western audiences that do not often understand, because it's a different culture, and it's important to do that. And I say, the ambition of creating growth with AI to grow as a country, yeah? and the ambition to say, hey, we create 20% of the world data. We also want to leverage tools and use tools where we can speak the languages that we speak, that can reflect not just the culture of, for example, that is embedded into American created or elsewhere created tools, but also the ethical norms that in this country. This is where I think that is where all the potential of India comes from. So I wouldn't worry too much about these big LLMs. What I think is very important is the investment in data centers, the openness to the large corporations, obviously, and the investments that we're seeing, the tax relief for data centers is important because AI is not just technology. AI is earth, AI is materials, AI is conductors. People think AI is just technology. No. So investment. What is important is the creation, so the models, smaller models that can be trained and tuned to really with India data. So models, applications. We need applications that have real uses every day and that can be scaled across the country with trust, because this is where adoption happens, and with adoption, growth. And the last element on the regulatory side, the techno-legal approach chosen by India is a clever one. Very unique. It basically says, we're not going to do overarching regulation. We are going to do all-round accountability of AI, looking at the real impact in the world rather than ex ante, leveraging technology to solve some of the governance issues, which is good, and there is a lot that we can learn from this around the world. And this techno-legal approach is fundamental in a country like this because, as I said before, you've got to your strength is be able to scaling up this digital infrastructure across the country. So I think this is a good way of doing things. I would add the cooperation and global cooperation is also very important. I am glad that I live in Germany, where there is sort of strong cooperation with India. I see a lot of openness to India's talent, and vice versa is really good. This cooperation is important because we have to find technical and techno-social and techno-legal solutions to the future. And I want to close on one thing, if you allow me. A lot of people talk about AI capabilities. And it is important because they will increase and increase. We will be here probably or another part of the world in 1 year, and we will have even more AI capabilities. So I would suggest we've got to stop the focus. Of course, AI capability is important, but on the capacity that we have as businesses, as country, to absorb these capabilities and to govern them. Because this means how are we going to govern the fact that you have deepfakes? And deepfakes are terrible for misinformation, but also they are terrible because they penalize the vulnerable people the most and women the most.
Yes.
Okay? So how we govern that step by step. So we see harms, we intervene, and we see if existing legislation is sufficient. If not, we come up with soft and hard legislation. We don't have to immediately come up with hard legislation also. I mean, in India, to legislate takes a lot of time. I mean, it's not like it's a democratic process. So it's step by step with the ambition that we want to leverage AI to make India stronger. And if we make India stronger, we make the rest of the world stronger too.
Absolutely, Ivana. In fact, the fundamental change that AI is bringing to society, to governance, to policy making, to every single field of human endeavor is humongous. And I would completely agree with you that learning to grapple with this, both in terms of the policy architecture, the governance factors, is a tremendous one. As I let you go, one quick 30-second kind of answer. Is there one risk that you think is being underappreciated in the Indian context? So, 400,000 people registered to visit the AI summit in India. You made that very important point. This is a country hungry for technology. We are an aspirational country. But is there one risk that is, according to you, underappreciated? Quick answer.
I think the one risk is the impact, how AI can be is on women. And I'm
Okay.
going to say this because I'm also the founder of an organization called Women Leading Artificial Intelligence. And it's not just about women participation into the coding side, because India's got 43% of women in coding.
Yes.
And in Europe 19, so we've got a lot to learn from you. But is how that workforce present translates into power. And I think artificial intelligence has got enormous potential for women, but it also has the potential to reinforce existing stereotypes and inequalities into the systems.
Okay.
We've got to be very, very aware of this, and this is where I would like to see a lot of women participation into the discussion, not just coding, but also taking the lead on the policy side.
That's a very important point that we closed this session on. Just yesterday, we did a session. We were partnering with one of India's largest groups with 1,600 rural women. And they ran a live pilots on utilizing various AI technologies to do stuff, and I was amazed. And these were women from deep rural India and the kind of work that happened. So I really take that point as one of the most important ones that you have said. Ivana, we are completely out of time. This conversation could have gone on for longer, but thank you very much for your time with us today.
Thank you so much, Ivana and Siddharth Zarabi. And we now set the stage for our next session. All right, so our next session is ROI in AI. Our session partner for this session is Indiaspora, and our speakers for this session, Mr. Rangaswamy, M.R. Rangaswamy, founder Indiaspora, Jonathan Siddharth, founder and CEO Turing, Anisha Chopra, Chief Strategy Officer Arcadia, and moderating this session will be Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today. Let's have a huge round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. I was wondering with back-to-back sessions if AI avatar or an agent could have done this job, but I'm up here, and thank you very much with this very fantastic panel on a subject that is very, very important. Hundreds of billions of dollars are being invested around the world on AI. India too, just 24 hours ago, one of India's largest companies, the Adani Group, has said $100 billion in data centers. Previously, $75 billion, a large amount of that going to the state of Andhra Pradesh, again in this space. Individual startup companies, I don't know how many of you managed to get inside the AI Summit. I went there, young founders, this company that many of us hadn't even heard about, straight away $1 billion being raised, $1 billion plus, all of this pretty much in the last 24 hours. But the critical question, ROI, return on investment. For a student, ROI is the numbers that he will get from an exam. For a business, it is capital deployed and the returns that are made. Set this ROI question in context, Mr. Rangaswamy. Why is it fundamental to this debate that centers around AI and the investments that we are seeing in it?
Thank you, Siddharth. Again, the key question here is, like you mentioned, hundreds of billions of dollars are going into data centers, into investing in LLMs, and the reward has been promised to come in the future. The question is, how long can investors wait for the rewards to be recognized? $1 trillion is going to be invested in data centers. That means the revenue of those companies have to be larger than $1 trillion. And if you look at the entire revenue generated by hyperscalers and the startups, it's less than, I don't know, 25, 50 billion maybe, being generous. So when is it going to reach that $1 trillion threshold to pay back the investors? And that is the key question. And I think there's so much euphoria here. I think there's definitely a bubble here. But good things can happen. The question is, how patient will investors be? How patient will the stock market be? And that's why ROI is so significant, because people are going to use AI if they see a return on investment. And that's what I hope we can have a good discussion here.
That's a very, very important point that you made. And as I come to you, Jonathan, explain to our audience here your perspective on ROI. Is there so much capital awash in this world, liquidity, that it's just going for the next thing without looking at what the return would look like?
Thank you, Siddharth. So I have an interesting vantage point because my company works with all the frontier AI labs like OpenAI, Anthropic, DeepMind, Meta. So we see the investment upfront. And I would say this year has been an important year where AI has shifted from passing tests to doing real work, right? I think the ROI question maybe misses a bigger point, which is, if you look at digital knowledge work today, like across every industry, financial services, life sciences, retail, healthcare, every function in that industry, like software engineering, sales, marketing, every role in the org chart, every workflow that a human goes through, that's $30 trillion of digital knowledge work. That's the work that a human does in front of a computer and uses a keyboard and a mouse to get tasks done, right? And if you think about robotics, you can scale that up to 110 trillion, right? So today, with artificial superintelligence, we are reaching a point where these computer use agents can now do tasks that can span days. Pretty soon it'll be tasks that can span weeks. So it's going to impact every single job on the planet, right? And almost all the problems that humanity faces are intelligence constrained. It is, and what we have here is intelligence as an API. If you had abundant intelligence as an API, you could cure diseases, you could go to Mars, you could extend lifespans. So there's so much potential here. And unlike with self-driving cars, which was sort of a hard failure problem for AI, where you have to get 100% accuracy or 99.9999 accuracy to deliver value, here these are soft failure problems. So even with today's models, there is so much value that you can unlock. Because many of these systems are human-in-the-loop systems.
Right.
And when we work with enterprises, we see that the work of a human has changed from doing the work to verifying the work of agents that are doing the work. I think we're about to enter a golden age of productivity. It's going to be incredible to be a human knowledge worker.
Okay, golden age of productivity. Anish, as I come to you, I got the sense from his answer that should we be even asking this question, right? If you're in the phase of discovery, when the wheel was invented, nobody asked the ROI question. Look where it has brought the world. So is that something that you would want to answer?
Yeah, let me just, a little context. I'm going to speak to this answer as a former policymaker in the US, and I want to just highlight the dynamics. 3 layers to this question. One, we had a chapter of this movie earlier when we did the digitization revolution, and we spent considerable sums of dollars to put dark fiber throughout our respective economies. And at the time, the ROI question was very risky because the utilization rate of the fiber when it was initially deployed was much lower. In today's infrastructure investment analogy, I think every GPU is accounted for. So the utilization rate of the infrastructure already exceeds what we saw when we had this prior discussion about bubble or not bubble at the infrastructure layer. Number 2, when we launched Startup America in the United States, one of the important policy objectives was to say all the job creation in the US going back a decade came from companies less than 5 years old. MR has been an entrepreneur his whole life. Entrepreneurship has been driving economic growth in the US story. But what often happens is the rules of the road of a particular sector change, and it's the entrepreneur that races to the future. That's an open question in ROI. As we get to the total addressable market of labor in various sectors of the economy, we don't know if we have the rules of the road quite yet to unlock that ROI on what is a human, what is a automation system supporting a human, and how should that mix be governed.
But do you even need those rules? If you were again,
yes,
you were the first CTO of the US government during Barack Obama's presidency, but if you were again a CTO of the US government, would you even advocate the need for rules?
Let me explain. These are different rules. What I'm describing here are market enablement. So this Trump administration in the United States context has just created new rules to create essentially a more AI-powered healthcare delivery system. So by changing the way you reimburse, instead of it being a human's documented time spent treating the patient to something that's more about outcomes, you can unleash this AI revolution where you've got an army of AI agents supporting a doctor. You sometimes need enabling policies to unlock ROI. And my last comment, and I think this is another area of ROI, this is an area we're coming into this age of abundance. So we have to start asking more of a societal and multi-stakeholder question of ROI. There'll be capital deployed and earned, but there will also be questions. What is the return on getting everybody educated at a gold standard? What is the help of accessing universal high-quality healthcare? And these are the three frameworks that I believe will make the ROI question central for the next decade.
Mr. Rangaswamy, hundreds of billions of dollars were blown up in the dot-com bubble. The financial meltdown, probably a trillion and more. If AI were to solve long pending medical issues or new drug discovery 10 months instead of 10 years, then why should we even be bothered about asking that ROI question? This is so fundamental to humanity.
I agree, but it's very altruistic, right? At the end of the day, an investor wants to see returns, whether Jonathan or Anish say it's long-term going to be gainful for the economies, right? So there's short-term, long-term. So somewhere there has to be some kind of convergence where short-term investors go, we'll be medium-term investors, and the long-term people like Jonathan and Anish go, no, we'll come to the medium term. Yeah. So I think we need to move the horizon a little closer. That's what I'm advocating for, is refined objectives, refined ROI, that kind of addresses both the long-term needs of society, and I agree with you, there's 30, 50, $100 trillion of market space and TAM, as you call it, but how quickly can we achieve it? And can we pay back these investors? Or like the dot-com bubble, I'm not saying the dot-com bubble was bad, because out of the dot-com bubble, there was $100 billion spent by private capital, and out of that came companies like Google and all these companies that are now worth trillions of dollars.
The new empires of today were built out of the rubble of that era.
Exactly, and so the same thing can happen again. I'm just saying, let's bring some coalescence around
let me interject here, because we are here on the sidelines of the India AI Impacts Summit, and the speaker before said it's the first one in the Global South. What is the path for India? Because this is a debate within government circles. How much money should the government commit? We have committed some money, but if you look at the size and scale of the Indian central government budget, it is not too much. What is the right path for a country like India? To you first, and then to both of you.
So I would say let's look at the dot-com bubble again. Most of the money that went into the dot-com bubble came from private investments. There were no big write-offs by government when the fiber and all this thing happened and they weren't utilized. I think the similar thing is happening here as well. I don't see governments putting that much money. It's data centers are being built by sovereign wealth funds. It's being built by investors. So if those data centers go dark, the guys are going to take the loss. It's not a government. It's going to be mainly private capital. So that's my take on it, is I think governments should invest some money, but they're not going to be the primary investor in the AI boom.
Okay. Yeah.
So I have 3 comments to make. Firstly, I think India should invest in sovereign AI. And second, there are big implications for jobs and education. So I'll come through all that. So when I say sovereign AI, I mean, I think it's important for India to build its own foundation model that's fine-tuned by Indian citizens, Indian nationals, at least in post-training, where
Does Sarvam fit the bill? Because it's being launched, I mean, their latest work is being launched as we speak.
It could. I haven't dug into them deeply.
Okay.
But I think the future will be some type of a hybrid architecture where a government like India will have her own sovereign AI model. That model could be fine-tuned on proprietary data that the Indian government has. You want proprietary intelligence that's in the minds of the humans that work in government in India to be distilled into the models. You want to teach the model how to do proprietary tool calls, but still give the model the ability to talk to other frontier models, perhaps a GPT-5 or a Grok 4 or a Gemini 3, so the model can orchestrate and collaborate with other models where needed. I think this will be important, like to make the government more efficient, to better serve the citizens of India. It's important for national security. I think it's important for India to also be at the frontier of superintelligence. You have to be in control of your destiny. And a big part of it is being in control of the data that goes into the models. The algorithms are relatively diffused across the industry. Compute, again, is relatively diffused. You can invest. I think data is where you differentiate. So you'd want to make sure you invest there. Second, I worry deeply about job displacement because there is a tsunami coming with superintelligence. Like every type of digital knowledge work that a human does in front of a computer is going to change. Not necessarily replaced, but it's going to change. Humans are going to switch from doing work to verifying the work of agents. So we have to train humans to help them adapt to this new way of working. And third, that comes to education. I think I worry even more about education because there's 12 years of humans sort of in the pipeline before they get into the job market. And these models are getting smart, like quarter over quarter. I think we have to fundamentally rethink education for a post-superintelligence world.
Okay, before I come to you, Anish, we had invited a lot of students. All I want from you here is, for those who think that AI is a worry to your future job prospects and that you need to retool, please raise your hands. Okay, so I hope they heard my question right, but not many seem to be, at least not the majority of this room seem to be worried. But your take on this?
Let me just say at the outset, capital is flying so it's economic highest and best use. So I don't know if a government contribution in addition is necessary. I'm with MR on that. But let me just make a couple of observations. Almost 15 years ago, President Obama came to India and we did an expo on what was at the time the beginning of the Aadhaar revolution and DPI. And when President Obama observed all of this, he had one word to say to India: leapfrog. There was an opportunity to leapfrog into the next generation what this infrastructure would mean. And if you remember, in the COVID pandemic, in the US, we were still handing out paper cards to give people the vaccination records. In India, that was all digital. Leapfrog. So I say, what motivated me to the AI Impact Summit was the impact message, was that we're going to unlock the use cases that will drive the greater good. The question you posed was a worrying one. Are you worried? What if the entrepreneurial spirit of this country created the conditions to train people on how to be better at prompting AI tools to do their job even better? And this became the center of excellence for how to cross this chasm so that we get to jobs abundance, even if we're thinking about the tsunami on the other side. So impact in healthcare, impact in skills development. This is an opportunity, and I'm a disciple of C.K. Prahalad. His son was my roommate in school, and so I believe in fortune at the bottom of the pyramid. We can invent innovative models in the use of these new technologies in key sectors of the economy and then scale them globally, and the beneficiaries will be the world.
Quick follow-up. Where do you think AI in the context of India will have the greatest impact? For example, healthcare, a sector that you are involved in.
Health. It unquestionably, in one of them, in fact, the session we're having later this afternoon is on this exact issue. In order to understand the power of AI in health, one has to ask the question, how easy is it for someone to get access to a high-quality doctor today? And that access is difficult. So this is the ideal leapfrog moment. You need data access, you need compute, and you need models that are tuned to make sure that we're doing in the best interests of the patient. These are all opportunities. Jump ball. we can actually see that collaboration work. And I'm hopeful with ABDM and the initiatives here, combined with what we're doing in the US with health tech ecosystem, there's a chance to collaborate in these areas as we did with the US-India Open Government Dialogue.
Mr. Rangaswamy, as you, and Jordan, before you come in, another show of hands, how many of you have used any form of AI in the past week?
That's a cheat question. Of course the answer is
okay, go ahead.
See, that's the group, and an earlier speaker alluded to it, right? They're all using AI and generating a lot of data.
Yeah.
And so there's some questions to be answered on ROI. Who owns that data? I don't know. Right now,
I don't know too.
Yeah, it looks like the models own the data, right?
Yeah.
So I think there might be something regulations-wise and others to kind of provide consumers some benefit of using these systems. So there could be some ROI that's more than just making you more productive, giving you more abundance. Maybe there's also money to be made in using AI and training the data models to be better too.
Yeah, go ahead.
So a great comment to MR on who owns the data. Like when we work with enterprises and governments, we see a strong desire for sovereign AI, where I do think governments and enterprises should own their data. And there are ways to architect these systems within the compliance boundaries of an enterprise so the data doesn't leave the company. I do think a company's data is its moat. I don't think algorithms and compute will be. I think it'll be data. And ideally a data-driven feedback loop where as humans use that company's services, the models keep getting better, the agents keep getting better, and it becomes more useful. And I really liked Anish's framing on leapfrogging, right? Like I love that optimism. And in case the tsunami sounded a bit scary, you could surf the tsunami, right? And maybe all of us, I mean, you're all already using AI pretty heavily. I think we have an exciting path ahead. To your point, in addition to healthcare, for India, I'm extremely optimistic about education. Yeah. I think there has been no better time to be a student, right? Like, so if you're studying something, right? Like you have an infinitely patient tutor that can talk to you at your level of difficulty.
In the same classroom, This is a brilliant point. Imagine 50 of you students in a class, one teacher delivering the same message in the same tone and with, in his own style. But imagine each of you getting a dedicated tutor, even if you are in a physical classroom. That's the world I believe will perhaps move to.
That's exactly right. And I benefited greatly from my teachers in Chennai, where I grew up, and at Stanford. I still remember my awesome teachers. And now we can scale those teachers to the rest of the world. So we've built this thing called EDU Arena. So if any of you are interested in sort of playing with like an education-focused LLM product, you should check it out. But I think there's never been a better time to be a student or a teacher. A teacher can now create curriculums at like infinite dimensionality, right? It's such a wonderful time to learn and be a lifelong learner.
Absolutely. India's Spora, and you must have worked with tens or hundreds of Indian founders. I wanted to ask you this question. Frugal Indian engineering, Jugaad as it is called, is there, when we talk about huge amounts of capital needed, do you see somewhere this hope of Indian Jugaad doing the same thing at 1/10th, 1/20th, 1/50th of the cost as we did in our space program, for example?
I agree. I think Anish alluded to this thing as well with India, right? Leapfrogging. So there's an ability to leapfrog, but also leapfrog with less money, right? I don't think India can afford to invest $1 trillion in any of these things, but maybe using frugal innovation and leapfrogging as a concept, let's get from LLMs to whatever is next. Maybe it's its own proprietary data, maybe new models that are developed in India, taking advantage of all the Indic languages, taking advantage of speech. So there are many, many ways I think India can leapfrog at lower cost, and knowing our mindset and our DNA at India and with the diaspora, we'll come up with that. We're just at the beginning.
We are at the beginning. Closing comments from both of you. You want to go first, Anish?
No, I'm bullish on collaboration, and I hope that this spirit of solve it here and scale it everywhere is going to be the mindset so we can see some real impact on societal issues like health and education.
I would say for all the students in the audience, now is the time to work on superintelligence to drive real economic progress. Last year was AI doing tests, getting the gold medal in math. Now it's AI that can actually do real tasks. So I would encourage everybody to study computer science, learn how to build applications on top of LLMs, and the future's bright.
Okay, the future is bright. So if you thought that it takes tens of billions of dollars as it does for a large language model, the future can always allow the language of Jugaad, JLM, a Jugaad language model to come forth from India. I thank the entire panel for their time with us, for sharing those thoughts on that very, very fundamental question, and you, the audience. Thanks very much.
All right, so our next session is implementing India's AI mission. Our speaker for this session, Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India. Moderating this session is my colleague, Maria Shakil, Managing Editor, India Today TV Output. Let's have you on stage, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are having this conversation at a time when India is hosting a massive AI summit, and that's happening at Bharat Mandapam, and someone who has been involved with the entire curation is right here with us, Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, who's the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Professor Sood, the objective of this AI summit in Bharat Mandapam, as the Prime Minister spoke about, is that technology exists to serve humanity, not replace it. But increasingly, there are concerns with regards to jobs. Are we really prepared to adopt a technology that can replace humans? And in a country as vast as ours, where there are challenges with regards to employment?
Absolutely. See, AI is a technology which will make a difference in the lives of people. But the concern which you raised about losing jobs, what we have to see is that some jobs will go out of place, which is the lower end jobs like coding and so on, but a large number of jobs will be created. For example, in AI, human has to be in the loop. So a lot of jobs for auditing, for example, will get created. Because when you say it's coding, it's not that 100% it is what it should be. So there will be a lot of jobs where human will be in the loop, and many other things when the AI is rolled out, when AI is diffused into society, many, many more jobs will be created. So AI is at a time when this new skilling has to be done and new ways of making livelihood for technology people has to be seen.
Yes, you spoke about upskilling, which is needed, or perhaps new set of skills which are needed for making everyone AI literate. Would you then say that before we usher in that phase, we should ensure that there is literacy around AI?
Absolutely. So AI skilling is an integral part of AI India mission. So that is a very, very important thing, which is already happening in terms of diffusion in our educational institutes, societies. And what we have to see is we have to remove this fear of AI. So we should not really take AI as something which we are afraid of and which can do harm. There are harmful things, there is no question about it, but this is where all the policy matters and all the framework comes in, governance framework, which will ensure that. So at the same time, lot of innovation is happening in AI in India and lot more will happen. So innovation is our strength and that is what we need to cash on.
Yes, as Prime Minister famously said, that AI in Atmanirbhar Bharat rests on three pillars. It's innovation, inclusivity, and sovereignty. And that's why India is hoping to spotlight local solutions of what are being seen as global challenges or problems. But inclusivity, again, how do you make it inclusive?
See, inclusive, you can interpret in many ways. First inclusive is, are you inclusive in innovation? Or are you only a user of AI? That's the first inclusivity. For that, you need enormous amount of compute resources. So that is, if you don't have compute resources, it will not be inclusive. Then you need data sets which are reliable, which are without bias. That is again inclusivity. And third one is when you deploy it, again you have to see that it reaches all sections of society and not only the few privileged ones. So this is where inclusivity at all levels. And this is where we are making a lot of efforts in each of these verticals. For example, in India AI mission, the compute resources have been made available almost like 38,000 GPU equivalent are available to us, which is what government has enabled in a public-private partnership at an enormous discount. Almost 50% of the cost what it is there if you do it outside this framework. Then in the data sets in the AI mission, we have what is called AI data Kosh. In that, non-personalized 9,000 data sets have been curated which can be used and which are being used. So that is again what it means by inclusivity. And then we have to also see that AI is safely deployed. And that is again, there is a safety pillar. And we are coming out with the guidelines. Very recently, we come out with a framework which is called techno-legal framework, which means you embed whatever is legally required into technology.
Okay. How does that work?
So it doesn't mean it is, after it's a reaction. No. The best example is DPI, where the techno-legal framework was embedded. What it means is that when you do a transaction, you do not really ask a personal that whether I need to make this transaction, please enable it. No. The entire connection between the user and the bank is done in a safe manner, which means technology has been built in right from the beginning, which enables that, which are called secured rooms, secure data, secured way of dealing. Similar thing we have to do in AI. Because when AI wants to use your data, personalized data, respecting DPDP Act, or non-personalized data, we have to make sure that there are no irregularities. So that is what I mean by techno-legal.
Okay.
And that is built into the technology with the tools.
Okay, the sense is that AI at present is almost dominated by 7 to 8, tech giants operating out of Silicon Valley. And the sense is that they have almost controlled the AI, technology, innovation, and the direction. It's almost like digital imperialism, a phrase that is being used here.
That's right. That's how it began, and ChatGPT moment came.
Yes.
Right? But in India, we are not doing that. In India, the fact that we are enabling the AI innovation and the use of AI in a very extensive way means that we do not remain subservient to this big tech guys. What it means is that you can ask a question, do you always need LLM? That is another way of asking. Oh, I don't have 1 trillion parameter LLM, what will I do? Will I sink? Right? That's the feeling you will get. That's not the right way to look at it. Because these are general purpose LLM on which you build some applications. But there are many applications which use small language model or the agentic AI, which do not need what you call the ultra mega resources. And that is where our focus will come. At the same time, India is also investing in our sovereign AI, which means the LLM, which is trained on India-centric data as well as the other data. And this is where I would like to make a difference, that all those tech giants, which are, of course, you said, are not the only ones which will control the scene if we see it in India.
Okay, then let's talk about another big challenge which is coming with regards to AI and which has been to do with innovation. India has, there is some kind of race happening between US and China, and in terms of also investment which has happened by India and India AI mission, that's very limited. I was reading one piece which said it's almost what NVIDIA spends in 6 months, you're spending over a period of 5 years.
That's right. That's what I said. This is a good narrative if you want to follow blindly what others are doing. That narrative will go like this. But you don't have to go by that narrative. You have to find innovative ways where the AI use and AI benefits can come at a much lesser cost. That's the innovation. And what can happen in future, if you ask, because a related question will be, will this blindly scaling thing will go on ad infinitum? Answer is no. It will have limitations because your energy limitation will come. But what will happen, and that is where the innovation space will be opening up, can we combine quantum computing with AI? Right now, we are using classical computers, CPUs, GPUs, mostly GPUs, which are supported by CPUs. But that is not the end of the story. If we can innovate in use of quantum computers in AI training and AI inferencing, the scene will change overnight.
But isn't India largely focusing on data centers?
India will have data centers, as you know, the huge investment which has been announced either by Google, 15 billion, then Jio, Reliance, a lot of them are coming in India. There is no question about it. So data centers you will need. There is no question. You have to only see how do you make it sustainable. How do you make sure that the energy and the water requirement do not dwarf the other needs? And this is where the strength of India can come, because India has done very well in renewables. As you know, we already have 180 gigawatt of renewables and more is coming. So this is where India can have an advantage.
Let's focus on regulation now. What is the way forward here?
So this is a very important aspect of AI, safe AI. So right from the beginning, we were very conscious of this. So we, in our India AI governance framework, which came out in November, we had a full chapter on that, where we talked of using techno-legal framework for safety. And this is the document we released about a week back on how do you talk of India techno-legal framework for AI. So you can download from our...
Strengthening AI governance through the techno-legal framework.
So what it means is you embed whatever is legally required into technology, as I mentioned. And this can be India's contribution in a big way. Because there is another advantage. Supposing you want to have the global partnership. In global partnership, how will the data flow? Because the guidelines are different from different countries. Now, if we can all agree, I'm not saying it is a very simple job, that is where the efforts will be. If we can agree on a framework, on a techno-legal way, if we can do it, it will be much, much faster and scalable. So that's what we have been proposing, that all the institutions which will deploy AI, they have to ask, is it safe that they can do using techno-legal framework? Means there will be apps.
But isn't being cautious also about missing the bus?
No, that's the point. Here it is a light touch approach. It's not a very harsh approach like the EU, which you might be aware. And it's not completely left to private sector as it is in the US. So this is a middle path, which is what we have said. It's a light touch approach to regulations, and a lot of volunteerism is there. But what will happen in the coming months? We have to find a way, how do we incentivize this framework? Supposing people adopt this, is there a way we can incentivize? Because if it is safe, obviously it will be implemented. And this will be a big actually market, if I can say that. There will be huge job creation to make sure that the industries and the companies adopt safe AI. Otherwise, there will be litigations all over the place.
Right. Let's wrap up this conversation, Professor Sood, with a thought that came before you joined us. We had venture capitalists and several visionary AI CEOs who were of the opinion that this could very well be a bubble, and there has been a similar hype around AI even in the 1980s.
That's, I am aware of all the skepticism which you said, and we have to be cautious. But in my opinion, this is not a bubble. Because if AI makes a difference in the lives of people, and not only to play games, it will make a difference, and it is making a difference. If you look at the health sector, it has come in an extraordinarily big way. I mean, the tons of CT scans, which will take you hours to analyze, can be assisted by AI. But human is still in the loop. You still need the doctor at the end to make sure everything is right. This will make a big difference. If you look at agriculture, and if you can make sure the benefits reach the farmers, because we have now AgriStack, as you know. India has AgriStack, where all the data from the farmers, all the animal data, everything is there on AgriStack and on the other platform. Can we use that AI for various purposes, be it for seeding, be it for financial assistance, whatever you want? If we do all that, and which is what we will do even in education, AI-assisted education, it will not be a bubble.
Okay, so the AI is here, and it's not future, it's right here.
Right
and
here.
We are in the middle of it.
You are swimming in it.
Okay, all right. Professor Sood, really appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us here at this summit.
Thank you.
Thank you for this wonderful session, Professor Sood and Maria Shakil, as we now set the stage for our next session. All right, so our next session is Can India's Digital Governance Sustain Reform Momentum? Our guests for this session, Umesh Sachdev, CEO and Unifor, CP Gurnani, co-founder and vice chairman, Alanos, Saurabh Kumar Sahu, managing director and lead Accenture India, and moderating this session is Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, group editor, Business Today.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to this very esteemed panel of guests. There are back-to-back events all over town, and I'm glad you could make time in Delhi's traffic today. So great to have you with us. How do we govern AI? If we kind of simplify it for the masses, CP, I start with you. Does AI even need a governance regulatory framework? Europe has done something. Other parts of the world are considering it. We are looking at various forms of, amending our privacy approach towards privacy. Does AI even need any framework of this kind, or should entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship be allowed to do its job? The mic to your right.
You know, Siddharth, when you designed an automobile, you did put an accelerator, clutch, and a brake. Yes. When you designed an highway, you planned for growth in the number of vehicles that will ply on that highway. Now, would you say just the city planning is for the sake of planning, or it is part of the governance? So my personal view is, if data, which is really what AI is, and if data and machine learning, if we let it remain without any governance or without any cybersecurity, then we are exposing ourselves to trouble. You've seen it on some simple laws that have come in social media. You say, Australia says not below 15, right? I mean, you remove. Now, this is what I call waking up a little too late, but at least you woke up. Yes. Here we have an opportunity, as AI consumption is only touched of what the potential is, it probably touched only 1.5%.
Yes.
So wake up now and bring in the right guardrails.
Bring in the right guardrails. Umesh, as I come to you, you need to be 25 years in many domains to buy a alcoholic drink. You need to be a certain age to get a driving license. You need to be eligible to vote. There are eligibility norms for everything. The point that CP Gurnani made, very well taken. In the world of AI, and just before you came into the hall, I asked this entire hall of many students, and I asked, how many of you use AI? Every single hand went up. Is there need for any guardrails similar to the examples that I gave for the use of AI, and therefore consequently the protection of privacy and data?
So, since CP has taken one side, let me take a contrarian view. My company is headquartered in Silicon Valley. We see what's happening in US and in close competition with China in terms of the pace of innovation that those countries are leading with, whether it's LLMs or GPUs or data center. And India clearly wants to be in the race. This week here, all of us are here to make sure that India is part of the race. And so, while it's absolutely necessary that we all take cognizance of protecting our citizens against a very powerful technology which could have negative ramifications, but it's a very thin line. If we over-regulate at this moment, when, like CP said, we're not only scratching the surface, if we over-regulate in India right now, we run the risk of being left behind from the two giants in AI, which is US and China. Now, should there be guardrails? Of course there should be guardrails. My company serves 2,500 other businesses that are using AI. Not one Fortune 500 company is using AI without guardrails within their own setup. It's not like White House or the US government came out with a regulation or paper. This is just common sense. You want AI to use your company's data, there has to be guardrails. You don't want a person working in HR department looking at financial data because the AI is now connected.
So of course there are guardrails, of course there are architectural ways of protecting information, protecting citizens, but I think we should not get confused in that there is this big role of the government needs to protect the citizens, let's over-regulate ourselves, because the risk on the other side is that India might become colonized by US and China in terms of AI, which we don't want. And so we have to play by the rules that the leaders are running at.
Saurabh, where do you stand? Two of the three panelists, he spoke about guardrails, he's speaking about data colonization and the associated risks. Where do you stand on this debate?
I guess somewhere in the middle then. Okay. Between the two, without the risk of being on either of the sides. I think simply put, the future of governance, for any governance, will have to be human in the lead and powered by AI. So I think a combination of human plus machine would be the right optimal combination to put in the right safeguards and to interpret and apply AI well. Where does this entire discussion about lack of authenticity or guardrails being put in place come in? It essentially comes in because there is a general sense of feeling that there could be certain bias, there could be certain inefficiencies in the data that we carry. CP hit the nail on the head when he said data is the foundation for any AI. So data can come with certain biases, certain unfairness, and that needs to be therefore checked and applied clearly. And hence, therefore, a regulatory framework with the human in the lead to make the right decisions, reverse or overrule AI systems wherever required, to apply it in the right manner is, I think, the best way forward.
CP, I come back to you. You spent 5 decades and you've seen every era, every pivotal moment in technology, in software applied services. The world that we are racing towards, and in morning panels here, the world of AI agents was discussed several times. In fact, that is perhaps going to be the future, along with so-called AGI. When both of those combine, for a country where, as I see it right now, AI is getting mass deployed, both on the consumer side as well as on the B2B side, what's the ideal framework that you would advocate to the government, the policymakers?
So let's, again, I believe in governance, and after all those decades, I still came back to set up a company called Ionos, which is really AI for enterprises. Now, and some of the products that we have developed, we're planning to launch it on my second anniversary, a product called UniStack, which is really about governance of all the AI agents that will be floating around.
Okay.
I mean, ultimately, they need harmonization. They need orchestration. You need to have somebody who's managing different sets of tools coming into play into your enterprise. Now, for a policy maker, on one end, I strongly believe that my data should not be misused. Elon Musk might say that, even if you put the guardrails, he will take it away.
Yes.
But the point I'm again trying to make out here is that data protection for an individual. I was actually surprised when the Ministry of Telecom came up with the secure application on every mobile phone, and there was this hue and cry as if government wants to control the data. I thought it was a necessity that on my mobile phone, which is a gateway to anything and everything, I mean, there should be a secure application. And we, in the same atmosphere we live in, every third day we come across a digital fraud.
Yes.
I mean, trillions of probably rupees being siphoned away by some very smart people in, the districts called Nu or wherever they are. Now, as far as I am concerned, the governance is first to protect my data, protect my savings, and make sure that anything that is available in public domain is not being misused against me. Now, I can go on in terms of policies. If you'll go and look at all the data that we have, I mean, on one end, we are very proud of 1.4 billion digital records. I mean, amazing effort when we did the Aadhaar, amazing effort when we did the GST, amazing effort when we did the DBT. Now, the second question again out there is the new application that we will come up with, is there a law that we measure the outcome, not just go away and let somebody else manipulate the data? So I think there is a framework requirement here, and that framework, we could be, actually, I don't think Europe has done a great job. Europe tends to be black and white.
And excessive, perhaps? Excessive regulation in
That
Europe?
they go in for extremes. My belief is that India can show the way and bring in more intelligent frameworks, more intelligent and smarter policies, and that adopts itself to the growth of AI.
Umesh, take that point forward. If we agree with what Mr. Gurnani says, that India can develop a framework and take the lead, I would add to that that in India, experience has taught me that one size does not fit all, because we are a very diverse country. If you were to take that forward, how would we be able to do it? Because the policy challenges in one state are very different from the policy challenges in another state.
So, Siddharth very rightly put that world over the experience is showing us that AI is not one size fits all. It's not just an India thing, it's a global thing. Let's take some examples. Not every use case of generative AI or agentic AI is well suited with a large language model. There's this, lot of talk in US and Europe that for specific applications such as healthcare or education, smaller fine-tuned language models are outperforming larger models, both on accuracy and big difference on cost. All right, so thinking through this architecturally, my company Unifor provides this architecture to large enterprises where they are able to use their own data safely, fine-tune their own small language models for specific domains, and then build AI agents. Insurance companies are now processing claims using AI agents, which are powered by small language models. We're working with the Fortune 10 oil and gas major, who has 35,000 contracts and 1.5 million invoices that have to be matched. And the cost of not matching contracts with invoices is a leakage of about $1 billion a year. And now AI agents are correcting this mismatch using small language models. Now on the flip side, how do you put governance or regulation around this? Again, we don't want to burden innovation at this point. We want startups, we want students, we want universities to start innovating. We want companies, large and small, to start innovating. And again, the US experience is showing us that if there is a need for regulation, let that be centrally driven and not in 51 states in the US or over 20 states in India, because that's one recipe of stifling innovation. You burden the innovators so much with state and national regulation that they can't take the next step forward. And especially as we are so nascent, India can be the third wheel globally in AI, behind US and China, but lead in AI diffusion, AI applications, AI adoption. And for that to happen, of course, we need some safety and guardrails, but we need to keep enough freedom for innovation to run very fast here.
Saurabh, I am reminded of how we have dealt with previous challenges of governance and catching up with technology, crypto being the most recent example, in a different context, really. But the point that both of our speakers made, population scale mass deployment, people sometimes don't get it. Even for the AI summit, if there are 400,000 registrations in India, because you have that population scale, there are that many people who are interested in seeing what this summit is all about. For a policy maker who is dealing with 400 million database, let's say for health, or any other database in India, and we have so many of them. What is the ideal mix? At what point does he trust a private sector solutions provider in the AI space, or does he go only with the Sarkari setup? And we have seen examples of that in the past. You yourself must have had experience there.
Yeah. Well, Siddharth, fair point. And for a country like India, and I agree with both the panelists, that we are at the cusp of really leapfrogging in the AI revolution. I think to answer it nuancedly, I'll give an example. Accenture today has developed the world's largest AI multilingual omni-channel platform to address citizen grievances. with the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances for India. When we are doing that, very clearly guardrails have been put into place to say what kind of data should come in from the consent of the consumer or the complainant, visibility to be given to the complainant to say what is the tracking of the particular complaint as to where it goes, and then ultimately what is the resolution process behind it. So essentially net-net, I am a firm believer of the fact that AI can be very well used if the ultimate end consumer or the beneficiary is given visibility of how their information is used. So consent plus confirmation. To answer your question specifically, I think the point about private sector or sovereign does not matter as much as it matters to say there are three typical entities in which AI regulatory frameworks have to operate in: sovereign, enterprise, and consumer. Right? For sovereign, the guardrails will have to be different because you're dealing with sovereign data, sovereign applications, like the one that I just explained. For the enterprise applications, as I think CP himself is working in that space, there are areas in terms of use cases in which certain guardrails will have to be put into place. And lastly, for the consumer, let us try to see if we can give the power back to the consumer to say, like for example, in your phone, there are multiple apps which take your data. How many of them really tell you what are they doing with the data and how you can therefore benefit from it? If we as consumers of AI are able to get that particular visibility to say, I'm consenting to my data, but also give certain power back to me to say how the data is being used and how I can benefit from it. In that case, that's a combination of human plus machine, wherein it can be regulated well, and more importantly, AI is being used for benefits for the larger consumer base or enterprises. If they therefore are a participant rather than just a consumer, that is where I think the game really begins.
You know, CP, on a lighter note, hundreds of millions of Indians have for years now been providing their data to social media platforms. They got virality, they got views, and many of them also were able to monetize their efforts on those social media platforms. In the case of AI, applications that reside on our phone, anything above the entry level, people are paying up. But let's turn the focus away from governing AI to AI in governance for a country of the size and issues that we have. I want all three panelists, as we come to the end of this session, to give us maybe one or two examples where you fundamentally feel that AI will make a huge difference and outperform in the Indian context in solving Indian problems.
I think it's a wonderful question because it changes the focus to output and results. It changes the focus to not saying, what the digital infrastructure will do. It changes the focus to not the number of internet subscribers to actually output. So let's take example, legal, we have a backlog of 5 crore cases. Can I use AI? And will I be able to measure the results that year on year I am able to reduce the backlog by, let us say, a rate of 30%. Number two, on healthcare, we all know National Health Mission is doing an incredible job because they're creating one of the largest health databases in the world. That the reality is that in comparison we handle COVID a lot better. That in comparison, even the, Krishna Ella's Bharat Biotech was able to create a vaccine in the record time, which was designed, developed, and produced in India. Now my question, if I were to relate it to an output, then I want to know, why am I the generic capital of the world? Why am I not a solution or a life sciences capital of the world? Because that's where data leads us to. Yes. We can go on and on, but every department, every sector, if we start measuring the output, I think we will be in a better shape.
So before I answer the AI and governance question, to your point of citizens giving data to social media platforms, I'm reminded of, when I travel to Europe these days, there is no major corporation that doesn't slow me down and say, but you're an American company. And what if President Trump one day comes out with trade policy and says we can't use you? So sovereign AI in Europe is a big topic. But you leave the room and you ask the engineers in that company, what are you doing for AI? They say chat GPT. So they talk of sovereign AI, but they're sending all their company data to this public LLM. And so, you know, to your point,
that's a great point that, you know, there are some people who are debating that why should India put in billions of dollars of money, even corporations or the government, that regardless, money in India being put into doing this. But you make that brilliant point that in the world that we live in, we need this capability, sovereign capability.
There is no doubt that sovereign AI and controlling one's destiny as a country is very important, especially as geopolitics is getting mixed with technology. It's unfortunate, but it's a fact. Yeah. We all saw in Davos a month ago how geopolitics and AI were coexisting in that 1 week. But coming to AI and governance, again, think about population scale. Who is the fintech leader in the world where 40% of the global digital transactions happen in one country? That's India.
Yes.
A bank like JP Morgan Chase, which is the #1 bank in the world, has 1,600 people employed just to do anti-money laundering and compliance checks on their transactions. Imagine the scale of compliance India needs to keep all our digital transactions secure. And those are low-value transactions.
Yes.
JP Morgan has trillions of dollars of transaction. AI agents with fine-tuned models is what JP Morgan is using now at their scale. And that would be a gift to India at the scale of transaction that we are doing. Example 1. Example 2, think about the world's potentially largest health insurance scheme called Ayushman Bharat. Imagine the time it takes to file for a claim where somebody is, you know, in front of a hospital trying to file a claim so that they can get the healthcare service that they need. And at population scale, the number of people would be needed to check each claim and approve or disapprove a claim, etc., beyond a certain limit. Again, the biggest insurance firms in the world are now using AI agents with fine-tuned models to approve or disapprove claims in minutes, not hours. And at India scale, those examples, those learnings, can really help scale what we are really, you know, set out to do, which is digitize this whole country. And I think AI is going to be a big accelerator for all those efforts.
Saurabh, the last word to you.
Yeah, the thing about the last is most of the examples have been already done, right? So I have to think through something which is here. But I agree with the health insurance part for sure. I think final words on crop productivity and yield output in agriculture. Clearly, especially with satellite connectivity coming in, and with more powerful LLMs and AI technologies coming in, ability to therefore give a power back to our farmers in terms of looking at their data or rather their crop yields and output will be, I think, something which we can make a huge difference in.
You know, this is a subject that can be debated endlessly, but if you've been to the summit, I noticed so many innovative ideas of entrepreneurs, Indian entrepreneurs, using something that's been developed somewhere else, but wanting it to be applied in the Indian context. And I think that's where the future lies. Each of these panelists here, experts in their own specific areas, have given us thoughts and ideas to comprehend on and dwell on. Thank you very much, all of you, for being here with us today. With that, it's a wrap on this set.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, as we now get ready for our next session, which is Live Work Home Atmanirbhar AI. Our speaker for this session is Mr. Puneet Chandok, President, Microsoft India and South Asia. And moderating this session is Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today TV. Let's have a huge round of applause, please.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again to the India Today AI Summit. And we are delighted to be joined by someone who's part of this global shift that's taking place. Puneet Chando, President of Microsoft India and South Asia. Welcome.
Thank you.
And we've framed today's debate in a way, or discussion, as life, work, home, creating an Atma-Nirbhar AI, a self-reliant AI. Is that an oxymoron, given the fact that AI in itself means you're completely dependent on your chat GPT? How do you create an Atma-Nirbhar world, Puneet, when AI by itself is effectively reducing us almost to slaves of chat GPT or any AI innovation? So I want to start with that. Can you really create a self-reliant AI?
First of all, Rajiv, thank you for having me. I don't think it's an oxymoron, and I don't think it's turning us into slaves. I think it's amplifying us, and hopefully it'll get us to do a lot more value-adding, interesting work in life. I think back to Atmanirbhar India, Atmanirbhar AI, I think that does not mean that we should build AI in an independent, siloed way by ignoring the world. I think it means two or three things. One, invest in infrastructure, which India is doing, and as Microsoft, we're pulling in $17.5 billion. Second is making sure we've got sovereign AI solutions for India, be it public cloud, be it private cloud, be it co-pilots, but just making sure that we're meeting the demands of India where India needs us to. And then AI eventually is a 5-layered cake, right? You've got energy at the bottom, you've got tokens, you've got models, you've got applications, you've got chips. I think India should take a very, very thoughtful stance on, out of the 5-layered cake, what are the areas where we should really build ourselves, and what are the areas where we should get the best from the world. This is the time to be truly frontier. Every week something else is dropping, and this is the time to both build and get the best from the world. Okay, so let me take off from what you said. The Prime Minister, ahead of the AI Summit, seemed to suggest that there were 3 pillars to India's AI push: innovation, inclusivity, and sovereignty. Let's break each of those down. Innovation. The truth of the matter is, the United States and China are way ahead of the rest of the world when it's come to innovation. They built the foundation models. Some statistics suggest that 80% of the investment in AI infrastructure comes just from these 2 countries at the moment. Are we therefore playing catch up when it comes to innovation? Or do we, in a way, simply become the back room for what China and the United States are doing and tag along with them? So I think the Prime Minister obviously said this very well: innovation, inclusion, and sovereignty. I would add a couple of things to this. One is diffusion. And Jeffrey Ding had this fascinating book, and he looked at countries that are innovating and countries that are diffusing technology. And he said that countries that are diffusing technology are getting more value out of it. So while the world is innovating, India is starting to innovate. There are a lot of Indic LLMs and a lot of launches happening today and this week. I think India should equally focus on diffusing AI from classrooms to boardrooms, from agriculture to healthcare to enterprises to public sector, and that's happening. So I think that's one thing we should push on. The second is also skilling, and going back to innovation, inclusion, sovereignty. If you want 1 billion Indians to rise with AI, 1 billion Indians need to know how to use AI. And I think that's where we should focus a lot more. So agree with those 3. I would just add diffusion and skilling on top of that. But surely you need to invest far more in innovation than we are doing. Most Indian companies traditionally haven't invested enough in R&D and thereby have perhaps lost out at times in a world that's rapidly changing. Do you believe that needs to change as a first brick, in a way, to build an Atmanirbhar AI? No, you're right. It does need to change. As private sector, as enterprises in India, as multinationals, I think we have to add value in the country, and none of what we have has any franchise value unless we're not adding value to the country, right? So we have to invest in R&D, we have to invest in infrastructure, we have to invest in skilling. That's why we're skilling 20 million people in India by 2030. So you're right, all of that needs to happen. But again, I'll just say, listen, while we innovate and push on innovation, don't forget diffusion. Because the more we can diffuse this technology, get it into the hands of every Indian, every company, every public sector institution, I think there's a lot more value there that we should not miss. Which comes to the second I, which is inclusivity. How do you, in a country that is so deeply divided, with such sharp inequalities, make AI truly inclusive? You said AI for 1 billion Indians. How do you really make it? It sounds great. How do you actually make sure that a
little kid in Dhar in Madhya Pradesh is getting the same AI technology benefits that, let's say, a child in South Delhi or South Mumbai is getting. How do you bridge that divide? Or will we have an AI divide like we've had a digital divide for a very long time?
So Rajiv, I genuinely believe that AI is different from any other technology we've seen. Unlike the Industrial Revolution, where we waited for many, many years to get that technology, AI is here on day one, right? So we've got, like anybody sitting in Boston today or Bangalore or in a small town in India, he or she has access to the same models, same applications. So I think that's one thing, which is we don't have to wait many, many years. And then to your point on inclusion, it's already starting to happen. I'll give you two examples. With the Ministry of Labor, we're building something called eShram. There are 300 million unorganized workers in India who don't know how to create a resume, who don't know how to take an interview, who don't know how to apply for a job. We're creating an AI platform for those people, these unorganized workers, to create a CV, do a mock interview, get ready for a job, and then get them employment. Right? Just a terrific example of embedding AI into systems. And again, AI, unlike other technologies, does not require you to be a PhD. Like, I'm a rusty coder. I used to code 30 years ago. With AI, I'm coding again. English is becoming the coding language now. So I think the ability to get AI into the hands of Indians is much easier than previous technologies. We do have to get our act together. I'm just giving you one-off examples. This needs to happen at a scale for 1 billion Indians to get there, but it's possible.
Which brings me to sovereignty. It's a word which is being used by many. We need to ensure AI sovereignty or certain digital sovereignty. How do you actually achieve that? Because increasingly you have to work with big tech global companies. AI by its very nature cuts across national boundaries. How do I control what an engineer sitting in San Francisco is doing, the information he or she is feeding me, or the AI models that they are creating? Do you believe it's possible to have AI sovereignty by simply creating large language homegrown models, or is there another way out? How do you create genuine sovereignty over data?
So, Rajiv, there are two ways to frame sovereignty. You can use it as a code word to slow down, or you can use it as a code word to speed up. And I would obviously say, listen, we got to speed up on sovereignty, and there are two things we should do, right? One, we should build in India, and we're already building in India. So, for example, our co-pilots, which is, I was talking to Mr. Puri about it, the AI agent, all the processing is happening in India. So data privacy, sovereignty, everything that happens in India stays in India. The model stays in India. So one is build in India, meeting the sovereignty requirements, but also get the best from the world. Going back to, like, my biggest challenge is every day something is changing on the models. And if you're not keeping up with the frontier that's happening in the world, we will fall behind. So I would say build for India, and there's a lot of build happening, but also get the frontier from the world. This is the worst time to slow down and use our sovereignty as a way to slow down. In fact, use sovereignty to speed up.
No, so are you saying you build partnerships with the rest of the world? A Microsoft, for example, is a good example. You're transnational. Do you does a Sarvam AI, which is seen as the government's, in a way, answer to creating a foundational model for India, do you collaborate with a Microsoft, which is a global corporation, and at the same time believe the data is Indian?
The answer is yes. And by the way, I'd like to believe we're an Indian company. We've been here for 35 years. We're as Indian as anybody else. Sarvam is a deep partner of ours, by the way. And the other thing on Rajdeep on this one, right? If the technology is changing every day, none of us have all the answers. Be it Microsoft, be it Sarvam, be it any other multinational, be it an Indian company, be it the Indian government. So the idea is, how do we all come together and build on what others are building versus trying to create walls, right? So this is the time to bring everybody together.
The reason I'm asking this, if you saw in the Union Budget 2026-27, a 21-year-old tax holiday was offered to foreign companies which are going to use cloud services come to India, provided they partner with Indian-owned data centers in India. Now, are we simply therefore going to drive this sovereignty by creating large data centers which the Adanis and the Geos are going to put a lot of money in, billions of dollars? Is that going to build data sovereignty in the truest sense of the word? That foreign company is coming here, it's getting a tax holiday. Is it going to retain the data, or will that data be shared with the people of India? Do you believe that that's the way forward, those kind of partnerships, Indian-owned data centers working with foreign global tech companies?
So the budget announcement on data centers is a terrific vote of confidence for building infrastructure in India. And as I said, we're bringing in $17.5 billion over the next 5 years. The question is, can we even do that faster, bring more capital into it, build more infrastructure, partner with Indian companies, to your point? And I think the point here is not just saying, listen, there are some companies who will build this with us. The idea is to build AI infrastructure for every Indian, right? Going back to saying, listen, can we get every Indian access to AI on their mobile phones? That requires infrastructure and capacity, which is what we're building. And then can we serve the world out of India? Right? So obviously Indian data will stay in India, but can we serve Middle East countries? Can we serve Africa? Can we serve some of the South Asian countries out of India, given the infrastructure that we're building? And that's a massive opportunity.
But to build an Atmanirbhar Bharat as it is, the key lies with small businesses, MSMEs, micro industries. The question is, how do they benefit? How does a small business benefit from AI without the high costs involved? Do you believe AI will make it actually easier or more affordable in a way for smaller businesses?
I think there's some work to be done, but if you think about the thesis of AI, Rajdeep, what are we trying to do, right? For the first time in the history of mankind, we are saying we have the ability to create an intelligence, right? Can we use compute and compute to become cognition? Can we create intelligence out of machines, right? That's what we're trying to do. And by the way, every business today is a bundle of intelligence, bundle of expertise, be it a small or medium business or be it a large business. And the idea is, can we get intelligence on tap? Today, if you're a small and medium business in India, you want to solve a problem, what do? You hire people, you bring a team together. We are now talking about a possibility where a small or medium business in India can get intelligence and expertise on tap, right? Can they really get that intelligence or solve the problems or build the business they want to? So that's the thesis of AI. Now, the question is, how do we make sure we get it to the hands of SMBs at a price point that they can afford in a simple way? They don't have technology, they don't have people, they don't have the expertise. How do we simplify this and get this to work for them? Which is where, Rajdeep, a lot more work needs to be done, but we're committed to doing it.
Is there an example that you can give, a successful example where, for example, you managed to work with small businesses or a sector to make it more effective, affordable, and successful?
Lots of these examples, and I don't know if it's a small or medium business. There's a company called Creative Arts Network. They're a small company. They're building content for Bollywood and TV. We're working with them to use AI to build content. And again, reduce the cost of building by 100x, right? And now for an SMB, which is a small business, if you can potentially reduce the cost of building content by 100x, imagine the value that can create, and the more value that they can create, the more content they can get out, and the more business they can generate. So that's just one example, but across industries, healthcare, we're building co-pilots for doctors. Can we get doctors like my most interesting story is, you go to any hospital in India, the senior most doctors are out of time, the junior most doctors are out of work. The junior most doctors are writing notes, right? Can we create a co-pilot so the junior doctor can become as proficient as a senior doctor, right? Can we really give them the expertise, judgment, intelligence so that they can treat patients and patients don't have to wait? Lawyers, same story. Can we create a co-pilot for lawyers? So I could go on, but it's across the board, Rajdeep. And
because one of the challenges, and this is a question I'm going to ask all my guests on this, is we have a huge demographic dividend. But we also have a large population which is unskilled workers. And the fear remains that as AI spreads, unemployment of those at the bottom of the pyramid will be real. Jobs will go. Is that fear-mongering, or is that a reality that we've got to be mindful while trying to create an Atmanirbhar AI architecture?
So a lot of this is exaggeration, but I think you also have to then kind of just be clear-eyed about this, right? You can't live in a fantasy world. The clear-eyed answer, Rajdeep, is the color of jobs will change. Your job and my job, both will change. And ultimately, your job is a bundle of tasks. For some reason, we've equated work with jobs and titles, but the atomic unit of work is not jobs and titles. It's actually the tasks that you do. And what AI will do, Rajdeep, will unbundle everything you do and unbundle everything I do. And a lot of things that you and I think are work, for example, me sending 50 emails or attending 7 meetings or updating 3 trackers feels like work, but it's not really work. We know it at the end of the day. I think AI will take that away, which means you and I will have more time to do value-added work, but we also have to really bundle ourselves much better, right? Which is we have to upskill ourselves so that we can really do stuff that is truly value-added. I think the implication for India and for all of us is that we're all living with this industrial age era template, right? Where you learn once and you earn for the rest of your life. My grandfather lived like that. My father lived like that. I'm almost living like that. That will break. We are the last generation to have stable long-term careers. My kids will have a portfolio of things they'll have to do, and they'll have to focus on skills, not jobs and titles. And I can imagine an India in the next few years where there's a certain set of tasks that need to be done. People have skills, and there's intelligent matching of those two happening. That's the world we have to prepare for.
That's fascinating. So what you're saying, the real challenge in a way is skilling. Rather than talk about jobs, jobs will come, provided you get the right skills for those jobs. Am I broadly correct?
You're broadly correct.
Okay, since you just mentioned the possibility that we may lose our jobs or our jobs will be redefined in the coming years, we've now got AI anchors. So I have a question from you from my AI anchor. Listen in.
You do? Fantastic.
Hello, Mr. Chandok. My question to you is, what are the big advantages of AI and what is the one big concern?
By the way, this is fascinating. I should get my AI to talk to your AI. Hopefully in the next few months, we'll get there. I think the biggest advantage of AI, and that goes back to the thesis, right? It's a remarkable technology. For the first time, we have the ability to create intelligence. And intelligence is the most valuable commodity on the planet, right? Everything of value that we've created as a human species is driven by intelligence. And I'll tell you one quick story, right? The latest models that we have are equating to 150 IQ points. 150 IQ points, right? And let's assume the IQ of this room is roughly 100. Imagine a world where there's 50 IQ points available for you. There's a plug in the wall, you can plug in and get 50 IQ points. That's the power of this technology, right? Now the question is, how do we get this into the hands of every SMB, as you said, every company, every public sector, every Indian? So that's the advantage. The thing that I worry most about, Rajdeep, you spoke about this, which is not so much jobs going away, but our ability to skill at scale in India. We have to skill 1 billion Indians. As Microsoft, we are committed to skilling 20 million people over the next few years. I don't think that's enough. We have to do more. We all have to do more. But for 1 billion Indians to rise with AI, we need to skill them. They need to know how to use AI. People will not lose jobs to AI. People will lose jobs to people who know AI. And you better be on the right side of that equation. So that's one thing we all have to solve for.
Because we're already seeing tech companies who are re-looking at their models. There have been layoffs in some of India's major tech companies as well. Is that, again, something we're going to have to learn to live with for a while, that there will be disruption? AI is the big disruptor in our lives. Going ahead, do you think eventually companies will recognize that you can take full advantage of AI without necessarily shedding a workforce?
The answer is yes, if you can skill your workforce. Right, and the
if
one
you
thing,
can skill and scale.
Skill and scale, right? I mean, the one thing I tell people around me is saying, if you stop clinging onto your job description, doing what you were hired to do is no longer enough. If your only value add is I can do my work faster, I can do more volume, I can do more efficiency, AI can compete with it. So stop clinging onto the job description. You really have to, and again, when you think about AI, skilling is misunderstood. I would say 3 things. One, you have to learn to think with AI. Every time you're doing something, you have to get AI to work with you as a thought partner. Second, you have to build with AI. And I said, I'm a rusty coder, but I'm coding every day again because English is the new coding language. Like I say, right, you can never get fit by watching others go to the gym. You have to go to the gym yourself. With AI, you have to go to the gym yourself every day. And then finally get AI to work with you like a teammate. The real unlock for us is when AI moves from a tool on your phone to a true teammate, Rajdeep, somebody who's sitting with you and helping you do your work better versus just a thing on your device. So if you do those 3 things, think with AI, build with AI every day, and then get AI to work with you as a digital colleague, I think we will solve this.
Because, I asked you at the outset, the fear that you will eventually become a slave to AI. You're saying you don't have to become a slave to AI, you've got to harness the power of AI to simply become better at your job.
Like AI is a cognitive amplifier, right? Which is, imagine the power of this, right? All of you sitting in the room, on your phone today, have a PhD level researcher, a PhD level, like somebody who's got medical knowledge and legal knowledge and science and everything, right? That's sitting in your pocket today. Now, the question is, how are you using it, right? Some of us are using this flying car to buy groceries. Literally, you have a flying car in your phone, the way these models are developing, right? So I think if you choose, and it's a big mindset shift for all of us, right? If you choose today, you can be more intelligent, you can be more efficient, more productive than anybody else on earth if you really use this technology to your benefit, right? So get it to you. Again, if you're still doing what you were hired to do in whatever role you're in, you're missing the bus. This is guerrilla warfare against irrelevance every day. If you're not learning and building with AI every day, you will be irrelevant, right? So that's my one ask of all of you.
One final question. In a country as vast as ours, with so many different languages, more and more AI models are trying to adapt to this diversity, build language models. Do you believe that's the way forward, given that AI is the ultimate globalization weapon? Or do you believe you can indigenize AI to fit the unique diversity of this country through these large language models?
The answer is the days of a company or an individual betting their farm on one model are over. right? If you're following this world, every week something else is dropping and the models change. I think the answer here is model diversity. Be it enterprises, be it public sector, be it individuals like you and I, we will all want a series of models to work with us. And that does a few things, right? One, it allows horses for courses, right? Which is, I don't need a trillion parameter model to do a simple use case in my organization. I can use something cheaper. I can use something which is more made for purpose for that one, right? So that's one. Second, AI still is jagged intelligence, right? Sometimes it's super brilliant, sometimes it's not that great. But if you get multiple models to work with you, which is how I work with AI, I've got 3 models debating each other and getting me to the right answer, we will solve this jagged intelligence problem as well.
One final question in one sentence. What is the most competitive advantage that India has in this entire AI revolution, as we're calling it? What is the one thing that we have that others don't?
I think India's got the talent. We've got 22 million developers today on GitHub, the largest developer population in the world. We've got digital public infrastructure that we've built, and Mr. Kant is here, right? He's obviously much smarter on this than I am. Like, if you look at the digital public infrastructure in India, if you can embed AI into all of that, be it Aadhaar, be it UPI, and get our developers, we've got the most amount of developers on the planet to really build AI public infrastructure in this country. I think that's something nobody else in the world has.
Well, more power to that, more power in a sense to this large demographic dividend that we have, which hopefully will last at least the next 20 years, and harnessing that, skilling that on scale will be the big challenge in a way to build a Atmanirbhar AI, as we are calling it. Please give a big hand to Puneet Chandok.
Thank you.
I think that was a fantastic exposition of where we stand when it comes to our AI opportunity. Thank you very much, Puneet.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, so while we are setting the stage for the next session, I request some of those audience members who feel the need to make a call or have those conversations, you can easily head out and come back in, because in the middle of such engrossing conversations, we don't want our speakers on the stage to feel disturbed. Thank you so much for being a lovely audience so far. As it will be a continuing conversation on our next session, can India's digital governance sustain reform momentum? And I'd like to call on stage our speaker, Mr. Amitabh Kant, former G20 Sherpa and former CEO, Niti Aayog. Moderating this session, Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today TV.
Rapid fire. Yeah, we'll make it provocative. What do you want to make it provocative by saying? Okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We have a very special guest with us, someone who has been part of India's policy and execution in infrastructure, if I may use that word, for more than a few decades. His last assignment was CEO at Niti Aayog and the Sherpa for G20. Please give a big hand to Amitabh Kant, one of the country's most distinguished bureaucrats and government officers. Good to have you.
Thank you.
I'm going to provoke you a bit. A couple of years ago, the G20 was held in India, went completely smoothly. Everyone had raving reviews. On the other hand, the AI summit, at least on day one, led to some criticism of chaos. The crowds were too much, not being handled well enough. How important is that? When you stage an event of this on scale, you need to get your event management right. I'm asking you that because you won that hat in the past. Do you believe that's an unfair criticism, given the scale of what is being attempted, the first time an AI summit is being held in the global south?
Rajdeep, I've been there for 2 days. There's been a huge energy and tremendous amount of vibrancy there. I think the number of people, especially young people of India who've gathered there, for this AI summit has just been overwhelming. I think there were some challenges on the first day, but by the second day, it's smoothened out a lot. I did 2 sessions yesterday. It was absolute, there was absolute smoothness all over. So I think probably the first day, there's too many young people with a lot of interest in AI who had descended, but by yesterday, everything had settled down.
I'm asking you, would you have done it anywhere differently? Would you have ensured that it was far more targeted, maybe 2 days where you just focused on expertise in AI and then maybe 2 days opened it up to the masses?
So, I thought probably the exhibition should have been to the consumers, everybody, open up the exhibition because it has a huge learning experience for the students, everyone, and do a little tighter business-to-business meetings, and the interactions and the meeting rooms could have been a little business to business, but we all, there's been so much of interest by university students, colleges, etc., such vast interest that probably we didn't anticipate that so many people will come to participate in the AI summit.
Which brings me to my question, the energy of India, its young entrepreneurs, its startups, its innovators is undoubted. We have terrific young engineers with all kinds of ideas. But which is why I ask you, can this AI revolution be led by the state, government, i.e. bureaucracy, or must it be left to these young innovators, give them far more autonomy, just be there to enable them rather than direct them? Is that really the challenge?
So the key to AI...
So why should an IAS officer decide rather than a young innovator?
No, I totally agree with you. I was going to second what you were saying, that an AI revolution can only be fueled by cutting-edge entrepreneurs, not by ministers or not by civil servants like me. What an AI revolution requires is basically 3 things: great talent, great opening up of data sets, and allowing computing power to flow to them. What you're seeing is examples of Sarvam doing multilingual models, etc., is because the government has acted as a facilitator to provide them computing power, but it's their entrepreneurship. The government opens up a vast amount of data through AI Kosh. So the more you open it up, the better it is to create large language models and small language models, and that will enable India to drive the AI revolution forward. There are 2 critical things. One is that if you look at the western part of the world, there's huge computing power. If you look at the new working operation of OpenAI with NVIDIA, it talks about 11 gigawatt of power, which is 5 million computing power. So the government's job is really to see that many of these young entrepreneurs get more and more of GPUs, more and more of computing power. That the government has to act as a facilitator. But enterprise really disruption has to come from startups.
The reason I'm asking you this again, Mr. Kant, is there have been 2 models that seemingly dominate the world of AI. One is the Chinese model, centralized, authoritarian, but seemingly very successful at the moment because they were early investors in the AI project. And you've got the American model, the Bay Area model, which is driven purely by private entrepreneurship and innovation. What is the model that you believe is best suited for India?
So the Indian model has to be based on digital public infrastructure for artificial intelligence, because you can't create a digital divide. The Western world, the Bay Area, is creating a huge digital divide. America is the only country in the world which holds 26% of the GDP of the world and 50% of the market capitalization with 4% of the population, but 70% of the people do not have a safety net. You can't have AI as a new technology worsening the digital divide. India must ensure that we are able to make it affordable, we are able to make it accessible, we are able to make it multilingual. If AI is tomorrow not able to work on low bandwidth, if it is limited to the English language, it is not fit for purpose. And therefore, India's job is to provide the safeguards, the rail guards, which make it open source, open API, globally interoperable, but ensure that we are able to provide AI as a commodity for all Indians in different languages and provide voice over text for all Indians to make AI accessible.
That's fascinating again, because if you want AI accessible to 100 billion people, just the sheer size of it, that requires enormous computing power, which in turn needs energy and data infrastructure. How do you build that energy and data infrastructure overnight? Is a tax holiday of the kind that the budget has given to set up large data centers enough, or do you need to do much more?
So let me come to the next point, which is about doing it sustainably. Much of what is being driven as AI today is being driven by fossil fuel across the world. India has the opportunity, because India is the only country in the world which has about 260 gigawatt of renewable energy. India has the climatic conditions to do it. India is the only country today in the world which has one grid across the country. And India has opened up the small modular reactor for the private sectors. Therefore, my belief is that AI, which is a big guzzler of energy and today consumes more energy than the country of Japan, requires sustainable energy. It requires clean energy. It requires renewable energy and small modular reactors. It requires smartening up your transmission and grid. It requires the climatic conditions to do it. It requires young entrepreneurship to push this in a bigger way. No other country is poised to do it in a sustainable manner better than India. India is best positioned to do it because of its climatic conditions.
Yeah, but that's going to take time. And it's not going to happen overnight. So are we going to end up playing catch up to the Chinese and the Americans? I mean, will China and America lead the world when it comes to AI innovation, and we simply try and get onto the bandwagon sooner rather than later? Can we be a leader at all? Or are we simply playing catch up and are long distance away from really being a serious AI player?
So, Rajdeep, first and foremost, get this very clear, absolutely clear in your mind, that the battle for technology is never, never won by the first mover. Clive Osborne did the first laptop. He went bust. The battle was won by Apple in the long run. They were not the first mover. Alta Vista did the first internet. They never won the battle. The battle was won by Google. And therefore, Alta Vista was sold out as a non-performing asset. So the battle for technology is fought over long term, and therefore talent, skills, and data, and backed by good computing power with a long-term game. And that is without talent, without skills, and without data. Today, what is happening is that Indian data is fueling many of the Western models. For Servam to become better and better as a multilingual model, it needs to be fueled by Indian data. It gets more and more sophisticated with Indian data. And therefore, data is key, skills are key, and you need to look at a long-term perspective and not a perspective of today.
Yeah, but they're building the foundational models. They've already built the foundational models. Do we compete with them
So
in that space?
India is building 10 large language models, which are being supported by the government of India with computing power, and many more smaller applications are being done. Much of this battle will play out.
So it's not catch up?
No, no. Much of this battle will be played out in the next 12 to 18 months. The important thing, Rajdeep, is also that you have to use much more sophisticated software with limited computing power. You have to do an optimization of computing power, which is what the Chinese are presently doing. They are not using the latest Blackwell. In fact, the Chinese government stopped NVIDIA's latest Blackwell model. They are saying we'll do it with limited computing power, but better software. Nobody has the better sophisticated software skills than the Indians have. Nobody has the data which India has. Nobody has the trained manpower which India has.
Okay, let me ask you, therefore, in conclusion, it's a question that we are asking all our panelists at this India Today AI Summit, which is quite simply this. And you were honest enough to accept that there is the real fear that this AI revolution in a country like India could lead to an AI divide, much like the digital divide. 100 billion people to be trained in AI over the next decade. Do you fear it could lead to job losses, the kind of disruption that takes place, and therefore this AI revolution could end up devouring us? While there are advantages, certainly, there is that fear that lurks below the surface of large-scale job losses, especially in unskilled labor?
So there'll be job losses of a particular kind, but there'll be job gains of data scientists, of machine learners, of product engineers. There's a huge amount of work to be done in terms of changing the curriculums of all our engineering institutions, of all our management institutions. Today, I mean, at my age, I've learned coding from getting onto Claude at my age. So I think the challenge will be really to put AI in the hands of young students from class 3 onwards as they grow and evolve over the years. India should produce a generation of AI engineers.
And you've also accepted, which is rare for a government officer or a former government officer, that the government doesn't know best. That at least when it comes to AI, please leave it to the great entrepreneurial energies and skills of the people of this country.
In all technology areas, put the entrepreneurs right there. It's free enterprise which should make India grow and prosper for the next 3 decades. The Prime Minister's vision of a $30+ trillion economy can only be achieved with free enterprise.
Amitabh Kant, for as always being provocative and saying things that others are sometimes hesitant to speak out. Thank you very much for joining us, and I hope to see you in a new avatar. In your AI avatar sooner rather than later.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, Amitabh Kant, please give him a very big hand.
Great pleasure.
And our next session this afternoon is Implementing India's AI Mission. Our speakers for this session, Lalitesh Katragada, founder of indiehood.com and creator Google Map Maker, Professor Nikhila Natarajan, adjunct professor, School of Communication and Information, Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey, Rahul Kothari, Chief Operating Officer, Razorpay, and moderating this session is my colleague Cyrus John, editor, Emerging Tech, IndiaToday.in. Let's have a huge round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. We just learned that Amitabh sir is learning to code using Claude, which is a message clear that it's never late to open that textbook, go on the internet, and learn to use AI. And whenever I've had conversations around AI, I get this befuddled expression from people, what is this guy talking about, especially when I'm talking about GPUs. But that's exactly why summits like these are important, to basically decrypt and understand how we can solve this puzzle that is in this technology. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Cyrus, and we have our lovely panelists. And the topic of discussion is the implementation of the AI mission, which I think is an important topic. Since we are a growing economy, we are adopting AI. The first thing that we would like to kick things off with, we have already started with the India AI mission. We are adopting the GPUs, we are getting all of the clusters, we are inviting the world over, as we can see in the summit. I want an understanding from our esteemed panelists. Where do you see if the India AI mission operates at its optimum level? In 5 years, how do you see it helping businesses and consumers as well? So if we can start with you, Natalesh. Yeah.
So I think India's AI mission should be India.
And what I mean by that is we have 1.4 billion people with needs which have not been met in the industrial era. And we are going to leapfrog. India is going to leapfrog from many parts of India which are still in the pre-industrial era, are going to leapfrog into the what I call the infinity era, where everything will be infinite, including commodities and other services that people need, by solving societal problems using technology. Right? Let me give you a simple example. If you take healthcare or education, right? We are never going to have enough doctors and specialists to treat all 1.4 billion people at the quality that you and I get treatments, right? What will happen is AI will come into the picture, right? And that AI, the potential is that AI will be created by India. And when we do that at an Indian price point for the diversity that India has, those AI solutions will actually go and solve the world's problems.
Nicola, you work closely with students, you've told me. How are they interacting or talking about this new transformation technology? Are they aware of it, or are they having conversations?
Totally. Hi, everybody. Lovely to be here. So I'm a youth and media researcher, and a quick note on how I landed here at this panel. So I said, oh, Lalitesh is on the panel? Okay, I'll come there. But yeah, I've been kind of studying this for some time. And to your question, Cyrus, yes, we must listen closely to them. They have a lot to say. And one thing that I'd like to start off with is children and teenagers especially are very, very clear on the red lines for this technology. All we have to do is ask. They're very clear where those red lines should be. And I think it's important to listen into what they're saying.
So do you think there is apprehension among the younger audience who are using AI that they don't come forward and talk? Because most of the conversation about technology are being done by adults like us. So do you think kids should also come forward and talk about this more often?
Yeah, the broader commentary is generally dominated by adult voices who are speaking on behalf of the kids and like, oh, they're on their phones all the time, or they're addicted. No, there's something more going on, and it's important to take a different lens to look at this problem. I'm happy to talk about it in more detail, but I'll hand it over for now. Yeah.
So Rahul, please, your inputs, where do you see India next 5 years with the AI mission?
I will give a perspective from the business side. I think the reality of AI impacting businesses and consumers is actually today, it's already changes happening. I'll give some examples. And probably the trajectory will become much bigger in the next 5 years. So today we just launched some partnership with Replit. Replit enables the AI code to generate different apps by simply prompt engineering. Now, I already see a lot of new businesses developing in a much more democratized way because of this. So probably in next 5 years, it would mean we would have far more number of online businesses, a far more number of SMEs, a far number of AI-based small businesses coming into the ecosystem. I think that would be one big change I can see happening in India over the next 5 years from the business's perspective. I think the second important difference, a change I see, is also how the entire e-commerce will evolve or change. Already few things that we are doing with Zepto or Swiggy or a few months back we launched with Vodafone as well. More and more commerce is moving AI-based, where discovery is happening on AI and now transactional commerce also happening on AI. And this trend is going to become significant, and I would not be surprised if in next 5 years, online part of economy at least, if not more than 50% is driven by AI agents and not individuals, which means AI agents doing transactions themselves. And that's what actually we are seeing happening right now, and few launches you will see tomorrow as well, where we'll see more and more some of these apps having commerce through agents. And second part. Third change I'm seeing is, and I think some time back we're talking about the skills and also how organizations are evolving towards adopting the AI. I think when we talk about like a lot of funding going into the AI infra of the country scaling up, I don't think entrepreneurs are waiting for things to be perfect. Already a lot of processes, a lot of internal workflows have moved to AI. Like for example, for us, a lot of customer service, a lot of traditional things in terms of, say, document review, etc., moved there. To an extent, actually, a part of our next year annual operating plans, 30-40% would be developed by AI. So I can see all those changes happening. And I think one constraint I see over here is as we move, you start using more and more AI, how do so again, the complexities around whether it would be, the closed models versus open source models, what's the kind of risk organizations see when they're not able to come out of this closed models, what are the kind of cost escalate, some of those things have to solve for. But I think the revolution is already begun, and what early shoots we're seeing, it will just be the adoption becoming, say, from 1%, 2% today to 80-90% in next 5 years.
Right. So I joined India Today back in 2022, and ever since then, I've seen some radical AI innovations happening at my organization to an extent that we have AI anchors. And ever since the day I started anchoring, it's sending a cold chill down my spine, whether I will be replaced one day. It's a hint, please don't do that. But I wanted to understand from you in terms of job perspectives, some of the top leaders, AI leaders in the world, like Dario Amodei, the CEO of Anthropic, even Jeffrey Hinton, he's the godfather of AI. They've said that white-collar jobs, tier 1 jobs will be gone in the next few years. So, in fact, a few months. What is your take on the impact on jobs considering this AI boom? If you can start again.
So, I agree with them.
Okay.
I think there will be a necessary disruption as humanity enters into the AI era. White-collar jobs will disappear at scale. I don't want to be here and give you sugarcoat.
But how soon? How soon do you think?
I think that depends on us. Okay. Right? The potential is there. Right? Within 5 years, I think we will have the algorithms and systems where the existing white-collar jobs that we have for the work we are doing today, roughly 90% can go away. Okay. But remember that the white-collar jobs that are there today are only serving 1.5 billion people. Most of humanity is not served. So if you extrapolate and say, what if we actually start serving all of humanity the way we serve each other today, then I think jobs will come back up. Right. And the other thing I want to consider, and I want the audience and their, maybe we all have children, so I worry about them, is to train them that, don't think about a job as something that somebody gives you, right? Absolutely. A job is something that you create for yourself. Right. And I also subscribe to the theory, it's not theory, there's a modeling, that we are imminently, within 15 years, I don't know about 5 years, within 15 years we'll be in the era of plenty. Right. Right? Money will be plentiful. So people work, a lot of people work because they need that money to make their ends meet. Right. I think that era is ending. So what will people do when they don't have to?
That's true.
That is the question.
Nikhila, it's an pertinent question that he has also raised, also an important point. The younger generation is going to come into work and they're going to be facing AI as a challenge. So what do you think in terms of curriculum? Are we really having that conversation? Do we need to have more AI courses being embedded into the curriculum right now?
More AI courses,
yeah,
you said? Actually, in my classrooms, we've gone the other way, which is I get them to have discussions like this and do stand-ups. So I often tell them when you go into the workplace, your boss is not going to ask you to write an essay. But you will have to sit in a room or stand up in a room with some colleagues and push your idea to the top, right? Among other ideas. So get used to standing up and speaking for an idea whose time has come. So we do that. But I'm going to just riff off of what Lalitesh said about the word job. So he talked about jobs and how you can think about it. We can also think about jobs as the jobs to be done that arise in our everyday lives. This is not my idea, it's Clayton Christensen's from the theory of disruptive innovation, but I think it's ripe for purpose right now. There are problems that arise in everyone's lives every day, right, that need solving. Right now, India's AI mission, from what I've understood, is trying to solve for that last 500 million, right? Who are kind of off the grid still. And they're trying to solve with models which can kind of deliver through voice, if I've understood this correct. Lalitesh is the expert on this. So, you know, there are problems that arise in our day-to-day lives that still need solving. And those jobs will be the place where those new businesses begin, right? For that, we have to absolutely be out there and try and figure out which of those problems are big enough that a business can scale around it. That's one. Second point, Lalitesh here is a good example. He came back from the US, he did all his stuff, and then he's working here in Bangalore. So he has a skill set. And then COVID happened. It took Lalitesh and his team to create Arogya Setu. So that's a good example. Like, you have the circumstance, you have the skills. Right. There are things that happen around you, and then you rise to it. But you need those skill sets, and you need that circumstance to happen to give us a vision of what those new jobs can be. What are those new businesses? What are those new applications that can be built for society?
Right. It's important to understand from a business perspective as well, since you employ a lot of people on almost a daily basis. So what is your take?
Yeah, Cyrus, I heard a very interesting comment yesterday from someone. Either you do AI or AI will get you done. So I think I found this statement quite powerful. So the way I'm seeing it in business, like a lot of jobs actually have already gone. Let me first acknowledge that, like almost, and I see across industry, a lot of customer support, a lot of customer service, which used to be human-led, now has become a lot of AI-led. In fact, you must have seen even examples of a lot of sales calls that are coming to all of you on phone.
Customer service as well.
Yeah, and those are kind of more AI generated and not individuals, right? So let's first accept the reality. A lot of jobs have already gone. I think the second important aspect that I'm seeing is also a lot of impact happening on the entry-level roles. Because today the way AI is working, for even a lot of jobs which require thinking, AI can do an apprentice level work for you. So typically the entry level roles that you have to hire for, I think a lot of those are gone. Like for example, today if I want a chief of staff, almost 80% of work for me I can build few apps through Seiko Works or Anthropic, which can help to get it done for me. So I think even those jobs are gone. I think what's really happening is now individuals have to upskill themselves, or rather I would say reskill themselves, where they are able to leverage AI to make their jobs more and more effective. So that's the reality of it. And I think for a lot of people, when I say who are AI native, in fact, a lot of people who are coming now new in the work stream are able to adapt very quickly to it. People, for example, who used to do, say, overall market mapping, now they are using the AI to do this, say 3x, 4x faster and make them themselves a lot more relevant, versus people who have been doing it for last 10, 15 years and finding it a little difficult to adapt. Right. So some of those changes happening. But I think the way it's going to go, almost all the jobs will have to upskill themselves, reskill themselves, especially most of thinking roles.
And that responsibility falls upon the companies to do it, not just
that responsibility falls on the companies as well to make sure that they provide the right environment for people to run, and responsibility falls on the individuals as well. Like whatever stage of the career those are, whether they're CEOs, whether they are CEOs, whether they are the managers, whether they're front level employees, they will have to, I think in the earlier discussion, I think Amitabh was saying, right? Like at any age, you have to figure it out how to leverage AI. I think that becomes extremely important.
That's an important thing. You should never be running away from this technology. It's always beneficial to keep upskilling. Not just talking about, everybody is having this conversation about a sovereign AI. We need to develop AI in India. But I want to understand this perspective. The chat GPTs and the Geminis of the world are already accessible. They're easy to use. Why is there an importance for India to develop a sovereign AI? And do you think, even after we develop it and make it good, we heard the achievements of Sarvam, it went on to beat ChatGPT and Gemini in some of the foundational Indic AI models. So even if the India models are good enough, do you think people will migrate, considering that the GPTs and the Geminis are already having such a massive scale in India and the user base?
Yeah, I don't know if people will migrate or not.
Would you?
I do. But to answer the first part of your question, we must absolutely
build our own,
build and own and have our own sovereign AI, because two reasons. One is the AI models built in Silicon Valley are built from a Silicon Valley perspective.
Absolutely, yeah.
They guess what the rest of the world needs. They don't know what the world needs, right? So they will never solve the edge cases that for us are not edge cases.
But don't you think Silicon Valley companies are smart enough to understand what Indians need and then develop?
Even today, my own product, Google Maps, right, does not do very well when the roads are unstructured.
Okay.
Right? And that's because it will never be on the radar of Silicon Valley. So until we have our own, we will not solve the problems that all of India needs solved. That is number one. The number two is the concentration of value. This is the picture that's often missed, which is advanced technology, especially AI, and this began in the Microsoft world, is a value concentrator. In the olden days, in the industrial era, when you built a car and you were manufacturing cars in India, the local auto parts and so on would insulate industry, and it was lifting the entire tide, right? But if you look at electric cars today, most of the value of the electric car is the battery, the motors, and the transmissions, which the car company builds. The auto ancillary guys have nothing to do, right? So in the AI era, corporations will have value concentration. The values will concentrate to the point where you will have nation-state sized corporations. India needs to have few of them because they will generate the revenues and the value that the society will need, because in a mostly a job-free world, right, the state has a significant role to play in taking care of society.
Right.
What used to be called socialist will now become the norm,
Right.
to the point where the most radical right guy out there, Elon Musk, a month back said that 30% of every corporation's share should be owned by the state.
Right.
Because there is no way for the state to provide the services it needs to any other way.
Right.
So in that era, if we don't own our own AI and our own singularity corporations, as I call them, right, we will have trouble on the economic front.
Nicola, we've understood that you also support this. However, if I were to put it across to you, how would you want to drive this if you want to adopt a sovereign AI?
Can I assume you didn't ask me that question and
Please,
just pick up?
Sure, absolutely.
I'll come to this from a slightly more non-technical place. I was in the room yesterday in L2 auditorium in Bharat Mandapam when they unveiled the Bharat Gen models. So, such a proud moment, really. I had goosebumps. The entire team was out there, and I was in the front row, and I was watching all the models and the back end, and they were explaining how this voice interface works. And I was like, wow, what a moment to be an Indian.
Right.
Seriously. And, if I've been in media, so like I used to work as a news reporter, so if I was making a package out of this, I know what soundtrack I would play in the back.
Right.
Seriously, that's one reason. Second, you need to have the kill switch. Kill switch cannot be outside.
Absolutely, important, yeah. So we would just like switch the course here and try to understand. So a couple of weeks ago, I read a news, and it's gone global.
Before this, sorry,
Yeah.
I had a point of disagreement with Ritesh.
Oh, please,
can I
please,
express
yeah.
that? Yeah. So I think, Ritesh, I don't think there are the global models out there would not be able to understand the Indian context. I think the models are smart enough. If enough data is fed on Indian context, I think they do learn, and that's what we have seen as well. So the problem is not that these models would not be able to learn, because if a lot of data, 80% data is fed from India, they would learn. But still, I do agree to a point that we need to have a sovereign model for the reasons that Ritesh and Nikhila mentioned. And from business perspective, definitely see today we are using all these models which are closed systems. It becomes a very big, eventually become a business contributor risk for businesses, right? Like for example, you would almost locked in, you would not be able to move the context, all these models with whom you have built over for last 3-4 years, to a new system, and that becomes a big risk. And therefore, we do need to build some of our own sovereign models where we have more control, we have more authority to kind of move around those things. And I think the answer to that, how India builds it, is also probably lies somewhere. While we don't have strong models right now, there are a lot of those open source models on which probably still India can build and make a very strong one. The second big risk we see also, a lot of these models, global models, are very closely tied to the hardware of a certain big company, right? And the cost that kind of really keeps getting escalated. Now, of course, there are innovations happening where the new kind of GPUs, which will be cheaper, the software that works on that, which will be lighter, and therefore the models that work on that would be cheaper. So I think from that perspective, having that flexibility, I think extremely important. But all I'm saying for a different reason, because as country and in business, you can't get locked into a certain kind of model where you're kind of almost put a gun to your head.
It should be about autonomy.
Sorry, so just wanted to express
Absolutely.
those thoughts.
Another question, important one, that since you're so close to the payments ecosystem, a couple of weeks ago, I read an article where an AI agent had paid a human being to go stand outside a mall and hold a sign out. He had paid the person in crypto, and this process entirely happened. Since you're so close to payments, I want to understand, is crypto going to come back because of AI agents, because of the nature of payments that it initiates, and also what happens to regular payment systems in the world of AI agents?
Yeah. So I don't think crypto will necessarily come back. I'll give a view of how I see in future payments are going to happen. And a part of it's already happening, like where, say, the AI agents are doing certain e-commerce transactions, and the individuals need to, or humans need to delegate certain authority to agents in terms of doing payments on their behalf. As of now, UPI, I think that's where I think we have done really great job, where UPI is a far stronger payment mode compared to any other payment mode across the world, where authority can be delegated without sharing the credentials. The agent can do transactions. I think that's first of all, that's such a great thing that's happening. Now, fundamentally, when AI agents do financial transactions, 3 or 4 things are extremely important. One is there should be a delegation possible. There should be a limit bound. There should be a real-time transparency for the risk management. There has to be auditability. And I think something which Nikhila just mentioned, there should be a kind of a kill switch. If something is going wrong, you should be able to kill it kind of right then and there. So these are 3 or 4 key frameworks required for having a new financial currency which adheres to to it. UPI, I think, is a great starting point, but I see probably in next 3 to 4 years, like a lot of things right now, AI will change. I think the currency might also go very, very digital. I don't know what answer would be. It would be the Indian sovereign digital currency is the answer, or something else, but it will go to primarily the digital first currencies and not traditional currencies which are being modified for digital use cases.
So those banknotes may not have a very good future, if it might be, right? All right, just trying to understand, we are developing AI at an astronomical pace right now. However, we are not looking at regulation at the same importance. Do you think this is a concern? We need to have conversation about regulating AI as well, considering how quickly it's developed.
I don't think we should just be having a conversation about regulation, but regulation, safety, security of people needs to be in the front, and the algorithms in many ways need to be second.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Who should start this process? I mean, the government should, or the private enterprises?
No, it has to be the government.
Okay.
Led by the people, but we are a people's government. But it has to be the government with a wide consultation.
Okay.
I'll give you a simple example. The guy who invented the field of robotics is actually not a scientist; he's an author, Isaac Asimov. Right? Right. One of the, his literature created the field of robotics and imagination.
Right. And also instilled a lot of fear in humans about what robotics can do to us.
Yeah, and geeks like this turned it into a field. I'm a roboticist by training. He wrote, when he imagined what a robotic world an AI-powered world will look like, that you have to have the fundamental kill switch he created were 3 laws of robotics. Right? And when you look very closely at those 3 laws, they're actually necessary and complete. And we have to, if I had a magic wand, right, I would institute those 3 laws and say that, look, every AI you build, to the extent that the AI understands, right, must follow those 3 laws without exception, right?
Those 3 laws were in the movie I, Robot, and still the robots
Actually,
try to take over
I read
humanity.
them when they were books, right? I used to go to, you know, Churney Road and buy used books in the olden days when I was a kid. But let me actually say the 3 laws, because not everybody in the audience has read SMO. The robot shall never, through its action or inaction, let a human being come to harm. Right. Law number 1. Law number 2, a robot shall always follow the directions of a human unless it counters the first law. Right? That single statement takes out any robotic system that you would use in war where humans are not in control. Right? The 3rd law is the robot shall not allow itself to come to harm unless the 1st and 2nd law are violated. And that's actually a necessary and complete. Right? And for some reason, we are, I mean, I don't know if you saw recently there was this analysis that was done of one of the major AI models where it was being threatened to be shut down. And
Claude's, yes.
I will not say the name, but the model then fought back and started giving recipes of chemical weapons to use against people. I'm like, how hard is it to institute that these 3 laws must be embedded inside every AI model that we create? So I think Nikhila is right. I think the kids are not having a say. Kailash Satyarthi says this in many ways, that a failing of modern society is that we don't give kids a voice. Right? If you take 10-year-olds and 13-year-olds and put them on this podium and ask them to draft a law, they'll do a better job.
So if you're wanting to take the first step now, today, where do you think we should start?
So 2 minutes, I'll do a soundbite style story. So quick story. On May 16th, 2024, just about 6 months after ChatGPT launched, Sam Altman, who we'll see tomorrow, was testifying in Congress in the US. And this senator who was leading the whole session said, you know, we made a mistake with social media. We should not repeat that with AI. And I was sitting there, I was watching the entire session, sitting there and thinking, we need a better vocabulary for this stuff. And then I came up with this term called the ambient AI media environment, because essentially it's predictive AI that is threading itself through pretty much all of the media that we use. So until we have a wholesale new vocabulary that we can talk in, regulators are going to be far behind this technology.
Correct.
But I think India is doing a great job with the Grok thing in January. Yeah.
Taking that forward, Rahul, if you have any inputs on that.
Yeah, sure. First of all, completely agree. Like, you know, the regulation and governance around has to be more principle-based rather than prescription-based. I think the challenge would come in execution a lot. And I think, you know, a quick summary, at least the way I think about it, for the execution, we will need the pace at which the AI is evolving, it will be extremely difficult for the government or regulators to keep pace. And the only way to solve for it is to have a real-time sandbox environment where there are certain kind of governance frameworks put in place. Any new AI evolution happening in any new AI use cases coming, they have to go through a sandbox environment and very fast kind of it's a go, no go and get executed. I think that's one thing. Second, I also quite frankly have a lot of faith and confidence that India would be able to do it really well. In fact, a lot of great the innovation we see is actually regulatory innovation in India, whether it's UPI, whether digital KYC, and probably given the mindset of the regulator, I really think it is one place where India has a chance to take a lead. While we are a little bit late in terms of leading the AI tech revolution, AI governance and regulation innovation is something which we can really lead the way we have led for, say, UPI or fintech world.
Correct. Okay. That's unfortunately all the time we have, but thank you so much for these insights. I definitely enjoyed it. Hopefully you can take something back home. Thank you again. And ladies and gentlemen, kindly please be seated. We have a little surprise from our team, so we request you to please be seated till we clear the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, so those have been some very insightful conversations and a wonderful first half to this summit. On that note, I'd like to bring in India Today's AI anchor, Sana, to make a very important announcement.
It's been a power-packed morning full of ideas and solutions. It's time for a well-deserved human lunch break. Do take this moment to recharge, connect, and reflect, because we have plenty more lined up for you. As I am always ready and loaded. Before you go, have you met my friend Sutra, who is also an advanced AI-powered news anchor like me? She's at Bharat Mandapam conveying real-time takeaways of the conversations at the AI Impact Summit. Enjoy your lunch, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you so much, Sana. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back after half an hour. A lovely audience so far. I'm sure you've all had your lunch and we are set to begin with the second half of this summit. I'd once again like to take a moment to thank all our sponsors who've made this event possible. Co-powered by Quick Heal, Knowledge Partner SOA, Associate Sponsor Shri Cement, Strategic Partner US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. So our next session this afternoon is AI displacing more jobs than creating? Our speakers for this session, I'd like to introduce them. Nitin Mittal, Global AI Leader, Deloitte India. Amit Acharya, CEO and Co-founder, Zetwork. Riju Datta, Co-founder, Cash Free Payments. Sunil Gupta, CEO, Yota Data Services. And moderating this session, Shweta Singh, Senior Managing Editor, Archtak Programming and Head of GNT. Let's have a huge round of applause. You've all had your lunch. Let's begin with this session.
इस सेशन को, इस सत्र का जो टॉपिक है जो हमने दिया था कि इज एआई डिस्प्लेसिंग मोर जॉब्स दैन क्रिएटिंग, मुझे लगता है क्योंकि हमारे सारे गेस्ट्स को दिल्ली के ट्रैफिक से जूझना पड़ा है, मुझे लगता है ट्रैफिक कंट्रोल का तो एआई के पास बेहतर विकल्प होगा। एक एक करके मैं इसी एक सवाल से सबके साथ शुरुआत करना चाहती हूँ और अंग्रेजी हिंदी जो भी मिक्स्ड हम बातचीत यहाँ पर रखें, क्योंकि इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है कि हमारा मैसेज सामने जाए। अब पहली चीज़ ये है कि बहुत डिस्कशन हो रहा है कि नौकरी चली जाएगी, नौकरी चली जाएगी, सब कुछ एक कंप्यूटर बैठा हुआ वो सारा कुछ कंट्रोल कर देगा। क्या ये जॉब लॉस रियल है या केवल जो नौकरी है उसका तरीका बदल रहा है, वो ट्रांसफॉर्म हो रहा है? क्या और क्या सचमुच में ये जॉब लॉस आपने देखा है अब तक?
देखिए, इसका कोई स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड आंसर नहीं है। अगर हम इसको एक सालों में डिवाइड कर देंगे कि हाँ जॉब लॉस हो रहा है, सब कुछ खत्म हो गया, पूरी दुनिया खत्म हो गया, वो भी नहीं हो रहा है, या हम ये बोलें कि बड़े आइडियलिस्ट वर्ड में रखें कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, वो भी गलत होगा। हो क्या रहा है कि कई सारे ऐसे टास्क, पहले क्या होता था, ऑटोमेशन, आपको ऐसे टास्क जो वर्कफ्लो ऑटोमेशन स्ट्रक्चर होते थे हो जाते थे। AI बाय द नेचर ऑफ द टेक्नोलॉजी इज कि आप मशीन में कोडिंग नहीं करते हो, मशीन में अनलिमिटेड डेटा डालते हो, मशीन अपने आप को इंटेलिजेंट बना लेती है एंड देन स्टार्ट आंसरिंग। तो नेचुरली व्हेन यू हैव सच ए लार्ज कैपेबिलिटी जो मशीन कर रही है, तो द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ AI इज फार वाइड स्प्रेड देन जो एक रेगुलर ऑटोमेशन का था। तो दैट वे जॉब्स पे, ऐसी जॉब जो कभी सोची भी नहीं थी कि इंपैक्ट हो सकते टेक्नोलॉजी से, फॉर श्योर इंपैक्ट आ रहा है। बट वेदर इसका मतलब जॉब लॉस है? नो, जॉब लॉस नहीं है। इसका मतलब ये है कि शायद ऑप्टिमाइजेशन हो रहे थे। जैसे सबसे ज्यादा लो हैंगिंग फ्रूट फॉर एग्जांपल है कि चलो हमारे कॉल सेंटर की जॉब थी, चैट जॉब ले ली है, दीज आर नॉट लाइक FAQ टाइप ऑफ अ चैटबॉट, दीज आर ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंट चैटबॉट्स हैं। या सॉफ्टवेयर कोडिंग, ये सारी लो हैंगिंग फ्रूट है। आप AI की तरफ से बोलो कि पूरा पूरा कोडिंग हो जाएगा। तो कल को आपको, अगर पहले आपको 50 लोग लगते थे तो 50 की बजाय आपको 10 लोग लगेंगे, क्योंकि वो लोग ओवरसी करेंगे। ये द ह्यूमन एलिमेंट, द गट एलिमेंट, एक इंटेलिजेंस एलिमेंट जो है वो हमेशा रहेगा, लेकिन जो एक रेगुलर कॉग्निटिव वर्क है जो किया जा सकता है मशीन से होने लग जाएगा पूरा पूरा। सो दैट इज वन पार्ट के बहुत सारे टास्क ऑटोमेट हो जाएंगे, पूरी जॉब लॉस नहीं होगी, लेकिन कई सारे टास्क ऑटोमेट हो जाएंगे और उसके कारण कहीं ना कहीं एक लेसर नंबर ऑफ जॉब्स होने लग जाएगा। दैट इज वन एस्पेक्ट ऑफ दैट। बट अगर मैं दूसरी तरफ से देखें, आज की डेट में AI को अगर मैं मल्टीपल स्टैक्स पे देखूं, आई वर्क इन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्पेस, आई एम लुकिंग आउट फॉर हंड्रेड्स एंड हंड्रेड्स ऑफ इंजीनियर्स, राइट फ्रॉम के मेरे डेटा सेंटर कैसे बनेंगे, राइट? आपको आज की डेट में इंडिया की पूरी डेटा सेंटर मार्केट 5-6 गुना हो चुकी है पिछले 7 साल में। आई एम गोइंग टू, आई मीन एज ए इंडस्ट्री वी आर गोइंग टू ग्रो एटलीस्ट 10 टाइम्स। इवन देन इंडस्ट्री की कंप्यूटर की डिमांड खत्म नहीं होगी AI को रन करने के लिए, क्योंकि आप एक UPI था जिसने पूरी हमारी लाइफ को चेंज कर दिया। AI विल ब्रिंग 50 UPI मोमेंट्स in agriculture, in healthcare, in education, in climate, in banking, in finance, in entertainment, everything will be impacted. जब वो सारा आएगा, उसके लिए सबसे फंडामेंटल लेयर पे जो डिजिटल फैक्ट्रीज बनेंगी, AI फैक्ट्रीज बनेगा, कौन बनाएगा? उनको बनाने के लिए डेटा सेंटर लगेंगे, लोग लगेंगे, पूरा अंडरलाइन जो पावर का, कूलिंग का, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का, जो ऑटोमेशन का इकोसिस्टम है, उसके अंदर वो सारी कंपनीज में लोग लगेंगे, सबको बनाना पड़ेगा। उसके ऊपर आपका टेक्नोलॉजी लेयर आ गई, जो ये बोलते हैं मशीन को ट्रेन करना है, कौन करेगा? एंटरप्राइजेस को आजकल समझ नहीं आ रहा, मेरे पास डाटा तो बहुत है लेकिन मैं एआई को यूज कैसे करूं? कौन करेगा? इंजीनियर्स ही करेंगे. द पीपल हु आर एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड बिजनेस प्रॉब्लम, अंडरस्टैंड के बिजनेस के पास क्या डाटा है, उस डाटा को यूज करके, एआई को यूज करके कैसे उसको प्रोडक्टिव यूज केस में डाला जाए, ये सब चीजें ऐसी हैं जो अल्टीमेटली लोग ही करने वाले हैं. मशीन स्टिल आपके कंट्रोल में रहेगी. सो कुछ चीजें यस खत्म हो जाएंगी, ऑटोमेट हो जाएंगे, लोग कम हो जाएंगे. कई जगह पे एआई एक्चुअली नई नई जॉब क्रिएट करेगा. नेट इंपैक्ट क्या होगा? वी आर ऑल हियर टू सी.
तो अमृताचार्य जी, क्या हम ये कह सकते हैं कि मोर ऑफ अ जॉब ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन देन जॉब लॉस?
देखिए, if you look at any study globally, they will all say कि हाँ, we'll have some job loss, but we'll also have job creation, and the net impact, I think, will be positive. There'll be more jobs that will be created than jobs will get impacted. You take history, मतलब AI is of course very powerful trend, but internet was one such trend. They've all expanded the size of the economy, right? So I think we should all believe in that कि economy size बढ़ेगा, and economy size बढ़ेगा तो more jobs will get created, and that's a natural flow, and that's what I believe. But I completely agree with what sir said कि the nature of jobs may change. A job is nothing but a combination of tasks. It may be 5 tasks, 10 tasks, 20 tasks, and out of 20 tasks, 10 may get automated because of AI. Now that creates bandwidth for that person to do 10 more things, which they had never done before, right? And we are seeing that in a very direct way in software engineering. One of the last things we imagine which will get automated, but we employ like many software engineers in the company. It's not like we have had to let people go. They're producing more code in a short span of time than they could in before AI, right? And you take that example anywhere, I think that will largely be the trend. And more and more jobs will get created. We are also seeing the similar phenomena, like there is high demand for electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, people who know how to use their hands, you know. So these are things which will get augmented more and more with AI. That's my view.
नितिन जी, आप इत्तेफाक रखते हैं या फिर?
So here's what I would say. Hype and fear have got nothing to do with stats. And I completely agree with the viewpoint. There's a lot more anxiety because we personalize those losses. When we actually take a look at some of our colleagues, other professionals, what we read in the media, we essentially develop that fear factor. The reality actually could not be more different. So let me actually kind of make this very practical and a bit stat-oriented. If you take the World Economic Forum and LinkedIn together, they've estimated that in the past 2 years, 1.3 million net new AI jobs were added. What was those jobs in? Prompt engineering, AI engineering, data annotators. And if you get into specific industries, healthcare, medical AI validators, transportation, autonomous vehicle monitors, energy, smart grid managers, these are jobs that never existed. They now actually exist. But we don't report on them, we don't talk about them, we don't pay attention. Those are net new job creation. Second, Sunil kind of very rightfully mentioned the fact that there is a preponderance of AI data centers that are being built. We marvel at it. We talk about it in the sense of a new gigawatt data center. Sunil can even comment on the number of GPUs that Iota actually has. Let's actually pause for a minute. What does that mean? It is okay to marvel at the fact that a new gigawatt data center is actually being stood up. What goes into the data center? It's not the chips, or not only the chips. It's steel, aluminum that has to be manufactured. It's PVC pipes for coolants that have to be manufactured. It's cabling that has to be manufactured. It's new power units that have to be manufactured. There's new basically upgrades that have to be done to the grid system for which you need technicians. There's more energy sources and energy mix that is required for which jobs are created. For every single call center job that could perhaps have been displaced because of a virtual agent, there is perhaps 100x more jobs that are actually created because that virtual agent has to be run on a data center that has to be constructed, for which manufacturing has to be done, and not only kind of manufacturing has to be done, but the energy systems have to be upgraded. And now, as per the last budget that was introduced by the government, they also talked about critical mining corridors that have to be established. You take the compounding effect of it, there's a lot many more net jobs that are actually created than those that are lost. The trick is not job losses, it's job reskilling. Reskilling to create not necessarily a blue-collar workforce or a white-collar workforce, but what I would kind of say, a new-collar workforce.
Wow. That's a good term. Riju, would you agree? आप इत्तेफाक रखते हैं इस बात से?
Yeah, I mean, largely, I think, agree. I mean, firstly, AI, I think, targets or affects more of the services or the intangible components. Goods, as sir said, you know, I think will be less affected or will be affected later. I think, as regards to the way in which, yeah, jaise job change ho raha hai, the way it is changing, I would like to give an example of customer support, you know, something that we deal with. So we've tried to automate customer support, but what will happen is, we are maybe currently at 50-60% automation of, you know, all the queries that come in. Now there is a bunch of people who will, you know, who will kind of use AI to make that, take that 50-60% up to 80-90%. But then you'll still be left with, you know, 20% of the queries, which are the really complex cases that, you know, AI can't, you know, touch. So you need those subject matter experts, you know, that will work on those 10-20% of the tickets. And I think that's going to be the trend for a lot of the existing jobs as to how they will change. And then, of course, there will be new kinds of jobs, you know, that we are discussing.
मुझे लगता है एक इमेज हम दिखा रहे थे पीछे, हमारा हमारी जो सोच है एआई की, ये जैसे हम रोबोट केवल ह्यूमनॉइड को देख कर ही मानते हैं कि यही एक रोबोट है, जबकि रोबोट बहुत तरीके से एग्जिस्ट करता है हमारे बीच. जो इनसे जुड़ी हुई फिल्में होती हैं उसमें ज़रूर ये बात दिखाई जाती है कि ट्रेनिंग करते करते आप इतना ट्रेन कर देते हैं कि उसको आपकी ट्रेनिंग की ज़रूरत नहीं है. क्या ये चीज़ें वहाँ से स्टेम करती हैं? और इसके साथ ही क्या जो इस समय जो रीस्किलिंग की बात की उसकी ज़रूरत अभी एग्जिस्टिंग कंपनीज को है?
बहुत ज़्यादा है. एंड आई थिंक द रियल कन्वर्सेशन आई वुड से इज नॉट जॉब लॉसेस. द रियल कन्वर्सेशन इज if we are trying to resist AI and not follow the path and trying to skill ourselves. And by the way, ज़रूरी नहीं है कि हर कोई AI का super duper specialist बन जाए. There can always be some part of the organization which will be coding it, fine tuning it, creating your own model which will be put to use. But every single person in the organization will have to be AI literate to how to use AI. Because if you are not doing it, it's a very cliche statement that AI will not take your job. A person equipped with AI will take a job of a person who is not equipped with AI, right? So इसको resist करने के बजाय AI से अपने आप को equip किया जाए और equip होके अपनी productivity बढ़ाई जाए, right? एक simple example देता हूँ. हम अपनी organization में there are certain low hanging fruits. आज की date में मेरा marketing team है. They are doing tons of things, you know, some physical like event organizations, but lots of things which are digital के collateral लिख दिया, content लिख दिया, social post लिख दिया. Now because of AI coming in, lot of the stuff we are able to do just like ChatGPT को prompt किया कर लिया. But क्योंकि हम वो सब कुछ कर पा रहे हैं, creative बना पा रहे हैं, does it mean कि मैं marketing team को अपनी size को कम कर रहा हूँ? No. Possibly I have increased the size of the team. क्यों? लेकिन अभी वही marketing team जो पहले X amount of the work कर रही थी, अभी वो दिमाग में उनके आ रहा है, यार ये काम तो मशीन कर लेगा, मैं और क्या क्या करूँ? मैं और ज़्यादा कस्टमर से जाके मिल लूँ, मैं और ज़्यादा इवेंट्स कर लूँ. बेसिकली द फिजिकल पार्ट टिल द टाइम योर टुडेज आई वुड से लॉजिकल एआई और द एजेंटिक एआई आल्सो स्टार्ट गेटिंग टू द डोमेन ऑफ फिजिकल एआई कि कल को ह्यूमनॉइड रोबोट्स होंगे, वो भी हमारे माली का, टेक्नीशियन का, प्लम्बर का, वो सारा काम भी करने लग जाएंगे. पॉसिबली उस टाइम पे भी देखना पड़ेगा कि कॉस्ट इकोनॉमिक्स उन रोबोट्स को प्रोड्यूस करने क्या होगी. पॉसिबली विल स्टिल फील यार अपने जो लोग हैं वही बड़ा अच्छा काम कर लेते हैं, मैं क्यों ऑटोमेशन लेके आऊँ. इवन देन दैट क्वेश्चन विल बी देयर. बट व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज AI के आने से प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ेगी. ओवरऑल जो आप कितना काम कर सकते हो कंपनीज के, उसमें मे बी आप और रेवेन्यू क्रिएट कर सकते हो, नए प्रोडक्ट लाइन शुरू कर सकते हो, नए बिजनेस शुरू कर सकते हो. यू विल थिंक इन दैट डायरेक्शन, थिंकिंग कि नहीं मैं कॉस्ट कम कर लूँ और लोगों को कम कर लूँ. दैट इज आई थिंक द इम्पैक्ट विल बी देयर. बट उसका सबसे बड़ा फंडामेंटल रिक्वायर्ड है एंड विच आई सी डे इन एंड डे आउट इन माई ओन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. आई कैन सी द पीपल, यंगस्टर्स इन माई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, जो ओल्डर लोग हैं हमारे जैसे, वो रेजिस्ट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि अनलर्न करना पड़ेगा, लर्न करना पड़ेगा, डिबेट करनी पड़ेगी क्या करना है, हाइप है कि नहीं है. यंगस्टर्स जो है डोंट थिंक ऑल दिस इन माइंड, वो शुरू हो जाते हैं एकदम से. माय एंटायर AI डिपार्टमेंट इन माय कंपनी इज रन बाय यंगस्टर्स हु आर लाइक 2 years 3 years old, and their salary levels are already 2 times 3 times higher than the people who are not equipped with AI. So I think instead of resisting, we adopt AI, increase our productivity, job loss नहीं होगा.
नहीं, मुझे तो वो पूरा वो दौर का फ्लैशबैक हो गया जहां पर ऑफिसों में बैठे लोगों को एक्सेल भी एक तरीके से शुरुआत से सीखना पड़ा, जो हाथों से शीट्स पर रहते. तो फिर इसका क्या मतलब ये तो डरने की बात है ही ना, कि किसी को भी डर लगेगा कि अरे ये तो कल का लड़का आ गया और देखो मुझसे कहीं ज़्यादा कमा रहा है. तो ये चीज़ कैसे करें, वो स्किल सेट जो डेवलप करने की बात करिए, वो कंपनी तो आप में बाद में इन्वेस्ट करेगी, पर एक एम्प्लॉय, एक एग्जिस्टिंग एम्प्लॉय जिसको आज ये डर लग रहा होगा कि मैं क्या कर लूं कि मेरी नौकरी बचे, आप क्या उनको एडवाइस करेंगे?
I think one of the good things about the AI wave is it's quite democratic. मतलब it's अगर intent है तो सीख सकते हैं. It's not that hard. And I see that in my own job. Like part of my job is, you know, when we do something different, we have to update our board. We have to write these elaborate notes, and I'm able to do that. Usually I used to have a chief of staff. He used to write those notes. I used to edit, and now I'm able to get a V0 version, which is 10 times better than what my chief of staff would have written, and then we are able to kind of fine tune it and edit it. And the AI is able to tell you things which you had not even thought about. It has, as humans, you have a lot of blind spots. You think, okay, I know these 10 things, I don't know these other 10 things. But a good AI, if you ask the question well, it can answer the question in a way which is very, very comprehensive, right? And though I'm a tech entrepreneur, I feel like if I could learn this, anyone can learn this. You know, it's not that difficult. And in fact, the first person who's been after me was my wife. She has been I think she was one of the first users of ChatGPT Pro in India. You know, she's been after me 2 years. Learn this, and I was delaying. I was resisting actually. I was saying, "Hamara manufacturing focused company hai. AI will be the last thing that will touch my business." But the moment I embraced it, my productivity gains have been dramatic, and I cannot imagine a world without using it now, right? And I would encourage everyone to do the same. It's very simple and user-friendly tools. And this fear कि एक नया चीज सीखना पड़ेगा, that I think is true for any job in any profession. I think AI थोड़ा exposes it in a very, it keeps the spotlight on you. The same is true for any company. A lot of companies are sitting on so much data. AI can contextualize that data and make it more, it can enable decision making which you had never even thought about before. So, I think there's a lot of power in embracing it rather than resisting it.
ये अच्छी बात आप लोग बोल रहे हैं कि रेजिस्ट करना छोड़ना होगा. मैं मतलब पर्सनली स्पीकिंग शायद मैं भी रेजिस्ट करती हूँ. मुझे लगता है ओवर डिपेंडेंस हो जाएगा, लेकिन शायद जॉब में वो हेल्प करे. हमारी इनफैक्ट हमने इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप पहला ग्रुप था जिसने एक AI न्यूज़ एंकर को स्टूडियो में लेकर आए. फिर हमारे एंकर्स के अपने ट्विंस हैं, हमारे ट्विंस हैं, AI परछाई है हमारी. और मेरी जो ट्विन है उनसे मैं, मेरी डिजिटल ट्विन भी एक सवाल पूछना चाहेंगी इस सेशन में. अगर वो रेडी है इसके लिए तो मैं चाहूंगी मुझे कोई बस एक क्यू दे दीजिएगा वहां से. हम रेडी हैं? हाँ ठीक है, प्लीज.
नमस्ते, मैं श्वेता सिंह की डिजिटल जुड़वा हूं और मैं आप सबसे यह पूछना चाहती हूं कि आप युवाओं को क्या एडवाइस करेंगे. उन्हें ऐसा क्या सीखना चाहिए ताकि वो एक AI ड्रिवन इकोनॉमी में रेलेवेंट रहे.
नहीं, आपने अभी हम स्टेज पर आने से पहले आपको ये दिक्कत थी कि मीडिया के हेडलाइंस ये होते हैं, और मैंने आपसे कहा कि शायद कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स सबसे पहला बलि का बकरा बन सकते हैं, इसमें सबसे पहला सैक्रिफाइस हो सकता है क्योंकि वो सारी चीजें AI आसानी से कर लेता है. आप बताएं क्या स्किल सेट डेवलप करें यंगस्टर्स.
Okay, so let's do this quick exercise to kind of maybe get to your question of what skill sets youngsters should be developing. Maybe through a quick show of hands, how many of you have teenager children? How many of those teenager children do not use a smartphone? Okay? Fast forward 5 years. I'm going to ask the same question. How many of you kind of have teenagers? And how many of those teenagers do not use AI? It is inevitable. Every technology curve is inevitably going to be used by the next half a generation, not even the full generation. So, if it is inevitable, what are the skill sets that are important? We can write a whole book, and frankly, you can prompt with whichever chatbot you kind of fancy, what skill sets are important. Maybe I'll do this. I'll articulate 2 skill sets that are more important than anything that essentially a chatbot or a model basically kind of infers and gives you a response on. First skill set, curiosity. Second skill set, adaptability. If we are curious, curiosity leads to learning. Learning encourages us to be adaptable. We can pivot. We can reskill. We can take on essentially anything that we want to. You can have a digital twin. Good luck that digital twin expressing creative ideas. Good luck that digital twin developing relationships in the broader community. Good luck that digital twin actually kind of understanding context beyond what he or she can regurgitate based on its pre-training. Those are very human intuitive traits, experiences, judgment, relationships, understanding, context. That is what we actually have to focus on. That is not something that is easily replicable. Maybe at some point of time, we're not there as yet. So nothing to fear about your job and kind of what you do on a day-to-day basis.
No, I just got a bright idea today that probably I sell my digital twins rights to the company and sit in Goa and enjoy my holiday. But एक कंपनी की कितनी जिम्मेदारी है कि वो अपने एम्प्लॉइज को रीस्किल करे?
Right. I think what we do is एक तो एम्प्लॉय की जिम्मेदारी तो होती ही है. I think what we do is we set a high bar of expectations in terms of outcomes, right? I think for us it is not that you do it with AI, but you do something that is 10x better than how we are doing it today, right? We tie it to outcomes and then let people figure out, what to do. Like for instance, again going back to customer support, we want 90% of our queries and tickets to be resolved in 10 minutes, right? Like last year that was 24 hours. We want we are a payments company, so we onboard businesses. So we want onboarding to be automated, again, instant, right? If you do it manually, it's going to take time. So that's the kind of high bar we set, like a landing page should be up in 10 minutes or, instantly. So those kind of high bars is what we set, and then people figure out, and upscale themselves, right? So people need to have a great idea of how to do their job better, like they need to have that vision, yardstick, and then adapt themselves accordingly. I think that.
मुझे लगता है क्योंकि डिजिटल पेमेंट्स की बात उन्होंने की, वो सबसे बड़ा एग्जाम्पल हो जाता है इस केस में. वहाँ पर सब कुछ डिजिटली हो रहा है, लेकिन बैंक आज भी एग्जिस्ट कर रहे हैं. इंटरनेट बैंकिंग में बहुत लोगों ने खुद को रोका, लेकिन आज वो सच्चाई है. आज आप सिर्फ मोबाइल फ़ोन लेके आप हर जगह ट्रैवल कर सकते हैं. पर एक्चुअली क्या होता है ना कि बहुत सारी खबरें अलग अलग जगहों से आती हैं कि यहाँ से इतने ले ऑफ हो रहे हैं क्योंकि कंपनी का काम सस्ते में चल जाएगा एआई के साथ. इंटरनेशनली इस तरह की चीजें आ रही हैं, सिर्फ इंडिया में नहीं आ रही हैं, और इसीलिए लोग ज्यादा डर रहे हैं और इसीलिए ये सवाल ज्यादा पूछा जा रहा है.
शायद ये एआई का कॉन्टेक्स्ट है और इतना ज्यादा आई वुड से इंफॉर्मेशन शेयरिंग है, इतना ज्यादा हाइप बन गया है, तो ये हाईलाइट में ज्यादा आ रहा है. व्हेन यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट समथिंग मोर एंड मोर एंड मोर एंड मोर, एंड एक वो जो एक तरफ पे आप पॉजिटिविटी देखते हो, पे एक पे फियर साइकोसिस बन जाता है, निगेट करने की कोशिश करते हो, तो आप उसके बारे में ज़्यादा जानते हो. इवन विदाउट लुकिंग एट द डाटा, आई कैन सेफली से आप 10 साल पुराने का डाटा देख लीजिए, क्या एआई के आने से पहले वो जॉब लॉसेस नहीं होते थे, राइट? और वो नॉर्मली जो जॉब लॉसेस होते ये नहीं था कि जो एम्प्लॉयज आपके प्रोडक्टिव एम्प्लॉयज थे, सब कुछ कर रहे थे, सडनली उनको बोल दिया कल से चले जाओ. अक्रॉस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में भी इंडियन कल्चर में कम है, बट यूएस कल्चर में जिस तरह कैपिटलिस्ट इकोनॉमी है बड़ा रेगुलर है। हर साल के आखिर में आपका बॉटम 3-4-5% आप ऑप्टिमाइज करने के लिए, या तो आपके प्रोजेक्ट नहीं रहे, या आपको अपने P&L इंप्रूव करनी है, या पीपल वर नॉट परफॉर्मिंग वेल, जिनको आपने बेसिकली जाने के लिए बोल दिया। तो दिस इज समथिंग विच इज गोइंग टू बी देयर, बट शायद उसके आगे वो नंबर नहीं आया होगा, या वो नंबर भी रादर पॉपुलराइज हो रहा है कि कितने सारे लोग यही कंपनी रिक्रूट कर रहे हैं एट स्टैगरिंग सैलरीज, बिकॉज समवेयर दीज कंपनीज आर running the race of building the best possible AI, the AGI and all that stuff. So hiring अगर job losses अगर हो रहे हैं, if at all we say AI के कारण हो रहे हैं, शायद उसके साथ AI के related hiring भी हो रही हैं जो highlight नहीं हो रही हैं। तो I think दोनों चीजें रहने वाली हैं। किस तरह की जॉब लॉस होगी और किस तरह की नई जॉब क्रिएट की होगी वो डिफरेंट हो सकता है।
नहीं भाई, क्या कौन सा सेक्टर सबसे ज्यादा प्रभावित हो रहा है इससे?
देखिए इस टाइम पे कुछ चीजें जो बहुत ही लो हैंगिंग है, बीपीओ सेक्टर, कॉल सेंटर सेक्टर जो हमारा था, राइट, वो बहुत ही लो हैंगिंग है कि वो सारा काम लोग कर रहे थे कि कुछ इंफॉर्मेशन है उसको पढ़ा, कस्टमर की क्वेरी को आंसर कर दिया। नाउ मशीन नॉट ओनली ऑटोमेटिंग इट, इट आल्सो कैन ट्राई टू एक्ट लाइक ए ह्यूमन, ट्राई टू टॉक लाइक ह्यूमन एज मच एज पॉसिबल एंड कैन आंसर दैट क्वेश्चन। तो जो पूछने वाला बंदा है उसको पता भी होगा कि ये मशीन है, ह्यूमन नहीं बात कर रहा है, बट ही इज हैप्पी कि हाँ कोई मेरे से बात करके जो भी मैं आड़ा तेरा क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा हूँ वो प्रेस 1 प्रेस 2 प्रेस 3 वाला नहीं कर रहा है। जो भी मैं क्वेश्चन पूछूंगा वो कॉन्टेक्ट को समझ के मेरे को कॉन्टेक्ट के आंसर कर देगा। तो पीपल आर ओके विद दैट। दूसरा सॉफ्टवेयर कोडिंग, फॉर श्योर मशीन आज की डेट में सॉफ्टवेयर खुद बना रही है, तो इसलिए आपको कोडिंग नहीं करना है। सो पीपल जो कोडर थे उनको एलिवेट करना पड़ेगा। मेरे को कोडिंग के बजाय बिजनेस प्रॉब्लम को समझने वाला, बिजनेस एनालिस्ट वाला लोग है कि कस्टमर से बात करूं, उसके बिजनेस के कॉन्टैक्ट को समझूं, उसके डाटा को समझूं, उसके ऊपर क्या क्या डाटा कहां कहां पड़ा हुआ है, इनको रिलेट करके मैं बता सकूं उस बिजनेस को कि तेरी इस प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने के लिए तेरे इस डाटा को यूज करके मैं ऐसा मॉडल बनाऊंगा, ऐसे एजेंट बनाऊंगा जिसको तेरे ERP में प्लग इन कर दूंगा। सो एक तरह से आप अपनी जो कॉग्निटिव लेवल पे जो हायर लेवल की चीजें हैं वो करने लग जाओगे, आप जो रेगुलर रूटीन चीजें हैं वो मशीन करने लग जाएगी। फॉर श्योर वहां पे इंपैक्ट होगा पूरा पूरा, बट अगेन द पॉइंट विल कम डाउन टू हाउ डू गो एट टू हायर लेवल ऑफ वर्क, जहां पे रूटीन काम को AI के ऊपर छोड़ दूं लेकिन मैं सोचने का काम करूं। जैसे अभी नितिन ने बोला, कई चीजें ऐसी हैं जो शायद मशीन, पीपल आर टॉकिंग अबाउट AGI, पूरा सिलिकॉन वैली लगा हुआ उसके ऊपर, बट जो वो आएगा तब देखेंगे। लेकिन कुछ चीजें ऐसी हैं जो एसेंशियल ह्यूमन है। आपने अभी अभी अपना डिजिटल ट्विन दिखाया, वर वी एबल टू, वी वर डूइंग वाव ऑन दैट, वाव, बट वर वी रिलेटिंग टू दैट ट्विन द वे वी आर रिलेटिंग टू यू? नो। जो ह्यूमन इमोशंस हैं, जो कनेक्टेडनेस है, जो हमारा कल्चरल वो है, जो हमारा एक दूसरे को बात करके आता है, जो हम बॉडी लैंग्वेज से एक दूसरे बात करते हैं, वो चीज आप उससे नहीं कर पाओगे पूरा पूरा। सो दैट ह्यूमन एलिमेंट, द ह्यूमन इन द लूप एलिमेंट हमेशा रहने वाला है।
तो अमृत, एडवाइस क्या रहेगा आपका उन लोगों को? मतलब AI में स्किल हो जाओ, AI के लिए रिजिड मत रहो, ये सारी चीजें ठीक हैं, पर एक नॉर्मल एम्प्लॉय को वो शुरुआत कहां से होगी कि वो समझे कि मेरा जॉब सिक्योर है?
I think
मतलब
job security.
What is AI? Writing a set of prompts? क्या है?
I mean, generally I'm an optimist, but I'll talk about the counter view. AI also is scary in the sense that the pace at which change is happening is very, very fast, right? And हम सोचेंगे कि आज next 1 महीना में I will learn this, and it's very possible that after that end of the 1 month, that learning may be redundant क्योंकि Anthropic created a new plugin, right? And so the only constant is change करके एक बोलते हैं. I think that is very much applicable to our times and especially to younger people. I think we have to be agile, we have to be fast, we have to be responsive, and we have to be to an extent ahead. Which is very, very difficult, right? But I feel like I have to do it. I'm sure everyone who's in a leadership position, they have to constantly think about it. And that same thing applies to everyone across the organization, right? Look around the corner a little bit. What part of my job is automatable? Think ahead of that. And then maybe be proactive also. You can go to your manager and say, look, I've automated my job. Can I do something else? And that attitude will take you a long way.
I should comment on kind of like the point that you made, going to kind of manager, can I do something different? So here's a very concrete example. Reskilling, asking, changing kind of your profile. You take a country like Japan. I think everybody kind of knows the basic demographic challenges that they've been having in the labor shortage. It's been kind of a story for 2 decades. A decade back, they started deploying these robots in stores, not in the aisles, but essentially off hours and behind, so that some of the tasks like lifting the pallet could be done by a robot, shelving could be done by a robot, and some of the stocking could be done by a robot. 5 years back, how were those robots actually kind of operated? They were operated by a single human operator putting on a headset, using a joystick, and controlling the robot. Teleoperations. Move the joystick so that the robot could pick up kind of its arm and consequently stock an item. What is happening today? There are call centers in Philippines. Virtual agents have been deployed. Those jobs have been displaced of the actual call center. But has that person become redundant? Absolutely not. You know what's happening with those individuals who used to work in the call centers in Philippines? They've all been reskilled to train the models that teach the robots. So those former call center employees are now starting to train the models, and those models are then teaching the robots in a simulative environment so that you do not have a human operator that has a one-to-one connection with a headset and a joystick. You actually have a whole army of former call center employees in Philippines training the model to teach the robot. That's basically job creation, job reskilling, and job transformation.
तो जॉब्स को लेकर अगर मैं रिस्क का एक परसेंटेज आपसे पूछूं रिजू कि कोई भी चीज़ 100% तो नहीं होती है ना, कुछ भी परसेंट होता है. कितना परसेंट खतरा, कितना परसेंट फायदा?
आई थिंक 100% फ़ायदा ही बोलूँगा. 99% देखिए मतलब जो लोग चेंज कर सकते हैं, जो यंग है, इंडिया के लिए एक एडवांटेज है. फॉर देम इट इज़ एन अपॉर्चुनिटी. लाइक आई थिंक इट्स अ ग्रेट टाइम टू बी एन एंटरप्रेन्योर एंड थिंक लाइक यू नो व्हाट न्यू थिंग्स कैन आई डू, व्हाट कैन आई डू बेटर. सो उस पॉपुलेशन के लिए इट्स आई थिंक एन अपॉर्चुनिटी. एंड गिवन दैट आप देखिए जब मोबाइल या इंटरनेट एज था, वी डिड नॉट हैव यू नो फोन्स, वी डिड नॉट हैव इंटरनेट कंप्यूटर्स. टुडे एवरीवन हैज़ एक्सेस टू एआई एंड यू नो इंडिया इज द सेकंड लार्जेस्ट कंज्यूमर ऑफ all the LLM, you know, OpenAI and etc. So we have the opportunity, we have the skills, we have the manpower. So I'm sure we'll do really well, you know, here as a young population.
चलिए हमारा पैनल बहुत ऑप्टिमिस्टिक है कि जॉब बदल सकता है, उसका तरीका मतलब ट्रांसफॉर्म हो सकता है, पर जॉब जाएगी नहीं, क्रिएट ही होगी. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ इस मंच पर आने के लिए. थैंक यू सो मच.
Indeed, that was a very interesting session. In fact, our next session, that is also on similar lines, but we're just waiting for our guests right now. Trust me, you're waiting for this one. So we'll just pause at the moment for about 5 minutes, and then we'll begin with our next session. Please stay seated. Thank you. AI. Our speaker for this session is Dr. Aaron Ronnie Chatterjee, Chief Economist, OpenAI, and moderating this session is Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today TV. Let's begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the India Today AI Summit, which is being held against the backdrop of the AI Impact Summit being held here in New Delhi. The first time a summit of this proportion in the AI world is taking place in the global south. So it's a good moment to meet someone who's been an intrinsic part of the AI revolution taking place around us. Please welcome our speaker, Dr. Aaron Ronnie Chatterjee, Chief Economist of OpenAI. Ronnie, welcome. Just wanted to, in the first instance, ask the big question that's often asked at the moment. What we are seeing around us, is it a bubble or is it the real thing? What we are seeing around in India, is it hype or is there substance to the India story when it comes to AI?
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you for having me. It's great to see all the folks in the audience. This is an impressive event. When you think about the number of people who have come to India to exchange ideas about AI, how India has become the center of this discussion. I go to a lot of these kinds of events, and it gives me a lot of pride as a person of Indian heritage to come back to India and do this event. I think it's for real when it comes to AI. You know, I'm an economist, so I spent a lot of my career studying prior economic recessions and bubbles and trends and new technologies. And I've looked at everything from the printing press to the semiconductor to the internet. AI is real. You're seeing users around the world adopt these tools and get real value out of them. That's different than some of the other technological trends in the past. We've reached 900 million weekly active users, and we have 100 million weekly active users here in India. That's real value. There's 1 million businesses that are our customers, and obviously others using other tools as well. That's real value. And there's billions of dollars of revenue that are being realized around AI. So I think in general, the story around AI globally is real. And in India, I think it's as real as it is anywhere. I mean, we have many users here. It's one of our fastest growing markets. If you look at the applications in India, a lot around coding and data analysis, I see real work and real productivity happening in the Indian context.
We've titled the session, Building India's AI Economy, Talent, Trade, and Trust. I'll come to the 3 T's one by one in a moment, but I just want to step back to ask you this, because the numbers suggest that the United States and China have dominated the first wave of this AI revolution. 80% of the investment spent in infrastructure has been between these two countries, and the rest of the world, including India, is seen to play catch up. Would that be a fair way to look at where we stand today? Countries like India essentially at the moment are playing catch up because the foundation models and the investment in innovation and infrastructure, the United States and China are in another league. The arms race has been replaced in a way between these two superpowers as an AI race. So is India playing catch up?
Yeah, massive investments going to be required in India to play in the intelligence age. But I do think we're still in the early innings of this. And I think in India, I see a recognition that you have to invest all around the stack. Right? If you think about what the government is introducing, it's 5 different layers of the AI stack, including infrastructure. So that is going to be required. But I also think India has a lot of advantages. When you think about the over 1 million STEM graduates, engineering graduates every year who come out of Indian universities and institutions, these are people who are going to be more fluent with AI than the average person. They're going to build apps on top of our API. They're going to be able to use AI to get things done. So India has a lot of advantages, and there's a lot of investment potential. So I think there's a lot of work to do, but also a lot of reason for optimism.
I'll come to those advantages in a moment, because Sam Altman, OpenAI CEO, has said that India could emerge as a full-stack AI leader. And he says this just a couple of years after he called India hopeless at creating AI systems. So is this Sam Altman simply going with the wind? You're in India, say good things about India. Or is there a genuine belief on the part of the OpenAI leadership that, look, India is where the future is. We've got this large pool of highly trained engineers, a strong public digital infrastructure, and therefore India is this large market that OpenAI wants to now look at.
Oh, I mean, look, I'm an economist, so I look at the numbers, and the numbers are real. I mean, second largest market with 100 million weekly active users, that's huge. 2.5x year-over-year growth, big applications in coding and data analysis, all those things are real. I'm seeing that in the numbers that I look at every day. So both from the OpenAI perspective, but just for any analyst looking at the numbers, India and AI are going to go together, right? And you have to think about how you're going to invest smartly, but it's the talent, it's the usage, it's the potential for investment in infrastructure. I think all those things are real, and that's why so many of us are here for this AI summit in India.
Because in a paper you wrote, you note that ChatGPT adoption in India is growing 4x faster in low-income countries. Now, how does India leverage that to accelerate the digital economy? Because you probably, not necessarily as an economist, but as a corporation, are looking at it from a monetization point of view. There's a large market out there. Let's make the maximum revenue. But how do you actually use AI to bring about a real transition, a transformation in the digital economy? That's the challenge, isn't it? How are you going to apply AI beyond revenues to actually build for India?
Well, yeah, I mean, India and low and middle income countries as a whole are growing faster than the richer countries, 4.4x more, as you point out. But why would OpenAI be interested in India beyond monetization? One question is our mission, right? One of the reasons I joined OpenAI is the mission to benefit all of humanity. One of the reasons we want to have a large number of free users is to fulfill that mission. We also introduced ChatGPT Go, right, to have a more affordable plan in India. So these are reasons that we think we want to play in India, right, even if the typical economic calculus might be different. I'll say the other thing is we're betting on growth. I mean, there's a lot of interesting applications here. When I see the things people can build with Codex in India and what I see at the universities among students, I know that that person I'm talking to is going to start a company tomorrow. And that's a company that OpenAI is going to want to be tracking as a business customer. So I think it's a question of the potential, but also what's happening down on the ground, and that makes sense. I do think you need applications that are native to the Indian context. I talked to folks all day about these different applications. One I'll focus on is agriculture. Agriculture is one of the areas where you get the highest return on investment if you have intelligence and support. Agricultural extension services is one way we've done that in the past in India and around the world. But most people never have access to a consultant or a person to provide that service. AI can put that kind of intelligence in a farmer's pocket now. These are the kinds of things you can do in India in scale. Some of those will be built on top of our API by Indian entrepreneurs, and others can be provided by OpenAI. So I think there's tons of opportunities in agriculture, much less other areas, energy, finance, healthcare, retail. These are the kinds of things we'll be working on in India over the next couple of years.
Can I be more specific about agriculture, and you can probably give me an example? Because one of India's problems has been 58% of our population dependent on agriculture contributes only 16% of national income. Agriculture productivity is going to be key. Tell me, how is AI, in concrete terms, how is OpenAI going to actually make the Indian farmer more productive? Again, is it hype? Or can you give me a real life case example to show, look, this is what OpenAI can do for Indian agriculture?
No, I mean, this can be real, and it's not just OpenAI. It's going to be working with a lot of parties in India. But right now, you can put intelligence into a farmer's hand. We're doing that with several initiatives in India. What are the biggest ingredients to the productivity of a piece of land? It could be the fertilizer you use or the methods you use to plant crops. These are all things that having guidance and support really matter. The number one uses of ChatGPT are for practical guidance and learning. These are the things that can help in agriculture or in the classroom. So it's real, it's happening, it'll be us, it'll be partners in India who know the local context, but I think this is a great potential, and it's one way to increase productivity in the economy. There's lots of other parts of the Indian economy to work with too, but that's one key piece.
As we said, we want to talk about the 3 T's: talent, trade, trust. Let's talk about talent for a moment. We have a large pool of young Indians, engineers, skilled labor, but we also have a large pool of unskilled labor. And presumably one of the challenges is skilling, because the fear from an Indian perspective is, will AI spread lead to job losses? And that's the last thing a country like India needs with its large demographic dividend. How do you see it? Are those fears real, or is this fear mongering? To believe that the more you spread AI, the more it's going to result in low-skilled jobs, particularly losing out.
Yeah, let me take them one by one. I mean, first, when people have anxiety about jobs, whether or not that's born in the data, it is real. You have to take that feeling head on and talk to people about what the numbers are saying. We released a report recently that shows that AI is largely in India complementing workers more than substituting them. And this, by the way, is consistent with a lot of economic data, right? With the introduction of new technologies, you often see that technology is making workers more productive, not replacing them. And it depends on the pace of adoption, of course, with AI. I think in India, I am optimistic that it's going to complement a lot of human workers, especially the ones you're talking about. On the less skilled labor or the folks who have less access to resources, there's also a lot of applications for upskilling. We released a product recently that that helps people get more education and training using AI. You might need help uploading your resume or writing a cover letter to an employer or even identifying some of the employers that you might work with. If you think about applying this to people who have fewer skills and less formal education, you could help people get access to opportunities they couldn't have before. AI doesn't just provide information, it also provides some navigation, right, to be able to navigate a job market. So I feel like it has potential on both ends you're talking about, to make workers more productive, but also help people who aren't necessarily part of the labor force or need more education and training a chance to access those things.
Because I saw a quote of yours which said currently only 4% of firms have trained more than half their workforce, therefore in AI, therefore presenting a huge opportunity for growth. And as you said, AI could complement human talent. I've also seen statistics reveal that 65% of Indian companies have reduced or planning to reduce hiring after adopting AI. So only one of these two can be true. Either what you're saying that you're going to complement human talent, or you're going to lose a large section of your workforce because this pool of workers is just not ready for the AI revolution.
So the training part has to come first, and that's why you see this number that we've talked about before. If you think about most companies, right, they haven't been on the process of working with people to actually learn how to use AI. This is a big gap, and when people ask me some of the recommendations I'd make to Indian business, this is one area that's going to be really important. Workers who are more adept with AI are going to be much more useful in the workforce. I tell people all the time, your job is much more likely to be taken by someone who knows AI than by AI. And this is something that's really important to the training. I'm looking at the same job market numbers that you're looking at as well. A lot of companies are making these planned announcements. Some of these are part of the regular business cycle, and it's being attributed to AI. Let's watch these job numbers. I'm doing the same thing in the United States so far, but we haven't seen a huge negative impact on the job market yet from AI. In many cases, we've seen it increasing productivity, particularly in areas that have adopted it. In the US, for example, we have an unemployment rate below 5%, and we've been talking about these same issues for quite a long time. In the background, while these job market fears, while they're important, have been talked about, you're seeing companies put AI to use to do things they never could do before, and GDP growth as a result. So I think you can have a similar picture in India if you have more AI adoption. Of course, for workers who need training and skills during this transition, we're going to have to find ways to do that.
So this transition phase, as you call it, is going to be the difficult one because you've got this huge disruption taking place. You've got a workforce which is not still skilled to adapt to the AI world. Will it create what many fear, like a digital divide, an AI divide across India, those who have access to AI and those who don't? And that could be hugely disruptive in this transitional phase.
When I grew up, the digital divide was a real thing, and it was within the United States and around the world. And we have to try to avoid this situation with AI. OpenAI can do their part. We can't do this on our own. We're going to have to work with government and businesses here to make sure that's the case. But I do think this is a big risk. If we leave people behind with AI and AI results in more productivity, you're going to find a bigger divide between people who are using it and people who don't know how to use it. This is something we have to work on. This is one of the reasons we're here. And this is why we have to democratize AI access. This is why we want to focus on India.
I want to look at the second T, which is trade. Last week, the market saw what was termed as the AI trade scare. Software stocks plunging globally on worries surrounding AI advancements. Why did this happen? Do you believe markets will stabilize, or will we again see, even within markets, particularly in software companies, further friction due to AI?
So as an economist, I never will make predictions about the stock market, but I will tell you what I think is happening is this. AI capabilities, as measured by the benchmarks we use to assess our models, they're going up and to the right. They're getting better and better and faster and faster. As a result, people are looking at all kinds of different markets, insurance, real estate, software as a service, and saying, oh my goodness, AI can do that. I think the market will stabilize in the following sense. They're going to be a lot more competition in particular industry verticals, but there's still going to be a premium on companies that can deliver value in finance, in law, in healthcare. And institutional knowledge, the kind of that many companies in those areas have, is still going to be really useful. So I think AI is going to be a big factor. I also think a lot of the companies that are taking hits now will use AI to be more effective. And so I think that we'll see how this reaction evolves, but I'm pretty optimistic that just like the previous enterprise software revolution, a lot of value is going to be created in the vertical applications. And some of those OpenAI will be involved in, but other ones, there'll be existing companies, incumbents, but also entrepreneurial entrants from places like India.
The third T, which is trust. And particularly for, let's say, a media network, that becomes an extremely important factor. We've already seen the mushrooming of deep fake and what that can do to the information systems. But there are wider fears, national security, fears to privacy. Are those fears legitimate? And should every country, therefore, be looking to build their own sovereign AI systems with their own legal regulatory systems as a kind of guardrail? How do I ensure that AI doesn't become this national security threat? How do I ensure that AI doesn't threaten privacy?
Every new technology is going to bring opportunities like we talked about, but also these real challenges, and they are real. As you think about, for example, child safety, that's one thing that's really important to me personally, but also to the organization. We released this new teen safety blueprint to talk about how we can improve safety for young people using the platform. It's really important in India, where we have the largest population of students using ChatGPT compared to any place in the world. So this is definitely something we have to work with governments on, and we have to have a cooperative relationship to get things done. I will say when it comes to national security, you see governments taking a stronger role to make sure that their stack is secure and they're cooperating with trusted partners. I hope OpenAI can be part of that as well. The one thing I will say is we have to make sure that we don't slow down innovation too much, though, as we put up these barriers or these controls, right? You wouldn't necessarily want to slow down the adoption of AI and fall behind from a national competitive standpoint. The challenge for policymakers is to find a way to protect security, protect privacy, right? Make products safe, but also still use AI in the economy to drive productivity. That's the difficult balance. It's one that I faced when I worked in the US government. It's one that you'll face here in India.
You know, because I'll give you a concrete example. What happened with Grok?
Yes.
You've got a conversational generative AI tool which was suddenly being weaponized to create sexually explicit images of primarily women and minors. Now, what do governments do? I mean, how much can government control? As you said, there is this thirst for innovation to be the newest with the newest tool out there. How much can governments do? And will OpenAI just throw its hands up and say, look, this is all that we can do? Are you willing to do the policing, for example?
Oh, I mean, this is where that third T matters. I can speak for our organization and say this is the #1 priority. When you think about trust and safety, this is why we have hundreds of people working on this topic within OpenAI. This is why we released the child safety blueprint here in India, and this is why we'll continue to work with your government on this. And so I think if I think about OpenAI and the mission, this is something that's always going to be in our focus, right, regardless of where we operate in the world, but particularly in India, given what we're talking about today.
But can there be global standards? Can there be a global guardrail in place, or will each country, because of sovereignty issues, have to have its own systems in your view? And will OpenAI be willing to work with governments, work with the Indian government to put those guardrails in place? Because presumably, I mean, this is a fear. Some engineer sitting in the Bay Area is determining, in a way, my preferences, how ChatGPT works. How much sovereignty do I really have anymore?
See, but this is where the trust factor has to work. And I think there's two ways it operates, through markets and through government. From a market perspective, we're in a competitive market, right? We might have 100 million weekly active users in India, but if we start providing biased results or don't give users what they find valuable, they'll go somewhere else. We know it's competitive. We have frontier intelligence, but there's other people who can offer something as well. So market forces will discipline part of this, and then government will have to play a strong role, particularly on the child safety issues. There's no way around that.
But can I ask you, for example, OpenAI, is the goal at the moment, let's find revenue models, let's maximize revenues, or is it let's put in place these systems, even if revenues slow down, to ensure that we are at the cutting edge of technology without, let's say, interfering the people in privacy, for example?
I'll say two things on this. Safety has always been core to the mission, so that's going to be guiding what we do. We don't see an inherent conflict in many cases between safety and being successful as an organization. If we're trying to provide AI to as many people as we can, we're only going to be able to do that if people trust our products, right, and if they're safe. So in some sense, this trade-off, right, it can be real in some situations, but we don't see it as adversarially as others do. Safety has got to be #1.
The other challenge, Ronnie, is that This computing power is going to need a huge amount of energy, a huge amount of data usage. Do you believe countries like India are equipped or, again, well behind the clock when it comes to that? I want an honest answer. I know you're in India, but the truth of the matter is, again, I come back to the Chinese and the Americans. The more one reads, simply seem to be in another league. Does India have the capabilities, you believe, in the next few years to catch up?
I think India definitely needs a sea change in how they invest in infrastructure and the permitting process by building these different sort of facilities. I have a lot of experience in chips, as you know, and when it comes to building a fab, and I think about the time it takes to build a fab or the skilled workforce required, these are things that have to change if India is going to continue to invest in infrastructure. From a policy perspective, I expect the government to be focusing on that. It seems like the recent plan is in that direction.
So what would be the three things? If you were to advise, if you were chief economist AI for India, move
Is
away
anyone
from
offering me this?
OpenAI, come to GOI.
Is anyone offering me this job? Because I might take it. Three
What
things.
were the three things that you would tell them to do?
First, skilled workforce. We need more investment in the manufacturing workforce. India has obviously been fantastic in developing software workforce. The manufacturing hardware piece, there's more work to be done. Second is developing more energy sources locally in India. That's a key issue you talked about. And the third is not just beyond the energy, but connecting to the grid and permitting around interconnection. Those are the three things, at least from my knowledge of India, that I think are really important.
Because one of the things that we did in the recent budget was to give a tax holiday to foreign companies that want to come in and invest through their cloud services in data centers that are established by Indians. Do you believe those partnerships are the way forward?
I think some of this will be partnerships. You can imagine the expertise of the hyperscalers, which are based largely in other places, cooperating with Indian firms that have local context and local knowledge. But I also think you might see indigenous firms in this area too. It's something that we'll have to watch. But I think partnerships can be great in this area.
Because today the leader of the opposition in India has called it data theft. That we need to protect our data. That this will, Rahul Gandhi says that all these companies coming into India, they're stealing your data. Data should be protected. Can a country really protect data? Isn't it transnational now with no boundaries?
These partnerships are happening all over the world. So, I think that we can find ways to partner and bring capital and expertise to India and at the same time safeguard Indian data, for sure.
Okay, one of the things being a TV channel is that the possibility exists that there will be AI anchors.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And that's perhaps the end of people like us.
I prefer you, though. I have to say, I prefer humans.
Thank you very much. Are you sure? Say that loudly enough so that we can survive. But we've got some AI anchors out there, and they've got some questions for you.
Sure.
Take a look.
Oh, excellent.
Thank you, Rajdeep. My question to Dr. Chatterjee. Will AI pose a bigger challenge to developing nations like India, where job creation for millions of youth is challenged, unlike the West, where population is significantly less?
Oh, I think AI presents different challenges in India. I wouldn't say it's easier or harder. In the United States, the conversation is very much focused on white-collar jobs and the impact of AI on those jobs. In India, you have a different industrial mix and a different workforce. In some cases, there's a lot of folks who can benefit from the expansion of intelligence to provide services that you don't have currently. Think about things like education. In the other sense, there's a lot of jobs in the software industry here that you have to watch closely. So I personally am watching these companies in the BPO industry specifically as they try to move up the value chain yet again. They've done it many times. They've been very flexible and scalable. AI presents a new challenge. I expect a lot of those companies are going to utilize AI to move further and further up the value chain. But it's a more competitive environment for one of the biggest sort of employers in the Indian context in software.
But what do you see, therefore? I know in the world of AI, it's very difficult to predict the future because every month seems to bring some disruption or the other. But if I were to ask you, even a 5-year horizon, where would we be in 2030? Where would India be? Where would the world be in embracing this AI economy? What's your projection?
Projection, I think, on the capabilities, they're continuing to advance very rapidly. The one thing I learned coming from academia and from government to OpenAI is I underestimated how quickly the capabilities were advancing. I underestimated how quickly the models were improving. I think that's going to continue if we continue to see the scaling laws that guide a lot of the innovation apply, and I'm confident in that. I think that enterprises and individuals are going to find new uses, but the adoption rates are going to vary dramatically by organizations and countries. I expect India to be one of the leaders in this space. I think the commitment to this summit here in India is one direction, but it's going to take work both on the education side, from K to 12, and also in secondary and advanced education, but also inside companies to train employees. The countries and the organizations that can reduce the capability overhang, this idea that the models are very capable, but people don't even know how to use it for that, that is really the key. India has a lot of data pointing in the direction they're going to be able to do that, given the higher than average proportion of people who are using tools for coding and data analysis. That's the thing India needs to build on. I expect it to be in a good position in 4 or 5 years.
You know, in one of your papers, you warned against outsourcing critical thinking to AI.
Yes.
Which I thought is fascinating. Now, how do you do that? How do we get our education system, which is extremely exam-driven and marks-driven, to actually create a system? Because I see young kids looking at ChatGPT for basic homework, which perhaps only means that critical thinking no longer takes place. So how do you ensure that India's next generation does not outsource critical thinking to AI?
This is my biggest worry about AI, is that, you know, I have kids myself, 8th grade, 6th grade, 3rd grade, and I want them to learn the fundamentals. I want them to learn how to add and subtract before I give them the calculator. I want them to learn how to write an essay before they use AI to do it. Once they learn those foundations, though, AI can be a tremendous force multiplier. I think about my flight across the country that I take every other week. I talk to ChatGPT the whole way about economics, and I learn things I never could have learned from any book. That kind of generative thinking, that back and forth, is what I want my kids to have. But I don't want them to outsource the critical thinking and the fundamentals. So it comes back to 2 things: how we design our education system, right? If I'm a professor by background, of course, how do we design our assessments? If the assessments are all take-home exams, then students are going to be encouraged to use AI. We have to put more presentation skills, oral presentations, being able to quiz people on the spot rather than just relying on written assessments. The second thing we need to do is make sure that we use the tools in the right place, at the right standard or the right grade at the right time. It can't be for every exercise. And this is going to be up to local school districts, depending on where you are, or sometimes national standards, depending on the education system. I think parents also have to play a really strong role. I know my kids are probably watching and they'll say that I could do better at that. But I will say that parents and teachers need to take a lot of interest in this. Otherwise, we will have the problem you're talking about, and it's a big worry for me as an educator.
Okay, let me end by saying, as someone of Indian origin who comes back here, you look at India, you look at this energy that's, you know, I believe that India's aspirational energies are even greater than the United States in its pomp in the last century. There's that that's the big positive. From your perspective, as someone returning home in a way, if I may say so, what's the biggest positive you see about the India story, and what's the one thing that you see that troubles you?
The youth. I mean, India is so young. I mean, you all know this well, but as someone who comes here, you know, 3 or 4 times a year, like, the youth is really what gets you, right? And the demographics of India and what the potential it presents is fantastic. And you're right, it's unlike any country in the world in terms of where the youth are going. And, like, even after talks like this, I talk to lots of people, but I end up talking to college students and high school students. Those are people that inspire me so much. The challenge is, can you create enough opportunities here for those millions of graduates every year? Can you build the infrastructure necessary around the whole stack, right, to build an AI ecosystem that works? These are big challenges. We're struggling with them in the United States and around the world. This is the biggest challenge for India.
So the biggest challenge, in a way, is scalability.
Yes.
For 1 billion citizens, I'm talking about 1.5 billion population, but 1 billion citizens who possibly today could use AI tools. OpenAI and indeed AI's challenge is, how do I scale up?
And this is something I hope OpenAI can help with. Big dreams, big challenges go together.
Okay. Ronnie Chatterjee, for joining us here, Dr. Chatterjee, and giving us what this dream could look like and what the challenges are and what the opportunities are. Please give him a very big hand. Thank you very much
Thank you.
for
Thank
joining
you very
me.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks very much.
All right, so our next session is Building India's AI First University. We have a very special speaker on this, Dr. Prem Chandra Sagar, Chairman, Dayanand Sagar Institutions. I request you to please come on stage, and of course, Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today, to discuss how academia is shaping India's AI future.
Thank you very much. Wonderful to have Dr. Prem Chandra Sagar here at the India Today AI Summit. He's a politician who's also an entrepreneur, runs a chain of colleges and hospitals in and around Karnataka. But what struck me when I spoke to you, and which is why I believe it's important to have your voice here, is that you are on your way to creating India's first factory AI campus, AI factory campus. Now tell us what this AI factory campus is all about, because academia is one of the areas, education is one of the areas where AI is expected to make the next big leap.
Thank you, Rajdeep, for having me here. Well, we understand that the world and India is at the cusp of a major disruption. Now, essentially, whenever disruptive phases come, it's an opportunity that a nation can leapfrog ahead. So what we found across, in this, era of disruption, there's something that an ecosystem needs to be developed. So for an ecosystem to be developed, as they say, the 5-layer cake, which is commonly said in today's AI world, you have to build that. So what we did at Dayanand Sagar Institutions, at Dayanand Sagar University, is to build an AI first university. So essentially was to build the multi-layer. The first part of the multi-layer was to create self-sufficiency in energy. So we've gone completely on a net zero campus where we are generating the power to fuel the entire campus internally. We are a 150-acre campus, so we've been able to create the raw energy that is needed. And the next part of it was to build what we call as the AI raw compute power. So we've tied up with one of the global majors where we are building in one of the largest raw compute powers in the global south. When I say it is the largest raw compute powers, it would be about 160 GPUs of what we call as the current new generation. I can't speak much about it, but the raw compute power would be probably one of the infrastructure layers. This would go across on ultimately to create platforms. Now the platforms would be apart from the software stack that they would have as the layer in between, but a stack which can talk to other kinds of software. Because what we see across this disruption can create havoc if we are not well prepared. But if we are able to take advantage and build that ecosystem around us, we are going to bring in, probably we will be able to empower our young graduates who will go across to rule the world. So the stack that would go across is essentially, we're not worried about generative AI. Because AI in abundance is going to come in. As machines become more sentient and they are able to go across, as the ability of the chips to process more information, I think it goes down into the next level. And we are seeing agentic AI. And we've seen one aspect of agentic AI which replaces a lot of tasks. Now, I'm not worried about the agentic AI too, because probably it's going to bring in efficiency and probably bring up speed of work. But what I'm worried across is what happens when agentic AI becomes a little more sentient and then it gets on into the physical AI part. So how do we integrate this in the mindset of young people? And this is an opportunity for us. While of course we have lagged in terms of getting down into the robotic part of AI, right? But let's assume that we are able to quickly take advantage of the opportunities that will come in. So you move on into the robotic part or the physical AI part, which can probably prepare us to handle the problems of tomorrow.
Let me break that down, because you run an institute with more than 40,000 students. They come from different backgrounds. How do you make sure that all those students on your campus are AI skilled? Is that simply in creating an ecosystem that puts AI first? Is that your advice to other campuses which are looking at AI now as a tool for the future, that every student, as he or she walks into your campus, will almost instantly be drawn into this AI ecosystem? What happens to the old order, if I may call it that?
Well, you know, the first important thing is, you know, you'll have to build a dream, right? A dream is you create an ecosystem where you actually start creating a dream. And once you start believing in a dream, then you know how to build it further. And that's the whole aspect is, you got to understand and realize that AI is going to dominate your life ahead. So how do you prepare yourself to go into that journey and probably ride over AI? I mean, as you said, I was listening earlier, the issue that comes across over there, would you allow AI to take over you, or you would want to ride over AI? Now imagine the human mind is an extremely complex mind, you know, which has evolved over millions or a long period of time. I mean, as far as the Homo sapiens is there, we are 40,000 years old, right? And we've evolved. And we have been able to surmount problems at many times. The ability for us, as you said, is critical reasoning, right? So as we go across, we will gradually lose some of our skills. We were, if we recall ourselves, we were hunter-gatherers. We don't hunt anymore. We've lost that skill, but we've acquired newer skills. So the ability for us is to create this ecosystem for how can we go across to keep pace with the skills that AI will move across.
So what happens to curricula as it exists? The fact is that universities like yours ultimately have to work towards what is a state or a government imposed curricula. Given that, how do you now almost subvert the system or superimpose on the system your AI dream? You have an AI dream, you partnered with NVIDIA, which is fantastic, but what happens on the ground with students who've come through a particular school system into a college? How do you make them AI first enabled children?
Well, you know, the first thing is, you know, taking cognizance of the fact that, you know, you will have to keep into what we call as accelerated learning. I think that's the first thing that every individual of tomorrow needs to know. You will have to prepare yourself to say that, you know, what you learned yesterday may not be relevant today, or probably what you learned today may not be relevant tomorrow. So the ability, the first thing is you'll have to get drawn to the fact that you'll have to discard what you learned yesterday. Yes, the fundamentals are important, but you need to build on the fundamentals. You cannot, hold on to say that, you know, this was the foundation that we led, and this foundation is going to help us through.
Give me a concrete example of how you think it'll change academic learning.
See, one aspect that would come across over there, probably, you know, you could probably get down into, there are many answers to the questions that we raise, right? There's something called as straitjacketed scientific answers. Sometimes there's a philosophical answer to all of that. Now I can tailor make what I would want with the help of AI. I mean, I could go across to, probably there could be doubts well within me that I would want to erase. Probably I could use the reasoning model and then probably, you know, find an answer to what I would want. Or probably I would want a step-based learning system that I would wish to go across. The timidity that I would have is probably now lost. You know, now I become more bolder to probably, you know, get down deep in and analyze myself.
Do you fear, though, that there will be this AI divide, like a digital divide, given the vast inequalities in a country like India?
Honestly, yes.
Honestly, yes.
Yes.
That's an honest answer.
Yes. I'm being very honest. I'm being very candid. And in a candid answer, yes, one of the significant challenges that we will have, I mean, you talked about job loss.
Yes.
Well, I agree with you. If you don't prepare yourself, we are going to face a serious challenge. We have to accept the fact. I mean, being a public man myself in the past, many times, you know, we always want to paint a rosy picture. We say everything is going to be hunky-dory, we're going to have things across. But look at the situation over there when you're going to have, you know, robotic AI. It's not too far off. The machines are being sentient. Now you're only talking of one part of GPUs, right? What happens when you get down into quantum? And quantum is not far away. You're already, the disturbances are getting addressed. There's a big race in the quantum world. Now imagine whatever that's being done today is completely going to be, you know, it's further going to be miniaturized. The timelines are going to change. The one aspect that probably AI cannot define is human happiness and probably human empathy and human engagement. And that's where the relevance of us to relate to human happiness, to human engagement, I think that becomes very critical. And I think that's the significant part of an education system, that we need to exist for ourselves, we need to exist for each other. I think that's the key part.
Fascinating, in fact, particularly what you said there, and I'm glad that you were candid about the challenges that lie ahead. But there are opportunities also, as you said, and we will hopefully make our children future ready for those opportunities, for setting a trend with your dream to create your campus as an AI factory, as you put it. I think it is fascinating to have you here, Dr. Sagar. Thank you so much for joining us here at the India Today AI Summit. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajdeep.
All right, so our next session is AI for All, or Sovereign AI. And our speaker for this session is Mr. Magnus Everbring, CTO, Asia Pacific Ericsson. Moderating this session will be Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today. Let's begin with this session.
Good evening once again. It's been a long set of sessions and very long lines of traffic, and therefore I'm glad you could make it here. Let's try and get it to something that everybody here and those who are watching us know, which is their handset. And you as the company are behind the networks that actually power everything in the digital arena. I want to begin by asking you about what Ericsson calls the intelligent digital fabric. Can you give our audience a sense of what is that vision and what does it potentially promise to deliver?
Okay, well, I mean, we have very potent technologies now that are more and more being talked about in society. It's AI, it's the cloud, it is the mobile networks. And AI and cloud alone won't make it. You also need the mobile network there. You will be out and about, wherever you are, you want to be able to use your AI-powered applications in the future. So that's part of a big system that will be truly important going forward. In that, we have lots of technology to manage, control, and steer it. There will be AI agents that are positioned in different parts of the network, having different roles and adding intelligence to it. All of this coming together is a fabric for the future that will drive efficiency and pleasure as well for people, and lots of good value for industries, enterprises, and society as a whole.
That's a good way of setting the stage for this conversation, because people would understand AI through the apps that they have already on their phones. And we know that the numbers in India are staggering, of hundreds of millions of smartphones, and the amount of adoption of AI apps and other abilities is phenomenal. What will AI mean for the cell phone that I hold in my hand today, if I may ask you? Will it kind of make the phone smaller? Will it disappear the screen? Will the phone get embedded in me? What is the future of smartphones in an era of AI?
Okay, well, smartphones will be smarter, I think. So we talk in our industry about AI for the networks and AI or networks for AI. And one important thing is that the networks together with the smartphones supports your usage of AI-based algorithms and applications. And here, of course, it's very important how we design the networks for the future to make sure that the different characteristics of this kind of usage is very well supported. And there are some things that we trend and follow to make sure that we always are at the edge of what's possible to do. And that will continue, always continuing. And I think one thing that we talk quite a bit about is to perhaps be a bit technical about latency and delay, how quickly, when you push a button, how snappy is the system, if I put it that way, right? And here we monitor again how AI usage on top of the system has a need for the system being responsive. And our research group works on this, our product implementation people work on it. Right? And we work on it together with the makers of smartphones through standardization and through alignment in the industry. So that smartphone device will be snappier, better going forward, I argue. But that's certainly not the end of it. It also opens up for new kinds of devices coming about. And here, I think media-intense devices will be there. And if I exemplify with one, I'd say XR glasses. Already we see that for industrial use, and we see it for very, I think, high value use, like in healthcare, assisting surgeons in full commercial service, making sure they have a precision cut being assisted from AI-based applications and conveyed the information to a hologram lens. Now that's a precursor for you and me as private persons being out and about again with glasses that are XR capable. I mean, imagine for me, I live in Singapore and coming here to Delhi, I look at a building, I want to know what's the history of that. And all of a sudden I can see it explained on my screen. And you talking in one of your native tongues, I can get it real-time translated. There will be many applications where we as consumers, as professionals, will use this in the future. So the future is a lot more than the smarter smartphones.
And the future is already here. We've seen a demo that's been already done by Sarvam, which is India's first sovereign LLM. And it's getting rave reviews of a glass of the kind that Magnus just spoke about. You know, for many of the folks here, I stuck to the smartphone example to be able for people to relate to what your company does. But this is a company that powers networks across the world. Without the network, you won't have any of these functionalities available. So now 2 more points. One, with the numbers that we have in India of smartphone usage and the network lies behind it, the common man is not able to touch and feel it. He only kind of looks at it and says, oh, my signal isn't very good in this area, or I get these spam calls. I want you to try and explain to our audience here how AI is improving the network experience for the average user. And I ask you this question in the backdrop of the fact that some of the lowest ARPUs in the world are on Indian networks, and these subscribers, through a combination of companies like you and the service providers like Bharti or Jio or others, are delivering phenomenal experiences at very low price points. Therefore, what is AI doing for a better network experience for the end user?
Okay, thank you. Well, there are many parts to this. I think one thing, let's say, before I go into AI, that you've hit upon, the scale and the importance in a high technology business to really reach scale. And I think the mobile industry has it, and that is truly for the benefits globally to markets. And India is a role model in that. Q3 last year, 87% of all smartphones sold in India were 5G capable. And the lowest cost tier, 70 to 110 US dollars, grew by 1,600%. It's phenomenal. Say around 100 US dollars, you get a 5G potent smartphone, which from a technology point of view is extraordinarily complicated. That can be produced thanks to having scale. Right? And India plays a vital role there in the world. And it's good for India, it's good for the world. Right? So I think the scale that India has here is phenomenal and it's great. That also applies then on the application side. Right? And I think as AI comes in more and more in applications, that will drive many benefits. I think for much innovation to come, where companies, Indian companies, can provide good value in India, but also have a fantastic export opportunity. Okay, now, the other part of the question was, how does AI help to ensure that the delivery of the services is better, always better?
Yes.
And that comes to the part where I talked earlier about AI for the networks. In other words, how do we work with AI to make sure that when we build the products, we leverage whatever technology has to give, the latest technology has to give. And there we work intensely, of course, using AI in all layers of our products. And all of our research and development staff are upskilled in AI, 45,000 people. And they should use it daily, both in ways of working and in ways of how they derive new results for what goes into our products. And we've seen some results that are quite astonishing. One key result, a little bit techy, but it's what we call the spectrum efficiency. In other words, the radio spectrum that here in India is regulated through TRAI and then through auction is awarded to the mobile operators. I know there's been a debate here and in many other countries, is the cost of radio spectrum too high or not? Okay, let's park that question. But it's a sizable investment for the operator. And what we've seen now, applying AI in some, let's say, core parts of the system, we can improve the efficiency, how much information you can stack in one piece of radio spectrum by 10%. In other ways, when you paid it for one amount of money, you now can get 10% more space in that. That's a huge value that is now being unleashed thanks to using AI in a very core part of our products. And that's for the benefit of the users.
That's a good point that you make, and I hope the regulator doesn't wake up and decide to start charging extra because he realizes that the equipment provider and the network is finding better ways to use the same spectrum. Again, to relate this to consumer audience here and at other places, one of the usage of AI that we've been seeing deployed in an Indian network is to cut down on these spam calls. I mean, the numbers are again staggering in India. So anything good and bad, both has scale in India. So tell me, how does that work? Will you be able to kind of explain to the audience here that having lesser spam calls on their phone and hopefully lesser cyber frauds as a more serious issue on their phone, how is AI helping prevent that?
Okay, so, and this is a very good area, I think. Now, to be fair, this is how AI is done, or the network supports AI applications, right? This is an application that the mobile operators provide as a service to their customers. And the customers can be you as a consumer. It can also be an enterprise that then can buy information from the operator to provide a better service to their customers in turn. And let me give you an example there. An industry initiative, a few years old now, that Ericsson started is called network interfaces, network APIs. And we are driving together in the industry that there should be clearly defined interfaces northbound from the operator's network where the operator can expose information and then developers can buy that. And it's now coming to the market. In the United States, the 3 mobile operators there launched this late last year. And the first of these interfaces that are in commercial use is to prevent financial fraud. So financial companies can secure information to make a better judgment, is this transaction good or bad? And I think that's an excellent example of how mobile operators sits with information that they can process with the help of AI and then expose it in a controlled way so the right party, without then compromising integrity, etc., can make a better call on if a transaction is good or bad. And in a way, it's very similar to a spam call. It's a different area, but now it's more, the spam call is more directed to consumers. And there are, of course, similar ways where the operators with the information on what kind of calls from what originating number and so on can correlate that and then take a decision. This is likely a spam call.
Okay. I have a couple of questions at the enterprise level, but before I do that, just one more consumer question, if you permit me. For years, mobile phone customers in India and elsewhere in the world looked up to faster speeds, better bandwidth, better downloads. With the advent of 5G, that's no longer it's your phone's memory that becomes a constraint, really. For a consumer, and we touched upon this, what will a 6G and obviously a AI-enabled network mean?
So we believe here that with 5G now, we're taking a very fundamental and big step in the industry, and that's to provide the ability for mobile operators to, what we say, differentiate traffic. Meaning that as a service is being transmitted to a user, be it a consumer, be it an enterprise, be it a government function, the service can be tailored for different needs. In the past, we have only talked about best effort. Now we can tailor the service for certain needs. And let me give you an example. If you say, you have a car on the street and it's to a large degree autonomous. But the system so far, and I argue for a long time, will have the possibility to be assisted from the network. So if a network now finds that it urgently needs to send a corrective signal to the car, it needs to be delivered there within a certain time frame. That's a certain characteristics. Well, that service can now be produced by the mobile operator and provided to, let's say, the maker of the car, who then sells it to the owner of the car. And I think if you're walking on the streets, you would like that car to have that safety net to be able to be controlled. Yeah. And that's an agreeable service that can then have special characteristics. And that goes for many other services, including for consumers. Already in Singapore and United States of America, operators are offering services at venues. Imagine going to see a rock star, whatever, and you're full of energy and you shoot a video, you quickly want to upload it to your friends. In those cases, you can buy, let's say, an event pass. For 3 hours, you have the possibility to stream your videos up to your friends with better quality. And that's a new possibility.
Another way of trying to understand the future that we are going to see, and it's already playing out, is that earlier you thought that your mobile connectivity was limited to your phone. There was a chip, there was a radio, you had a network, and as long as there was a signal, you were connected. But increasingly, you have a ring that you wear that is connected. You have a glass which is connected. You have a watch already. I don't know how many of you here are wearing a smart watch, but that's also connected. And other devices increasingly, connected TVs. So look around yourself in your day-to-day life and imagine 5 years before, 10 years before, 15 years before, how much connectivity did you have? And therefore that network and that vision that Magnus just outlined for us. As we wind down the conversation, I just want a bigger picture point from you. You've been a technologist, you've seen multiple phases of technology. How big a disruption is AI when it comes? Is it as big as the internet or is it bigger?
Well, I'll tell you in a bit. I think without a shadow of a doubt, AI is changing and will change a lot, right? And that needs to be treated with some great deal of respect. Inside of Ericsson, when we worked with generations of mobile systems, and as you said, it's really changing our lives, we quite often say we tend to overestimate how quickly the change will be, but we tend to underestimate the long-term effect of it. And I think that's part of AI also. It is changing lives step by step. And as we get into it more and more and understand more what can be done, we become more mature to take the next step. And after having taken a few steps, we've moved ourselves in a space that we couldn't see at the beginning. And I think that's important in many ways, because if you want to be a leader, you have to be at the edge, and you have to be that all the time. So get in now, use AI, and start to use it, manage how it's being applied, and take the next step and the next step. And I bet you the ones who do now, in 5 years to come, they will be the leaders. And for them, it's a small step to go into the future. But the ones who haven't started really, it's a gigantic leap.
Magnus, when you saw the first SMS being sent from a phone, mobile phone to another phone, did you ever imagine that we would be living in a world of today?
Thank you for bringing it up. And just a short reflection. Why did the mobile standard define an SMS, short message? It was intended for machine-to-machine communication. But the market grew rapidly with individuals sending short messages. And that business potential we didn't see, right? But as it started to come, the market unleashed itself. And then the rest is history, so to say.
So a similar moment with AI?
All the potential for that, I think. And a very good one, right? You said before, it's fundamental, you have more and more connected devices, you have the network connecting it there. And then having the AI-based applications, accessing the compute power in the cloud through the networks. That's changing our lives. It will be.
And the only thing constant will be change in the future. Magnus, thank you very much for your time with us today. With that, it's a wrap on this session. Thank you. A round of applause for the guest.
All right, so we are now ready for our next session, which is AI Privacy Paradox, the Legal Challenges. And our speakers for this session are Apar Gupta, Founder and Director, Internet Freedom Foundation, Niharika Karanjawala, Principal Associate, Karanjawala and Company, Nikhil Pava, Founder, Media Nama, Professor Ganesh Ramakrishna, Principal Investigator, Bharat Jain. And moderating this session is my colleague Anisha Mathur, Associate Editor, National Bureau, India Today TV.
Good evening, everyone. This session is on AI privacy paradox, the legal challenges. And this is something that while we are talking about the benefits of AI, when we're talking about the great things that AI can do, this is the session where we're also going to talk about where the challenges lie, where the regulations come in, and what kind of complications we're seeing in this entire field. And my panelists are uniquely qualified really to speak on all of that. Apar Gupta, of course, from Internet Freedom Foundation, Nikhil Pava, Niharika Karanjawala, and Professor Ramakrishnan. Apar, I'm going to ask you first to weigh in on this issue. When we are talking about AI privacy paradox, to train any AI model, you have to let go of privacy protections in a way, because the large language models will not learn unless they have data. And that is where the question comes in. Where are our protections? Do we have adequate protections under Indian law? Apar.
Thank you so much for having me here. I think the question of regulation around artificial intelligence is a large question because artificial intelligence itself is a composite bundle of technologies. The word artificial intelligence can pull within itself what we use every day, more often than not, as users of artificial intelligence, a large language model such as ChatGPT, but it will also include within itself other forms of machine learning which is deployed in public systems, Anisha. For instance, which are done in welfare, domains of welfare or policing. Okay? Now, the question which you have asked me is that, do our existing regulations protect us sufficiently with respect to the private, intimate pieces of information which are digitally residing about us? And here, the DPDPA, which is an acronym for India's data protection law, is not in effect as present. And secondly, if you look at the large language models, to a large extent, they have been trained on the public repository of internet-based data, LLMs at least. So, according to me, the only protection to a large extent we have at present from these AI systems, which are getting better, the more information they pull in from the user as well, which may again be a part of the retraining of that data, is contract-based. So I would say that there is an absence, and even the Data Protection Act says that information which is publicly available does not fall within its ambit.
Nikhil, I'm going to take this question to you next. We're talking about democratizing AI. We're talking about using AI models to solve the problems of the global south. And then comes in what we were talking to Apar also about, regulations and protections, not just for an individual, say, image, video, or IP, but also privacy. Where does the line really come in, and is there a line in existence under the law?
So I'll give you a small example, and where the line does, where you actually have a choice. I went in for an AI blood test and a health checkup about a year ago. And the form that they had me, they wanted me to sign said that I'm willing to give my data for them to use to train their AI. And the rationale was that, and someone, when I said I don't want to do that, they said, don't you want to give your data to serve humanity, right? Now that's a difficult choice for anyone to get because you want to help the other person. But there's also a risk because if they collect your training data, that training data leaves. This is highly personal data. And that's the tension that we have in society today, that one, there is this demand for data because you want to train AI, because AI can actually help serve in terms of, for example, discovering new drugs, discovering new mechanisms for curing ailments. At the same time, it creates a risk because these models can also be used to harm you. There are many Chinese models that are available that can also, in the process of capturing your data, also transfer that data onto the CCP, right? So there are risks that are involved here. To my mind, it boils down to choice. It's about whether I want to participate in this or not. It shouldn't be forced. I shouldn't be forced to give my data, just like I shouldn't be forced to give my Aadhaar for my child's admission in school, because that's very sensitive data as far as I'm concerned. An Aadhaar number spread around can be misused, but everyone's collecting it. With AI, that's where the problem lies, right? You need more data, but also once that data is processed and a language model is trained, it's impossible to undo it because it's trained on that already. It is tokenized, it is processed, and there is a risk that it might publish that data when someone asks that large language model. And we have, the AI companies have run amok. They've scraped data from across the web where personal data is there. And like Apar said, our law actually says publicly available personal data is not protected. Now, where does that create a risk? There is a company called Clearview AI in the US, which basically took this data, scraped social media data, and used it to train facial recognition models. Today, if you look at news publications, a large amount of personal data is being scraped by bots because publications don't have a choice. They want search, but they also don't want AI training from their own data. But Google is saying you have to give me your data for AI training if you want search traffic. So really, it's almost as if we don't have a choice against AI anymore, and that is antithetical to to individual rights as we have them today.
All right. And on that aspect, Niharika, I'll take this question to you now. When we're talking about the risks, when we're talking about accountability, really, where is that under the current legal regimes? We've seen cases, as Nikhil just mentioned, that there are companies that are scraping data, that are making it public. We've got cases where, in fact, our own, my colleagues have had their images, their videos being used to create AI-based videos which have gone viral, which completely creates a fake, the question of fake news as well. We've got cases coming in from various parts of the world where people's lives have really been changed because they've been given incorrect information. So legally, how do we control that? Where is the accountability? Niharika?
Absolutely, Anisha. I think this hits at the heart of really determining how people use AI in their day-to-day life. Where does the liability lie? If AI gives me incorrect information, I take that information on. Yeah, of course, I will be accountable. Will they be accountable in any way? Additionally, supposing I use a baby monitor at home, if that data is leaked and pictures of my baby are leaked, supposing they are used, God forbid, for nefarious purposes, where does the liability lie? Does the security company take it? Was Clearview, I believe, faced a hefty fine, but is it not here? Yeah, exactly. Then Ring doorbells, when their data was leaked and strangers were speaking to children through those doorbells, they faced a fine as well. But like Nikhil said, you can't unring a bell. Once it's done and once your data is out there, there's no getting it back, and there's no really undoing that damage, even if there is a theoretical notion of, oh, okay, the company was in some way held to task. But so affixation of liability, I think, is really really of paramount concern in going forward with seeing how we deal with AI on a day-to-day basis. And I don't know if I have a full answer for you as to where the buck stops and where liability is, but I think that is something that the experts do have to determine in going forward.
Right. And Professor Ramakrishnan, you are building a large learning model. You're building an entire system for using Indian languages. That's a brilliant thing that you're doing for Indian users. But then these questions come to you. When you're building a model like this, where is the liability? Where's the accountability? Where is the trust that, as Nikhil mentioned, publications, if something is published and your language model is scraping that publication, where is the intellectual property protection for that publishing house? Where is the privacy protection for the person whose data has been scraped? Professor Damodaran.
Thank you. I'll try and answer this from a very practitioner perspective. So at Bharajan, what we believe is sovereignty is about participation, right? You made a very, very nice point, Nikhil. Certain decisions need to be made in the interest of the people whom we are trying to serve. But are they informed? Are they participants? And sovereignty for me is not just a tag to be used to get your model better, hit rates, but it's really to ensure that people are part of IP production rather than just IP consumption. I mean, this is an opportunity for India to become IP producers. Now, the way we actually structured this at Bharajan, again, being my experience, we are a consortium of 9 academic institutions, we have a Section 8 company, 60 smart engineers. One of the consortium members, we have IIT Kanpur, IIT Madras, IIT Hyderabad, IIIT Hyderabad, and IIT Bombay is leading it, but I am Indore. The reason I bring up IIM Indore, Indian Institute of Management Indore, is they actually doing this, participating. They are going to many other tier 2 cities, talking to libraries who have data. A lot of it is, literature. And engaging in conversations the way Nikhil talked about. And trying to bring to them, to the table, the value that LLMs can bring in not only helping bring the literature to the forefront, but also create cross-pollination across other literature, create new hypotheses, potentially new skills. And this is an excellent point our Honorable PM made when I met him on 8th. He said, can new skills emerge by lateral understanding across texts? Now, just give me a few more minutes. The way we incorporated this, as I said, there's a syntactic component, which is, check for licenses, ensure compliance with copyright, extract license metadata, implement, allow list, deny list, and automated alerts for restricted content.
So, sir, that is my question there. That is precisely this entire session all about. When you're talking about the regulation saying that you must respect copyright, you must talk about licensing, you must talk about protection. Where is the regulation? How are we actually implementing that? Because as Apar said, the DPDP Act currently is not functional. We've got the new IT intermediary rules as well. There are certain concerns raised about that as well. Sorry, Nikhil, you were trying to make a point.
Actually, I wanted to bring it back to privacy. One of the things that we don't realize is that we are in a world of dynamic pricing. That dynamic pricing happens when there's information asymmetry between what I know and what the system knows about me. So I write a site called reason.live, and I ran an experiment, the thought experiment, saying what happens when a human negotiates with an AI agent, an AI agent negotiates with a human, and an AI agent negotiates with an AI agent. Because there's so much of personal information that is collected about you, it can sense where you're vulnerable. So for example, think about an Uber being taken in the middle of the night, let's say 1 o'clock in the morning, if there's a woman and a man traveling to the same destination, what are the chances the woman will see a higher price than the man because she is in a more vulnerable position traveling in the middle of the night in a city like Delhi, right? We've seen Zepto, for example, use this for this kind of dynamic pricing mechanism. So people who are using iPhones, where they've priced products higher for iPhone users. So please understand, these are all recommendation engines. They can do dynamic pricing, pick prices, and so therefore we have to ensure that the misuse of data doesn't happen, because the more personal data they collect about you, the more they're able to predict your vulnerabilities, which can be used for economically advantaging the person you're buying, the entity that you're buying for. Because at scale, there are algorithms that are determining pricing today. That's one of the most important harms that can come out of lack of privacy protection in AI.
And that is, so I'll take this question back to Apar then. Apar, we've got regulations that say EU has created, which create risk categorizations. US has some sort of risk management as well. Has Indian law caught up to these questions? Have we created the protections involved? And where are we on creating these protections if we haven't gotten there yet?
So as a general purpose technology, artificial intelligence, I'll again go back to it, is primarily being associated with large language models. However, as a descriptor, it is much, much larger. My principal recommendation and most of my work is towards the public deployment of that technology, which means when the government does it. Why? Because when the government does it, it has a higher form of power attached to it because it's in its functioning. If the technology does not work, a person gets excluded from rations if a machine learning algorithm is attached to it. Or if it is the identification of a person in a crowd through surveillance, it leads to a pre-trial incarceration. So what needs to be done? And this, I think, matches the pre-existing approaches to look at the existing laws and legal frameworks we have. If we have the Right to Information Act, which needs to be strengthened and needs to be made applicable to how tendering processes are done. How is the model made? What kind of audits are done? What are the failures? What are the risks which are being done? You need to strengthen the statutory foundations of what you already have. Now, coming to that part of your question, how are we approaching it and where I express some bits of my disappointment. If you look at the outcomes and the reports which have come from the India AI mission, the first one is primarily saying that you need to prioritize innovation which will happen through AI over any kind of regulation which will happen. Because regulation has been understood by it to be a barrier to any kind of assimilation, what they are these days calling diffusion of AI. Okay, that's the first thing. And the second is a document which has come from the Principal Scientific Advisor's Office, is that we need to follow a techno-legal approach. As a lawyer, a techno-legal approach to me means it's not coded in law, it's coded in the software itself. And when it is coded in the software itself, without any oversight framework, it can be changed, it can be broken, it can not work, or it can create new problems. Hence, what I would say is that we need to be a little much more honest. If a technology offers us great promise, if a technology offers us a revolutionary change in our world, then it has immense power. It has the power to provide and it has the power to deny. And when those denials occur, we need to have legal frameworks. We should not shy away from it. And principally, I'll circle back. It goes back to the government when you're deploying AI in a surveillance camera in Delhi by the Delhi police. You need to tell us which of those cameras, what is the software running, how does it work, where is the data shared?
And Niharika, to you then. And I've been asking this question, and we're looking at the various aspects and the various forms of risk, really, what Nikhil and Apar have talked about, the various areas where we've seen violations. But I am asking a very simple question. There is a DPDP Act, there is an IT Act regulations. Are they working? Or are they, where are the lacunae?
So I think the law does fall short, and I think there does need to be perhaps an overarching law and better enforcement as well. I think there needs to be both new legislation, better enforcement, and ultimately I think it has to come down to extreme vigilance by the user. Like going back to what Nikhil said recently about the medical test he had, the blood test that you did. This comes down to whether you're reading the fine print or not. The majority of users, especially when you're interacting with something less serious like a game on your mobile phone or something like that, or you're putting information into ChatGPT and you're trying to make an animated version of your photographs or something like that, you're not really, or at least most users are not really reading all of the fine print involved and are not taking into account exactly the ways in which their data is going to be used. So I think not only does the law need to move forward, and the law need to be far more protective of individual privacy and liberties than it is of innovation of technology, because I think it just comes down to a humans versus technology kind of thing in my mind, especially when Apar spoke about things like preventive detention. Apar spoke about things like the police using cameras, people using tracking. Even if you look at any information that's on the cloud. If you've put a couple of generations ago on your iPod or on your iPhone, you put your fingerprint in, Apple now has that, and they've made it clear in their policies that if you are ever part of any criminal investigation, they are going to hand over whatever information is required. So they can just simply hand over any biometric data they have with them. So I think it is also up to the user to be extremely vigilant. I think it has to progress on a multitude of fields: legislative, enforcing, and vigilance of the user themselves.
All right. Professor Radhakrishnan, you had something to say about the way the government or the companies look at these regulations.
Yeah, so since we're building models from the first byte and lots of applications, I mean, all the points being made here are very valid. I alluded to the syntactic aspects of building these foundational models, the data part, right, education, but there's a semantic aspect, which is the intellectual property right? Now, all we can do at this point is build as much provenance in the system as possible, right? Provenance and data. We worked with lots of vendors for speech data, for example. And we built an agentic model so that the metadata is at least faithful to what is being recorded, right? If you don't even have the metadata, there's no way you'll actually be able to go back, right? So provenance. Now the same provenance at the level of the model building, you call it observability. So having this observability through and through is very critical, because that's when you can even take action. How do you implement policies if you don't have the observability? And therefore, the ML stack becomes important. Sovereignty is not about data. Sovereignty is about the models. The way you're training them, you need to have the trace, the logs, right, at every level. Now the third component, just let me complete this, is applications. And applications, especially in air-gapped environments, applications with healthcare. And one classic example, we worked very closely with Amrita. Amrita EMR, EHR systems have been very widely adopted. And we, in fact, brought out a MedSum, basically a solution. Now, what about patient data privacy, consent-first design, medical accuracy, safeguards, and hallucination control? All of this is possible in very specific collaboration, but this requires co-design. It cannot be a hands-off approach where you expect the ML designers to actually design it being with all the right safeguards. The healthcare expert has to sit together.
All right, I'm sorry, Nikhil, you have something. You have something to say.
Yes, why not? Why shouldn't we expect the ML designers to start with safeguards first? I mean, look at the way they've approached it. They've scraped the web. They've scraped personal data without permission. That is both copyright violation and privacy violation. Are you saying that they're above the law?
I'm not saying
I mean,
that.
that's what you seem to be alluding, that they need to have, we can't expect them to do this without violating the law like that. They have to have safeguards before they begin doing this. Because once a model is trained, you can't untrain a model. So if you don't start with safeguards, they already have the data. I mean, all protections that have come in probably around middle of 2023. Robots or text exemptions for copyright violation came in July 23 and August 23. Google and OpenAI. But Bard was already live by then. ChatGPT was already live by then. They already violated copyright. They already scraped personal data. And no one's holding them to account now. In fact, in India, they're considering giving them an exemption under text and data mining, which means that they're legitimizing a theft that took place earlier. So, the problem that the way we are approaching it is, we're seeing this as a fait accompli. Privacy is violated. Now we won't do this in the future. We'll have a technical safeguard built in right now. What about when you started? You ignored the law when you needed to build it. And now that it's done, you're saying, now we'll follow the law. What happens then? This is how companies very classically give incumbents the benefit of violating the law in advance and make it difficult for competition to come up. How does India react to this? India says, we will not have the protections because now we need our companies to catch up. So because the other companies violated the law, we now need to let our companies violate people's privacy and people's copyright. So instead of holding those guys to account.
So that's ridiculous.
I'm sorry, Professor Ramakrishnan. I'll ask Apar to weigh in on this issue. That we've already had a huge amount of privacy violation. We've already made the choice, really,
to set aside the privacy concerns to allow these training of these models. So what happens now, Apar?
So technology is always a social archetype in the sense that we as people have the ability of determining what it is, how it works, but it almost and always seems inevitable. And you can see it through waves of technology, communication technologies, radio, television, even newspaper, right? Now, the central question around how AI models are built, and if you read the Transformers paper from which all of this started, is actually a engineer's approach to how do you achieve a result without taking the law into account. It is just the fascination with what is being built. And policy and law is not a core part at that point in time. And the foundations of artificial intelligence, and there's a great book, the author is in India also, Karen Howe, Empire of AI, it's on OpenAI. She tells how OpenAI, I'm sorry I'm talking about one company, I should not, but transforms from a non-profit to a for-profit corporation, right? So the initial justification at least was, and for instance, Anthropic. There's a great article on Anthropic, how Anthropic was smarter on the intellectual property because it scanned 50,000 books. But imagine what it did after scanning those 50,000 books. It pulped them. It's like Fahrenheit 451. So I think so because of the tremendous potential which is being seen, the geopolitical interest, the massive investments which are being made into artificial intelligence, the bet is for most people who have the reins of power in our society, we are going to forsake intellectual property and privacy as lesser interests in favor of artificial intelligence, which goes back to technology being a social archetype and a choice being made in favor of it. This should not be so. Law should step in. I advocate for it, and that's my full-time job. But this is what I see is happening much more largely.
All right, Niharika, this last question goes to you. When we are talking about that we've accepted the fact that we've set aside privacy protections on IP protections and we are focusing on at a policy level to train the AI to allow more companies to come up on AI models. When we are now creating these laws, when we are creating these new regulations, we're asking at least for a general user who's, say, using their phone to put their pictures on Instagram, at least for them we are building in protections that, well, you can't use it except for XYZ. Does that help? How far does that help? And for the users sitting here, what's your message?
So I do think every little bit helps. And while I agree with Apar broadly that the majority of people will accept the privacy violations that do come with using technology simply because it makes life convenient and it integrates you into what is happening in the day-to-day and what the majority of the world is doing. So most people will accept it, but I still feel that there is a glimmer of hope in a pushback. Anisha, like you and I were discussing, just this past week, in fact, the company Ring that has e-doorbells, video doorbells, have had to cancel a partnership they had with a security firm. They launched, through a Super Bowl ad, they launched this new feature called Search Party, saying we'll be able to track down your dog in case your dog gets lost. We'll use all the Ring doorbells in your neighborhood and we'll find your dog and we'll send you that message. And there was huge backlash that I don't think they anticipated because it was this notion of, well, everybody loves dogs. Don't you want to find your dog if it's lost? And there was huge backlash saying this means you're just watching 24/7 from my doorbell, and if you're facial recognizing my dog, surely you're doing the same to me. And they've had to cancel that entire venture and break off with that security company. So I think there is still a glimmer of hope on the user backlash, and I totally agree that it is also up to the courts to intervene, to governments to intervene, and to crack down. And I totally agree that you can't just say, oh, all right, in the name of innovation, a theft that took place 10 years ago should be all right now. If I stole your cell phone 10 years ago, it wouldn't be all right now, even if I did great things with it.
All right, sorry, Nikhil, I'll ask one quick question and I need you to sum up this entire thing. When we're talking about...
I need to respond to Nikhil.
we can do that off the stage then.
But I resonate with Nikhil. The only point I wanted to make is it's also the onus in sovereignty is on us to ensure that the policies are implemented from the first bite. I agree with you.
But in response to you and Niharika, all I have to say is I don't see NatGrid being cancelled any point in time soon, right? That's the surveillance system that we are building that is taking data from all public and private data sources without our consent. That's going to be used to surveil us as citizens. That's actually the biggest privacy nightmare when it comes to AI. That's not getting cancelled.
So when we've got issues like NatGrid access, we've got access to your user data, we've got access to your government data, we've got access to any and all data that the government is collating for you on NatGrid, on several other criminal law aspects. So these are the issues, key issues that the government needs to be looking into. Nikhil, I'm giving you the last word on this. Where are we on this, and what should users be wary of?
Look, I think everyone should be careful about where they share their data, how much data they share. It's just about awareness because, frankly, it's in our hands. It's the apps that we use. Every app is now built to collect more and more data because everyone's collecting data for AI. We need to be careful because no one else cares about our privacy, frankly. I don't think the lawmakers do. I don't think the companies whose apps we use do. So it's upon us. I mean, there are also, on the other hand, there are people who are deploying OpenClaw AI agents and giving access to the entire WhatsApp, email, and multiple sources of their personal information, their relationship, their context. What they also don't realize is not only are they exposing their own personal data, they're also exposing the interactions with the people that they're interacting with to a bot that can be very easily prompt injected, hacked, and their data exfiltrated. So awareness is the only solution we have left today, and it's only in our hands. No one's here to save us.
All right, thank you very much for that, panelists. We've basically rung a note of caution here in this particular session as AI develops, and the precautions that we need to take, and the fact that the law is still trying to catch up in a certain way. Thank you very much, panelists.
All right, so those have been some interesting conversations that have been happening so far. So let's now move on to our next session, which is AI's infrastructure backbone. And our speakers for this session are Prith Banerjee, Senior Vice President of Innovation Synopsys, Samhita R, CEO Resilience AI. Moderating this session is my colleague Maria Shakil, Managing Editor, India Today TV.
Keshav Reddy and Martin Tisney.
Yes, our other
Please
panelists.
welcome. We can see a full panel already now. Thank you so much. Good evening. Behind every breakthrough model, every intelligent agent, every transformative application lies an invisible foundation. And this invisible foundation is of massive, massive chips, sprawling data centers, and mounting energy demands. That's going to be the panel discussion. Let me introduce my panelists. Prith Banerjee is from Synopsys. He's pushing the frontiers of AI-driven chip design. Samhita from Resilience AI, mapping climate risks to build truly resilient systems. We have Keshav Reddy from Equal AI. He is trying to democratize powerful AI for India's diverse realities, and Martin Tisney is from AI Collaborative and Current AI, championing open, equitable, non-aligned infrastructure. I'm going to begin with you, Preet. With AI now designing what is being seen as power AI, are we then heading towards what will be seen invariably in future, some kind of unbreakable physical limit of scaling?
It's a great question. So the current AI models, as you said, right, are being powered by AI chips from AMD, NVIDIA, etc., and they're going into the data centers from the cloud companies, the Microsofts and others. And Synopsys is the leading provider of electronic design automation tools to design those chips and design the systems that use those chips. What is going on is now those things used to be designed by humans, but the pace of innovation in these chips is increasing, the complexity is increasing. And so something that an AI chip from NVIDIA would take maybe 2 years to design is now being designed in a year. Something that had 100 million transistors now has 1 trillion transistors in it. So it's impossible for a human designer using EDA tools to design those chips. So what we are working on is using what is called agentic engineers, agents that are doing the job of the human engineers to automate that process and accelerate the pace of innovation. Because these AI data centers are incredibly complex systems, because you have to manage the power, the thermal, and all of those things, and it is impossible for a human designer to take care of these multidisciplinary optimizations. Those are things that are now being done with the Synopsys tools.
Okay, Keshav, on one hand is what is being called by our executive editor-in-chief, Kalipuri, digital imperialism. And on the other hand is what India aims for, which is AI that listens, understands, and acts. How do you make AI inclusive then?
Thanks, Maria, for the wonderful introduction. I've never heard models in AI models be introduced like that before. So I run a company called Equal AI. It's a call assistant. It picks up your phone, speaks on your behalf, and then in the future will do tasks for you, help them direct people to your use cases. So it's a consumer app. For our use case, we're seeing insane amount of need, want, because you get a lot of calls actually nowadays. Even with the advent of like quick commerce, you get a lot of OTPs, you get addresses, which is much more frequent, apart from telemarketing and other aspects. One of the biggest challenges that I see in AI infra is that actually India is a DAO farm for most global companies. There are millions and hundreds of millions of active daily users. But the infrastructure is not there. Even for, like, we scaled 4x last week, and we peaked out on all of our partners. And the good thing or the bad thing is that they were elastic, but after a point, you have to buy dedicated TPUs, you have to ensure scale up, the concurrency needs, because we are a real-time use case. So essentially, we would need real-time streaming part of the infrastructure. And that's not there actually. And I know a lot of people have made statements of building assets for India, but those come live in 2 years, 18 months, 24 months. And so demand is not going to wait as a consumer company. So I think there are challenges in being able to deliver the demand, but people using AI in India, I mean, it's blowing up actually. People are loving using it.
Yes, of course, many would say that it's a little messy right now, but the data centers are being built. There is infrastructure in terms of mobility, and the focus is also on what was there earlier. India is trying to build on it. So, Martin, we are racing to closed AI empires. How do you actually then build an open, non-aligned infra backbone?
Thank you. Thanks for having me, and thanks for asking. I think what's important to think about when we think of the infrastructure is not to only focus on the bricks and mortar. So the compute is important, the data centers is important. We'll talk about the environmental impacts, I'm sure, in a second. I'd encourage all of us to make a link to the session just before this one, and to also think about data as infrastructure, and to think about open source as infrastructure. So I think we're making a mistake. There's a lot of conversations about AI sovereignty. I think AI sovereignty is critical, but is often misunderstood. There are very few countries around the world. I would even put a question mark as to whether the US and China can actually be fully sovereign when it comes to AI, and I actually don't think they should be. I don't think anyone really should be. What we want, I would say what the public wants, in our understanding and from surveys, is agency over how AI is used in their lives or not used in their lives. And I can think of no better way to have that agency, to have as many layers of the stack as open source as possible, so they can be used, shared, and modified, so people can really sort of like get stuck in and understand it. So I think that's critical. So on the infrastructure piece, I would really encourage us to think of open source as a critical part of the infrastructure that needs investment. The good news is that open source, doesn't have the environmental externalities that data centers do. It's also a lot cheaper than buying, hundreds of thousands in NVIDIA GPUs. And at the same time, to think of data as part of the critical infrastructure, ways in which, and I'll just finish with that, we've had fantastic innovation around compute, but very little innovation really over the past 10 years when it comes to data. If we had a fraction of the world's brains and money and power focused on data governance, on technical innovations around data, so we can use personal data in safe ways, on governance innovations around data, I think that would be fantastic. And I can think of no better place to do it than India.
Since you brought in the environmental aspect of it, let me bring in Samita now. Samita, AI data centers are seen as units that guzzle energy, and they heat up cities as well. How do we make AI infra then resilient to fight that crisis?
Thank you so much. So data centers are important. We can't minus it. It's like as much as you have power, there is lights. We're talking, it's become very critical part of our lives. The growth of power today to have electricity in every mile, in every last mile, has taken its own years, and it has been driven by a need. So is the growth of data centers. So that fundamental understanding of having data centers is absolutely important when we think of energy. Now, as development happens, and India is going to invest $1 billion in infrastructure, it's going to contribute to that energy consumption and energy release at the same time, in the same way that data centers do. Now, what data centers can do differently are two things. Number one, at the time of construction of a data center itself, if there are ways of using AI to understand the environmental nuances of that location. So if you can understand that there is a water network or a water system already flowing in there, there's a large patch of vegetation, there's a road there that has already been there, there is a settlement, and factor that when you are constructing a data center, that's the first level of resilience, which we call as a practitioner in the terms of climate adaptation. The other one, which is of course the suffix and prefix of climate today, is carbon emission, which also is as critical as climate adaptation. And for that, the data centers that are getting built today are very modernized. Even at a rack rate, they're able to optimize the energy they consume to be able to churn that level of intelligence and data. And this panel is equipped to answer that. The data centers that used to get constructed even 5 years back, and the data centers that are getting constructed today are more architecturally sound, so that the energy consumption is minimized. It's also built with sustainable materials and building materials, so that it cannot forfeit the entire amount of energy consumed and the carbon emission, but it can minimize. But considering the fact that data centers are going to be absolutely essential in the ecosystem of things that we are talking about, and especially we are part of the AI Summit, which is computing, generating, and agentifying more than petabytes of data at the same time to be able to give us the intelligence we need across sectors of life. So that would be my understanding of data center, and I truly believe that data centers are modernized today, much, much than where we used to be even 5 years back.
Okay, so let's talk about one big idea which is on display at Bharat Mandapam. What do you think will be the idea of tomorrow? Preet.
So I would say, There's a lot of discussion today on AI models, but those are AI models for words as tokens, right? I mean, people have been working on AI for many, many years, but until ChatGPT happened in 2022, nobody really knew what was going on. And what ChatGPT did was bring AI to the average person, right? So that you could write poetry, you could write essays and so on. But all of those are using words as tokens. But then, after that, there was DALL-E that came in with using images as tokens. And so now you could create all kinds of things with images. You could create new images. You can say, I want to create a picture of a Boeing airplane hitting a Golden Gate Bridge, which is a bad example, but you don't have to have an actual picture like that. It would generate that picture. Sora did it with videos as tokens. But the future is what we call physical AI. The world around us is governed by the laws of physics, which is, say, fluids physics, which is Navier-Stokes equations, or structural physics, which is Euler equations, or electromagnetics physics, which is Maxwell's equations. So Synopsys just recently acquired ANSYS. I used to be CTO at ANSYS before. So we believe that the real future in AI infrastructure will be using physical AI, where the real world around us has world models, those different physics that I talked about, and it will understand that physics and be able to reason and say, here's an airplane. I mean, you were just talking about the data center and understand the environment. It would actually look at the physics of here is a water, here's something, and because of the water you could actually do liquid cooling, understanding the world around you, building those world physics models, physical AI, that is actually the future.
So physical artificial intelligence, how will it really work?
So what it works is, as I said, with words as tokens, you are using tokenized words, right? You are saying, Mary has a little lamb, right? So basically you have scraped all the words in the English language and says, when you have Mary has a little, you predict the last word would be lamb. Or, I wish you a Merry Christmas. That's how words as tokens are used in foundational models. Now if you, instead of those words, you use images, then you can essentially say, from this image to this image to this image, what is the next image? That's Gen AI applied to images. Then you do the same with videos. You have a video screen here, etc. You will predict the next video. So the physical AI is saying, just like, suppose I were to increase my temperature here, at some point I'll burn, I'll do whatever. That is the physics. It will predict the physics of the world around us, and that is incredibly computationally difficult, right? But it will be very, very powerful because it will actually, Artemis mission is sending NASA's thing to the space, right, to the moon. Imagine those things are being designed by NASA engineers. In the future, physical AI will be able to design a spacecraft with AI which will understand the physics of an aircraft going through, the physics of gravity and how it comes back. That's where the world is headed.
Okay, since India is aiming for making AI more accessible, making it for every citizen, so Keshav, which tool do you think is powerful enough right now to ensure that AI is democratized?
See, the way Indians will use AI at scale. So there are studies saying that over 1 billion people in India have never used AI. I mean, we are sitting in a room which is a cohort who uses it very often. But I'm saying, like, look at rural India consumers, they don't know. A white screen, when they can't type very well and they can't read very well, is not a mode for them to actually use it. So it has to be conversational. That's the first thing. Second, conversational, multilingual with dialects, that is still improving. With every model company, they are improving. Actually, one point is on open source. I really hope, and I know that we're working on a lot of stuff. The government is working on a lot of stuff, and that will be very exciting. And then the next feature, which I think, the next application that will be wide scale used in India will be voice, very simple, and it doesn't need to be labeled as AI. It needs to be so simple. Indians love options, but love simplicity. That's right. So if you look at any UPI app, it's cluttered, but has very simple actions. I think an AI an AI assistant or anything that works at scale in India will be something which is speech-oriented and very simple. I don't think that exists at scale, what Indians can use at scale. And that's kind of the direction which a lot of people are trying, including Equal is trying to do that with voice first. There's a reason we're doing calls first and voice first, because very natural. And then we move into doing tasks for you. And then we do end-to-end tasks for you, for everything that you want to do.
So earlier today, we had Professor Raskar, who is with MIT Media Lab. He had a very interesting idea, which is already in motion, which is about Doot. Every Indian, just as an Aadhaar, will have an AI agent of their own. So perhaps a Keshav AI agent. And that AI agent will be communicating with a Maria AI agent or a Samita AI agent and functioning at that level. That is finally perhaps the aim. Do you think, how far are we to that level of that kind of scale where each and every person sitting in this room will have their own AI agent?
Very soon, 12 to 18 months. It's actually just a
12
modality.
to 18 months.
Yeah, easily. Because if you're using any platform that is using natively AI and then you call me and I call you and our agents speak, it's actually not that far away on basic communication. But doing a lot more complex tasks will still take some more time, because obviously you have more nuances that come around it. But communication should be there very soon. Today, we do millions of calls. A lot of those calls are from AI agents, which your AI agent is speaking back, right? So that's already happening at a business to consumer level. Consumer to consumer level will happen. When UPI started, nobody thought UPI will be a peer-to-peer money sharing platform. They thought it will be meant for businesses to customers or customers to businesses. But now 90% is largely peer-to-peer.
Yes,
So you'll see a lot of innovation there, I feel.
Yes, so Martin, the fact is that India has adopted something called the UPI and the scale at which and the pace at which it was adopted. Every person right now on the street is perhaps having a UPI app on their phone and they're using it for basic shopping of vegetables and others. Do you see AI becoming so accessible at the same time?
Thanks for asking. So very linked to the question you were just asking, Keshav. I completely agree on the voice piece. I think that I find it hard to reconcile the fact that, and I'm certainly not an expert in India, to be clear, but I find it hard to reconcile the two things you were saying earlier. One of them is that 1 billion people don't use AI, and at the same time that every Indian will be interacting with an agent. At Current AI, we've been working with Bashni, the translation platform, which is fantastic. And we've been developing, together with them, a very simple open hardware product that we're launching on Friday at the summit. And what that product does, and that I can see it used by everyone, is a voice translation mechanism, right? Very simple. You can be in any use case. You could be a farmer looking in a field at a particular sort of, pesticide or other, and it will not only translate what someone tells you, but it'll also analyze the text and either speak it back to you or have it back to you, whichever you wish. And this is a very basic open hardware tool. Anyone can make it. We're not designing it to sell it, but for anyone to be able to mess with it in the spirit of the maker movement. And it would also be able to tell what's in front of you. So if you cannot see well, if you're blind, it will be able to say, right, and it will speak to you in your language and say, right, here are a few stairs, you might need to watch out. So that type of an approach, especially something that's available to all to make and to sort of mess with, I can see that being really sort of taken up at quite an interesting scale.
Just to clarify, I think I was mentioning that apps today at India's scale, those are not there, but your application use case is very relevant. It doesn't need to look like AI, but it works at that intelligence layer. So I agree with you.
Okay, Samita.
I would like to add just one thing here, that all these, first of all, the UPI is an absolutely amazing innovation that happened in India. And I live in the US, and I mean, people in the US have often wondered, had US been able to adopt a thing like UPI, wonderful things would have happened. But the UPI is a unique identifier for the humans. There are 1 billion people in India, right? But there are 100 billion machines. There'll be 1 trillion machines, like the world of Internet of Things, IoT. So, and I was talking about physical AI. So imagine if all the humans and the machines, all of it had that unique ID, and then and these machines are generating data, like just the humans are generating data, right? You can gather all that information. That's that physical AI I'm talking about. That combined, the human interacting with the machines would be the absolute end state of AI, in my opinion.
So hyper-local risk tools.
I'm just saying that, the question almost fell on the lap. Okay, no, fantastic. I love the conversation of mimicking AI. Again, always have human assistance in the loop. That's a fundamental of science for us, because we deal in disasters, natural disasters. We can't just let everything on a machine. Hyperlocal AI is just taking your conversation. It's happening today. If you test a product called Resilience 360, 30 minutes, give us any location anywhere in the world. We are able to tell you that that structure is at what exposure if flood happens. It's not forecasting flood. It's saying go with the open premise that the flood will happen. It's modeled in such a way, considering environmental factors, considering the construction factors, considering built environment, which is physical, and considering all the climatic factors together. Think of it, a machine is doing that at an abnormal speed, in 30 minutes, able to give you a risk score. Explainable to an ordinary person like me. Heavily computed so much and trained that in 30 minutes is able to give you a result. But at the same time, it's physical infrastructures having a unique ID of its own. It's just started with a risk score of a natural disaster. We can start adding things like risk around healthcare. Can it command or become an incident command center? Can it tomorrow become a 3-story building and being able to visualize it at a rapid scale and start doing the construction itself, visualizing the construction before the construction happens? Those are the advanced cases, but completely agree with the entire panel that having human assistance in the loop when we do hyper-local is essential. Otherwise, there will be errors, and those errors are going to be expensive. That's the only caveat we use when we build our models on physical AI.
So, since we're talking about physical AI, and our next panel is, of course, on healthcare, and we have Dr. Trehan in the right now with us, so he'll be speaking about it. We'll shift focus on that in a bit. So let me begin with you, Martin, and start wrapping up this conversation. We are looking at the scale, and this is the scale of AI which will be, which is being built for in a country such as ours for 1.4 billion people. So not just physical AI, we are looking at how making AI accessible and ensuring that there's no digital divide. The challenges in a country such as ours is very, very different. So where do you see current AI fitting in?
I think, okay, so 2 pieces, and I might try and link it to the panel afterwards. I think one of the many incredible things in India is the diversity of languages. So just to go back to the earlier point, I gave that example of the translation device. You were talking about voice. The fact that a platform like Bashni is already working in 26, soon to be 22, soon to be 36 different languages. I think that type of scale and leaning into it is really important. My concern for any country, be it one on the huge scale of India or others, is that AI risks flattening our culture into a monoculture or a small few monocultures. So I think of linguistic diversity really as culture and as cultural preservation. So one of the first places to start is not only having the AI working and being able to talk to it in different languages, but for the data to be available and accessible with the wealth of cultures that you have in a country like India. That would be the first place. I think one of the hardest areas to work in, and one of them which is so close to everyone's hearts, is around health. And the health, I think the challenge there is around, back to the earlier panel, around privacy protections for people to feel comfortable sharing patient treatment outcome data and sharing genetic data. And that's why I think India, as well as any country really, has a lot to do to innovate in that area.
Oh, okay, Keshav.
I'm super excited with the AI summit. We were there, we presented in a booth, and it was outstanding. I think if you look at the sheer scale and the quality of people, and every single serious leader of AI, barring a few, were there, I think we're onto something big. The government is doing a really good job bringing all the resources together. I'm a firm believer that if India will use AI at scale, it has to be simple, it has to be reasonable and cheap priced, so it has to be open sourced, and it has to be available at a lot of languages and available very freely. So I think I would imagine that in the next 24 months, there'll be a lot of this will start opening up, and we are ready for an AI world where India, everyone uses AI for everything.
Okay. 30 seconds to both of you.
No, fantastic. I think, and I believe in it. The fact that we're talking about technology,
Yes.
think of your WhatsApp, it doesn't have a digital divide. I don't think the AI will ever have a digital divide, because it's more focused on the applications of AI and less on just the stack itself. And when an application becomes the subject of the conversation, then that application, be it health sector, or be it climate, or be it environment, or for that matter, ship design, it is democratized. And it will always be democratized. For language, for any other models, it will be democratized. I don't believe that AI is going to create a digital divide.
Preet, let's wrap this up.
And what I would share with the audience is that the future is about intelligent product design, products in every field: automotive, aerospace, healthcare, energy, and high tech. And in that world, we kind of have three pillars. One is it is silicon design. So there'll be a chip inside that system, which will be software driven. There'll be a software that runs on it, but it'll be AI powered. So it's AI powered, silicon designed, software designed intelligent systems with which you can build digital twins of everything in the world: an automobile, an airplane, data center, whatever. And it's that incredibly exciting world that we are working towards.
All right. Thank you so much for this conversation, Martin, Keshav, Samita, and Preet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, we are now getting ready for our next session, and I request those gentlemen there to please stay seated so we can begin with our next session. I request you all to please stay seated so we can begin with our next session. All right, so our next session is harnessing AI in healthcare, And our speakers for this session are Vivek Rajagopal, Group Chief Analytics and AI Officer at Narayana Health, Dr. Geeta Manjunath, Founder, CEO and CTO, Niramai Health Analytics, Anjali Kaur, Senior Associate, Non-Resident Chair in India and Emerging Asia Economics, Center for Strategic and International Studies, and the man who needs no introduction, Dr. Naresh Trehan, Chairman and MD, Medanta, the Medicity. And while all of you have been hearing from me since morning, I'm Suesha Sawant, Deputy Editor, India Today. I shall be moderating this session. Can we please have all the speakers on stage? All right, thank you so much. And I think I'd like to begin with the most basic question, Dr. Trehan. Guilty as I plead, but for a lot of us now, ChatGPT is becoming the first go-to doctor. And any initial symptoms, the first thing we do is click on ChatGPT, put it all out, ask whether we should go to a doctor or what medicines we should take. Really wanting to hear from you on this, the word that you put out for everyone listening here.
So there are multiple aspects to this. One, of course, it translates into socho mat, you have some feedback, okay. The danger of that, the other aspect is that you get so involved in the possibilities of what you may have that the anxiety levels go up so high, and then till you have found the right help for it. The third is that it is a good tool to have at your disposal to say, yes, you need to go to a doctor or you need something, okay? So if you actually just did not have any feedback, you may just console yourself, let me see how if it go away or what happens. And especially in our field with cardiac, you know, so many people lose their lives just thinking it must be acidity, it may be, oh, it can't be happening to me, I've got too many responsibilities. So there are many, many things that make you lose that urgency. And I think a tool like ChatGPT, which was Google was already there, is a ready reference for your symptoms, and you have a friend in that. So I think it's a very positive thing to happen, but at the same time, it can trigger anxiety reactions which are unfounded till you find the right help.
And it is an AI tool at the end of the day. It hugely depends on the prompts that you're giving it. Possibility of it also guiding you in the wrong manner.
Well,
okay, please go ahead.
Yes.
No, I think this is something that we all know, right? Is that the AI tool is based on the data that it gives and the data that you have fed it. So, for instance, I've got a long ChatGPT thread just for my mother. I have input all of the information of her blood tests, what happens with her appointments, what's going on, and I've also built out the personality of my chat specifically to look at case studies, to look at studies of the best cardiologist in the world, to think about diabetes, to think about high blood pressure. So the more data that you give it, and we're seeing that with a number of AI tools, the more it can inform not just your own opinion, which we see that reinforces in a number of tools, but it can actually give you at least real-time options, which otherwise you can't always contact a doctor in the middle of the night. And so far, at least it's been a component of the thinking. I don't think it should be everything at this stage, but for me, it's been a component that I can keep building out and feeding information to so it can be more thorough and more effective than it would be just as a random AI tool.
And, you know, Vivek, sometimes for doctors, it can get mechanical to answer too many questions. And there are also those who I know
who go on to say that when I put the same technical terms that the doctor has spelled out for me on ChatGPT, it helps me understand much better what the problem is because I can ask it 10 questions and it breaks it down really easy.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely that is a great tool to have. And when you mentioned that specific to a doctor, what happens, these tools will actually save a lot of time for the doctors and for hospitals itself. We strongly believe that there is a lot of inefficiency sitting in healthcare systems today. About 60% of inefficiency sitting in healthcare systems today. India has one of the lower doctor to population ratio and beds to population ratio when you compare it with the rest of the world. Which means you'd expect Indian hospitals to be brimming with occupancy, given that there is a supply-demand gap. But surprisingly, when you walk into private hospitals, you see that occupancy is not that high. Private hospitals in India is somewhere at 60% occupancy, which is a manifestation of the affordability gap, of the accessibility gap, of trust that is there. Given that occupancy of private hospitals is on the lower side, you would expect that throughput is extremely high. But you know what we see in every hospital? You see people sitting and waiting in different areas of the hospital, which is a manifestation of the underlying inefficiency in the healthcare system. And that is where we see ChatGPT or LLMs or AI as a broader category playing a huge role in eliminating that inefficiency, which is basically data movement, data summarization, answering things from data, and providing suggestions to people in a timely manner to be able to eliminate all of that.
All right, my colleague Sonal also joining us.
Well, somebody was missing from the panel. Well, it's not me, it's AI, isn't it? Right?
Not missing at all. We've been having a lot of conversations.
So I thought it would be a good idea to ask AI a question, on health. So on my way here, and by the way, one thing that AI should, solve for is traffic. To all those people sitting here, please solve for traffic before anything else. But on my way, I asked ChatGPT this question, which I'm sure all of you want to know as well. I typed in and I said, hey GPT, Elon Musk says that AI will replace doctors. What do you think? I let the chatbot give me an answer and then I'll come to the humans, okay? You want to know what ChatGPT said, yeah? Okay. It said, AI will dramatically change medicine, but full replacement of doctors is highly unlikely in the near future. It already performs very well in narrow tasks like reading scans and analyzing large data sets. However, medicine is not just diagnosis. It involves judgment, ethics, empathy, and accountability. Patients trust humans with life-altering decisions, and that cannot be automated easily. More realistically, doctors who use AI will replace doctors who do not. I have to say, we have to give a round of applause to GPT. That's a very good answer.
No, not only applause, it's very reassuring to us.
But the last line, Dr. Trihan, it says doctors who use AI will replace doctors who do not.
That's correct. That is absolutely correct if you look at history of how evolution has taken place in medicine, technology, and the use of AI. AI is not new to medicine, by the way, because we've been using algorithms, machine learning for many, many years. Robots were created in the late 1970 something. We brought the first robot to India in 2002. So, all this stuff has progressively gone in a direction where it's true that if you do not use, errors are known, medical errors are known. It is known that 100,000 plus lives are lost in the United States, which is supposed to be a well-oiled healthcare system. Okay. I shudder to even think if human errors, how many people would have lost their lives in India. Okay. So, what you're saying is, over-dependence on AI has the same danger as over-dependence on yourself. See, somebody said very rightly, The illiterates of the world are not going to be people who have gone to college and are professors. The illiterates of the world are going to be those people who cannot unlearn and learn again. So it says it all. As far as, this is the new wave. If you didn't learn internet, if you didn't learn, I mean, it's so convenient to use a cell phone. So that was the second revolution.
That's very nicely put, but there are also several gaps, Dr. Trihan. And I want Vivek to get in on this one. The biggest problem with India at the moment is not that we lack AI innovation. It is that we lack unaffordability, right? We are trying to bridge that gap. With what you are doing at Narayan Hospital, have you managed to use AI to cut down cost? Because that's the key question here.
Absolutely. So fantastic question, first of all. And that is one of the main reasons why AI remains in pilot stages in many institutions. It is because you're not thinking of return on investment when you're investing into an AI project. Because finally, at the end of the day, who pays for this AI? That is the question. And the person who pays for this AI, where ROI is not clear, in which case it is a gamble. So the person who pays for this AI gamble is the patient. Can the patient afford to pay for that gamble? That is the question. Which means if you're trying out fancy AI projects one after another, where your end objective and your path to the objective is not clear, they're most likely going to fail because you're going to have to increase your costs to the patient. So it is extremely pertinent that the institution that is implementing AI have a clear objective on what this is going to solve, and not that it is a fancy toy that I get to play with. Once your objective and purpose is clear and your route to ROI is clear, which is basically the financial benefit that it is going to deliver, then you will be able to deliver it at the right cost for the patient.
But Anjali, also wanting to understand from the point of view of surgeries, because there has been a lot of talk that when it comes to surgeries in the future, would largely now be taken over by robotics, machine.
That's the tricky part, no, Suesha. India is not one India. India is 1, 2, and 3. In India, in people like us, in societies like these, we talk about robotic surgery, we talk about affordability. In other parts of India, the point is of access, which is what I wanted to come to Anjali for.
How is that shift going to be?
Yeah, how will you manage that? A lot of AI innovation seems to be working for affluent India. But what about access where it's really required?
I think that works for AI across the global south, and this is what the AI Summit is about, right? So for the first time, you have a global summit focused on impact, led by the global south, and specifically looking at access and looking at equity. The previous panels have talked about this, but I think it's important to remember that low bandwidth environments is what we should be designing AI for. And that needs to be intentional design in thinking about vernacular languages, voice-operated apps. How do you think about low cost in the apps actually landing in these places? And all of that can only happen in the beginnings of the stages, right? So what you're seeing in India and a number of other countries is that you've got silos in products and innovations that are happening. And they haven't, from their initial stages in terms of healthcare, aligned with the government's national architecture of health. And if you don't do that intentionally from the beginning, what you end up doing is then just bolting on afterwards to the health system instead of building an interoperability within that health system. That's what addresses your low resource environments, but it also addresses where AI needs to hit, which is the community level. The community level is not at your tertiary hospital, it's at the community health clinics, and they need an expansion of access to healthcare and to human resources, which AI should do.
Yeah, but AI is also all about accuracy, right? And Dr. Geeta, come in on this point. Accuracy is only as good as the data. How far are we on the India data set? And I want to take that question to Dr. Trihan later as well. Is he comfortable even applying, or even Vivek for that matter, applying those same AI tools which are not built on Indian genome body types? It's not built for us. It's largely resting in the West.
Yeah, so before I answer the training set required for the accuracy, I would like to make a small comment about the previous question as well, if you allow me. So essentially, how do we enable AI-enabled tools to make the underserved population get to the higher infrastructure at the right time. And that's, I think, is the profound use case that can help Indian economy. Because I really believe there is a healthcare divide in India. Just like we used to talk about IT divide, there is a healthcare, really, there is a healthcare divide from access and so on. And AI can be a super tool for this. And for example, at Niramai, we've actually made this possible with AI-based triaging for breast cancer screening, right? So where women who were earlier detecting cancer by hand are now able to come into the hospital for more detailed diagnostics just with AI kind of automated, I would say, for a red, yellow, green by just taking a few pictures. So it's really possible to do this. Now, coming to the data problem, I sort of flip it the other way and say, as a founder or developer of the AI models, right, we have to foresee this, right? Where is it going to be used? Have I trained the model sufficiently enough so that the intended use cases, intended areas, targeted users are able to use this accurately? And I think Vivekji mentioned nicely that if there is an error in AI, who is paying for it? The end user. Yes. So if I wear the founder hat or AI developer hat, we have to look at the user and develop it for her, right? So that our accuracy will be much better for the targeted user. And what that means is we have to train our models with diverse data sets, whether it is there in the current AI data stack or not, in the hospitals or not. It's our duty to actually ensure we get to the data. Yeah. Again, in our case, we really had to look at all of these 5 million data points that we had and collect the data. It took me 2 years to collect 256 patients' data of thermal images, mammography, ultrasound, biopsy, and later, of course, it became much before. So,
ma'am, but you're talking about usage. The question is also about responsibility.
Exactly.
If the algo gets it wrong, who's responsible? Is
I
it
think
the
most
doctor?
importantly in the question of mental health, because these days a lot of people are depending on ChatGPT to also be their shrink. And 2 points really here. There have been cases where ChatGPT has led them in the wrong direction, and there have been unfortunately cases of suicide. Secondly, again, the biggest point that we've been discussing since morning of how much of you is getting mapped by AI when you're literally sharing everything about your mental health with it.
I think we should not depend on ChatGPT for diagnosis for sure, like Trehan sir mentioned.
Dr. Trehan will have other stories to tell.
Yeah, but
about
I think
patients
we need to
who
make
enter
sure,
his clinic.
Yeah, we need to make sure the AI is sufficiently clinically validated and regulatory cleared to be a medical device. Otherwise, you know, taking advice from it is really not worth it.
But Swesha, we've been speaking so much about AI and data sets and all of it. I want to talk about AI of the everyday and AI of the now right now. Dr. Trehan, I'm guilty of being one of them, but I have to ask you, are you also bombarded with patients who come to your clinic now with detailed diagnosis from GPT and Gemini?
We started this conversation with exactly that question.
But I want to know if they have an opposite diagnosis from what you're saying. How do you respond?
No, see, it is a very good thing to happen. People used to depend on Google. Now it's ChatGPT. And you always like to know a well-informed patient or their family. It's not because most patients are a little older, they don't use that much, but they come with their kids who have actually mastered the art. So it's actually, in a way, some people think it's a challenge or a headache. It's not. It is something that stimulates you to be able to mull through all the diagnoses yourself and also explain to them in detail so if a family is caring and intelligent about what they are heading for, it's much better from our point of view.
And when it comes to mental health?
Mental health, you know, this is something, a very tricky subject. Like Geeta said, you don't outsource your mental health to ChatGPT. If you have anxiety, then maybe it's a good tool to talk to. You know, people you can have a full conversation. But I don't think you should go as far as treating it like your therapist. Yeah. It's not equipped to do it because of the fact that somebody pointed out that, look, all the data points which are today current Only X-rays, mammograms are done in India, the data that has laid on a layer of accuracy on, like if you look at chest X-rays, which are the most basic X-rays done, the AI tools have actually detected nodules which are way, way beyond the human eye. Yes. Okay? So that is, I think, a great contribution to a point. Now, what are the dangers of that? Say, like, if you have a nodule, then you say, okay, what do? I must go to a doctor. Then the doctor says, I'll do a biopsy. And then they've taken you to a different loop completely, where it turns out to be nothing. So you have to lay the experience on it. That's why one of the things is that doctor's experience will tell you that if you detect something, the first thing to do is revisit it 6 months and a year later. If it is changing in size or character, of course you must act. If it is not, if it is a 1 or 2 millimeter nodule that was detected, you should watch it rather than go and do an operation for it.
Yeah.
Okay, those are so responsibilities of how you're going to use AI for doctors. That's why we talked about the doctor who is not AI enabled will be always at a disadvantage. You will not ever reach the point of precision. With AI is a real good tool to achieve.
We have last few minutes, so I have to ask you this, and we'll quickly go around the panel as well. Do you know that in China at the moment there are vending machines where they put a doctor inside? And that doctor is supposed to answer all those questions and give you the drugs instantly. That is one extreme. But on the other side, what is the one thing, and let's begin with Dr. Geeta there, what is the one thing you really hope AI will solve for in this lifetime? I'm not talking about future possibilities. If AI were to solve for one thing medically in India at the moment, what would it be?
It's bridging the healthcare divide, right? I really feel that preventative care, it's an amazing tool to have, and not just automated. It should be in the hands of a health worker at least, because it's really pathetic when you go to the rural areas and they don't have a doctor to go to, and get the healthcare worker a little bit trained on how to use the tool. And really, if you can get the affordable, high quality healthcare to everyone, I think that's something we should definitely aim for.
Everybody talks about AI with jobs. Doctors don't have to be worried. We are anyways we need more doctors. Is there a way in which AI can solve for that gap?
Absolutely, absolutely. It will make doctors extremely more productive, not just doctors, but the healthcare infrastructure that we have as a country. Even after all of these years, we spend very little on healthcare as a percentage of GDP, and there is a lot of ground for us to cover. AI will help us cover that ground extremely quickly. And finally, about AI replacing doctors, that is not going to happen in the near future, because as it was pointed out in the panel earlier, we all want accountability to be there with a human, and not with a computer program that is not visible to us and we don't know who has developed it.
In fact, I quickly want to share a recent example of how hospitals are now slowly going to have AI receive the first call instead of a receptionist, hear out your symptoms, and then suggest a doctor, fix up that appointment, and then the patient will come according to what AI suggests is the doctor. So if it's a skin problem, then it's a dermat. Again, hospitals are headed that way. How safe, not safe, we're really treading that path.
Anjali, you want to take that?
So just to speak more broadly, for AI in healthcare and for many other sectors, it's not a technology story. That's not what I think. It's a governance story, it's an institution story, and it's a trust story. So that's what we need to be focusing on in India and the broader global south. And once you understand how to strengthen those aspects, the technology can actually be a part of the system. We have to be thinking about systems itself and not just one solution by one solution.
Dr. Trehan, what would you like AI to solve for? Would you like it to predict the next pandemic or solve for air pollution?
So there are two things. One, these are early days. And one is localization to India. So when there are models existing which actually are predictive models for areas which are not mapped in India, I think that you'll always have a flaw in it. So what you can actually use today is to mine data very rapidly and lead to drug discovery, new modalities of treating different diseases, and the fact that India will play a major role in the world in drug discovery because we are lucky to have a very diverse gene pool. Not many countries have that because we had the Alexander's armies from the west, Genghis Khan and his gang from the east, and then the Mughals came from the north. So that whole gene pool mixing, and they were very generous with their sperm. So there is a huge diversity in our own population. So that's why I'm saying that there has to be a great opportunity for India to harness AI to actually help the world also, because not, like I said, there are pure gene pools in most parts of the world. So that's one advantage. The other thing is that India needs to get into innovation drugs. We are paying a very heavy price because all the innovation is being done overseas. We are very happy being a pharmacy to the world, but copycat pharmacy. So it will help us to catapult us into, like we leapfrogged telephony. India is still the most sophisticated telephone system right now, the wireless telephone. I think we can be the same at a very high level for the pharmacy of the world, not copycat.
Very nicely said. Yes. I'm afraid that's all the time we have. But I think safe to say that when AI is all about probability, remember health is all about responsibility. And we need doctors for that, don't we? More than just
And
AI.
the other conclusion, through all the sessions that have happened, news anchors may not be losing their jobs. Doctors are certainly not losing their jobs.
Not yet, at least. Thank you so much, all of you, for being here today. And thank you for the audience as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, we now head towards the last session of the day, which is AI, energy and data powering the next phase of India's growth. Our speakers for this session, Dr. Mukesh Aghi, President and Chief Executive Officer, USISPF, Vineet Mittal, Founder and Chairman, Avada Group, Mike Haley, Senior Vice President, Research and Generative AI Lead, Autodesk. Moderating this session is Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today TV. And of course, we also have our guest, Sumant Sinha, CEO, Renew Power, who will also be a part of this panel. Let's have a huge round of applause, please, this being the last session of this evening.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again to the India Today AI Summit being held almost parallelly to the big AI summit that the government of India has organized. The first time a summit of this scale being organized in the global south. And we thought we would look at now the big question: can AI really power India's growth story? It's a question where a lot of numbers are thrown at you, and we want to decode those numbers and understand what really will AI do to India's growth story. And I'm delighted to be joined by Vineet Mittal, founder and chairman of ADA Group, Dr. Mukesh Aghi, US-India Strategic Partnership Forum CEO, Mike Haley, Senior VP and Research and Generative AI Lead at Autodesk, and Sumant Sinha, Chairman and Founder and CEO of Renew. Appreciate all of you joining us here on this. I'm going to start by throwing a number at you because a lot of numbers are thrown with AI. Mukesh Aghi, you start, because at PwC India's AI Edge for Viksit Bharat report, released at the World Economic Forum in Davos, it was projected that AI can add 550 billion to 5 key sectors by 2035 in India. Is that hype or is that reality? We want to make this session about cutting through the noise and getting what is the reality. Will AI actually transform India's economy in the manner that is being projected?
Well, it's a combination of hype and reality. You have to understand, it's too early to see where the transformation is going to come in. Yes, in certain sectors such as IT, BPO, we're seeing AI playing a very strong role. But when you get into the other high-end areas such as drug discoveries and other aspect of healthcare or in the energy area, it's too early to say. But I think more important is...
So where is the number coming from? If it's so early to say, that's where I come from. Is there a sense that AI still remains the unknown? We don't know what comes next, and therefore throwing numbers may be the wrong thing to do.
Well, I wouldn't say that numbers can be measured at this stage, because 550 billion is a large number, and I think we have to be very cautious about it. Let's not get into the hype of that, but AI is here for real, and if you don't leverage it, if you don't make it accessible, if you don't make it affordable, and if you don't make it scalable, then it's going to harm the economy and the society and the country.
You know, I have two people here who are with the energy sector, which many believe will be the driving force for this computing power. Suman, you want to go first. Do you believe that the energy sector in a way will drive this computing power of AI and take India to the next level where we could add $550 billion in 5 sectors within the next decade?
Well, you know, the thing is that India is actually very well placed right now. The reason is that in the energy sector, or in the power sector particularly, a lot of work has happened in terms of making sure that we are at a point where we have energy sufficiency. And so we are at a point now where if data center demand picks up and creates incremental demand for power, we are in a position to meet it. Okay? And that's great news for us, which also therefore means that not only would we have enough computing power for India, but we can also become an exporter of compute. And so that's, in a way, you think about exporting power. That's really what's going to happen in the form of intelligence. So I think we are actually fairly well placed. Now, whether that number is $550 billion or not by 2035, if you think about it, India's GDP is likely to be maybe 15 or 17 trillion by that time. $550 billion is only going to be 3 or 4% of the GDP at that point. It's not a big number. So it is quite conceivable that you can have something of that order of magnitude actually happening by 2035.
Because, you know, I want to throw another number at you, Vineet. India holds nearly 20% of the world's data at the moment, but accounts for only 3% of global data center capacity. Now, can infrastructure expansion of these data centers keep pace to ensure AI competitiveness? Do you believe the Adanis are promising to invest a large amount? Jio is, some states like Maharashtra are at the cutting edge when it comes to data centers, but it's not happening nationally. Do you believe in the next few years there will be an exponential expansion And will the energy needs be met?
Yes, Rajdeep. If you look at just in Gmail, we are the largest user. Even the corporate emails are going on Gmail or Microsoft. Or I was chatting with someone at YouTube, and more than 700 million users are Indians, and they are the biggest content economy. So if you look at all that data is currently not stored in India, and data is stored in some other country. And since we don't have the data localization policy yet, I don't think the constraint is the infrastructure. The constraint is that all these large companies have kept data wherever it was convenient for them, because there was no regulation regulating it. And I think with the now new Data Act, there will be more stringent norms coming for asking them to store locally. And that time, if you look at based on just existing volume, you are looking at less than 2 gigawatt becoming 20 gigawatt. Some of the forecast is saying it will be 8 to 9 gigawatt, which should be easily doable, because if you look at yesterday's announcement from government itself, 53.5 gigawatt we have added in last 10 months. And with the project which has already been awarded and under construction, we will be completing another 60 to 70 gigawatt of green power alone in the next 12 to 18 months. So if you look at from the power side, we are self-sufficient. If you look at port cities like Mumbai, where multiple optical fibers are terminating, we have the bandwidth, we have the real estate infrastructure. On top of that, we have the talent pool, which is willing to do it successfully. So in my sense, once US realizes that they are struggling for power right now, they are looking at to explore space to do the power, whereas country like India are blessed with abundance of sun, wind, and with water storage and battery, it becomes reliable, predictable, and affordable. And that's the right way to build a data center and hyperscaler.
Okay, so you're saying energy is not a problem. That's not a constraint. But I want to turn to you, Mike Haley. The fact is, and again a data point, 80% of infrastructure that has already been built in the AI space is two countries, US and China. They've taken over the AI space, and it almost seems that the rest of the world is playing catch up. Yes, India accounts for 100 million weekly users of ChatGPT. For OpenAI, this is one of the most important markets. But can a country convert this vast user base and data generation into a strategic advantage without actually investing much more in innovation? Traditionally, we just haven't invested in innovation like the Chinese and indeed the Americans have. So is that the key for us to take advantage of this AI opportunity?
Well, yeah, I think, look, there's definitely an innovation aspect to this. There's no doubt about it. But, you know, India's had a lot of success in watching what the rest of the world fails at. And then when they learn the lesson, say, you know, we're going to take that and we're going to adopt the better approach, and that's what we're going to do. So I don't think there's anything wrong with not being the first to do something. In fact, I think it's actually very advantageous. What I would also say is I think, you know, what we're seeing with data centers is the emergence of an entirely new form of public infrastructure. I mean, this is not just data centers that Google has or Amazon has. This is the emergence of a new form. The last time this happened was in the time of Edison, right? So we're in an entirely new uncharted territory as a planet in thinking of what does it mean to have data centers as a public infrastructure.
You're comparing data centers to Edison and electricity in a sense.
In a sense, I am. Yeah, I mean, I think if you play this forward, data centers and what AI is providing is going to be this is going to be a good that everybody gets access to, right? Now, the way this plays out, to your point, is different in different parts of the world. But just as what happened with energy, you know, different parts of the world did it early, they did it wrong, they did it badly. Other parts of the world learned from it, and then they evolved. So I think there's absolutely the opportunity to do that. You know, and then you know, on the data side too, it's not just about the physical data center. It's about learning to have the right data standards around this, adopting those data standards early, because it's not just the data center; it's all the other parts of to the country around it. It's all the water systems, it's the power systems. This is a systems problem. So having the right data sets in place that will allow you to do the right design and analysis first is key. India's got a huge opportunity right now to say, hey, we see what others are doing, we're just going to set that data standard and run with it.
But the fact is, Dr. Agi, America has already set the standards along with China when it comes to foundational models for AIs. What happens to the rest of the world? Does India watch these foundational models and tag along? Or does India try and create applied AI as its potential growth engine? Where does India stand? Will America, for example, be more than willing, US companies be more than willing to share data with India to give India a slice of this large pie in a way?
Well, India has the data. As you mentioned earlier, 20% of the global data is India. The question
How
is...
do we store it in India? How do we keep our data sovereignty?
But more than that, I think, by saying we have 20% of the data, it's like telling Venezuela we have the world's largest reserve, but you're not able to do anything about it. We got to do something about this data. And I think the strength of India is on the software side, on the application side. You have to understand with time, the hardware will become plumbing. Is the application side which is going to drive a winnable solution around the world. And I think that's where India has to play a very pivotal role, and it will play a pivotal role by building application for the world itself. So I see a tremendous future on the app side, but as far as the LLM goes, as far as the hardware goes, I think ship has sailed.
The ship has sailed. In that sense, are we playing catch up, or we discover our own model? You've got the Chinese model, very centralized, authoritarian, and you've got the US model, which has been driven by entrepreneurial energies of the private sector. Does India find, Dr. Agi, its own model?
Well, India has to find its own place. And it's not about model. It's about trying to leverage the data it has. And that can be leveraged by building world-class AI application, which we can basically, it's not just about building a world-class application, it's also about implementing them. India has the resources. Where you look at all the information, by 2030, India will have 20% of the world's global digital workers itself. So a combination of apps, digital worker, I think India can play a much more stronger role.
Mike, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I think we have to be careful, because I think the hyperscalers want you to believe that the solution to everything lies in one of their large models, right? Now, the solution to a lot of their stuff lies in their models, but by far not everything. There's unique problems around the world, and as we get into vertical AI, as we get into AI for medicine, AI for infrastructure, AI for manufacturing, this is where a country like India has massive advantages. I guarantee you a ton of that data, that 20% of data that's sitting in India, is exactly this kind of data. There you have an opportunity to say, let's take that, let's build a solution that is uniquely for the Indian market, it caters to the problems you have here, and be a leader in that. There's absolutely an opportunity. You don't have to be replicating and building the same thing that hyperscalers are building in China or the United States.
So give me an example of a kind of model. Would be a sort of large language model, uniquely suited to Indian conditions?
It could be a large language model. We're now seeing, as many people know, the emergence of world models, and world models are beginning to understand the physicality of the world. So at Autodesk, because our customers are building physical things, where we spend our time in AI is not on language models, because those other people are building those. What we're doing is we're building models that understand geometry, buildings, physics, structure, the manufacturing principles of something. So these are the this is an example that I'm giving. The same thing would exist in medicine, bioscience, and these other fields. You can start building dedicated models that can actually understand the physical behavior, not the sequence of words that makes it look like it understands it, but the actual understanding of that. So there's a big leap forward just waiting to be tackled.
But there is also a feeling, Sumant, that India has traditionally worked on the principle that government knows best. Government is my bap. And it required the 1991 economic liberalization in a way to break that mindset. Do you believe with AI, the government also needs to recognize the entrepreneurial energies are out there? You need a regulatory framework, but beyond the regulatory framework, you need less and less intervention and more attempts at enabling. I need land, I need energy, I need water. The government can be an enabler. Do you believe the government realizes that with this AI revolution, it can't drive it? it has to be driven by private energy?
Look, I think that's very clear. The government can't set about to build large language models, whether it's in, in his sector or in some other sector or in medicine, as we saw. I think all of that has to be driven by entrepreneurs. I think that is very clear. I think where the government can help is in providing data sovereignty, so that all the data has to be kept here, number one. Number two, they have to encourage maybe the development of some of these local models, perhaps. They have to also look at how some of these data centers can come up in a way that we have the compute capability and power here. They can play a role potentially in driving some of these chips into India, some of the latest chips, perhaps through trade agreements with the US and other countries that make these chips. So those are the areas where the government can help. I don't think the government can help in actually doing what entrepreneurs need to do. I think that is very clear. I think the other thing is that one of the things that I'm pretty clear that is going to drive growth in AI is going to be the ability for countries to set up data centers and have that capability and have that ability to be done in-house in the country itself. And I think that's where India has a big advantage, because simply of the fact that we were talking about earlier, and this is not to be underestimated, we have a single national grid, for example, right? We can move power around from place X to place Y. If, in fact, the whole AI revolution to some extent depends on power as a constraining factor, then we actually are pretty well placed to address that issue, right? China is as well, of course, but so is India. And I think we have to give ourselves credit for having that capability, and the fact that therefore we have an advantage. We have it more than, let's say, Europe does, or even the US for that matter, right? So I think that's something that we should really take advantage of, and that's an area where the government does actually have a role to play and can be facilitative in making sure that grid development continues to be as strong as it needs to be.
If I can just add something to that.
Yes.
So I completely agree with you, and I think another aspect of that is the data itself. So when you get into these vertical AIs, these industry-specific AIs, that data does not sit on the open internet. One truth. The second truth is no one company has enough data inside them. So now you're sitting with the problem of how do you gather, let's just take in the field, let's take medicine or bioscience. How do you gather enough bioscience data across your entire industry in order to train a local model that's good? Really the only entity that can do that in an unbiased way, hopefully, is the government.
You deal with governments over the years. Do you believe that there is a variation within governments? Some states have understood the need to get onto this AI juggernaut. Other states are well behind, and therefore, like we've seen with other sectors of the economy, look at growth rates in some of the southern states, compare them with the growth rates in north and eastern India. Will we also see with AI hubs being created around areas which already have high growth rates, and therefore India will be geographically divided in this AI revolution? It's not as if 100 billion Indians are going to get equal benefits out of this AI revolution. It will actually widen divides, widen inequalities.
If you look at from the central government perspective, they use their purchasing power to buy the GPUs in bulk and ensure that compute is not an issue for people trying to build AI stack. So if you look at Sarvam today, so I don't agree that India should not build its own stack. Actually,
you think Sarvam can compete with the big players that are already there?
So see, they have started. They have announced with 100 billion token, and see ChatGPT or Anthropy is at trillion. But once you have started with that base, and if you are able to attract the capital, you should be able to technically grow. So the basic science, you have got it right. So my fear is that if you don't start owning up the digital, we are looking towards digital gulami. So it's first we gave the rights to say Googles of these world and WhatsApps of these world to actually get into everyone's life and have all the data stored in some other country. And same mistake we are making with the AI.
So we are already digital gulams. So you use the word digital gulami. The truth is, let's call us, we are digital gulams. For all the hype, the truth of the matter is the Western world, and indeed China, is leading this AI race. And as I said, we are playing catch up.
No, so I think what we have to look at, have we realized it? So what is happening now with this approach of government that they can't do it all, but they found that if we can build infrastructure at the cheapest possible cost, which entrepreneurs won't be able to do, then let's make it open to all the entrepreneurs to exploit it, and let's see where we go. So they have not made the similar mistake which was made decades back, where we let Gmails and Microsoft and everything, non-Indians come and become part of everyone's life. So I think that way, central government has started it well, and organizing this level of global conference nationally. And if you look at the state like Andhra and Maharashtra, they have got it right. Andhra is doing amazing work on setting up even quantum lab. They are going and partnering with the best in the world to even get, forget about GPU, TPUs, and the latest one to come here and give the compute on demand. And then you can build the local AI stack much better. See, today if you look at in US, what is happening is US needs around 75 gigawatt roughly of data center capacity before 2030. They have grid connectivity of 25 available till 2030, and 10 gigawatt is under construction by the giants. So if you look at from that angle, 49 gigawatt is odd shortage. And if you look at there, the transformer is taking 3 years. If you look at GE also is not able to supply the gas turbines before 2030. So there is an opportunity loss which is already happening to the US. And India can now step in because we are power sufficient and we are able to bring solar, wind and storage in 18 to 24 months. We can become the platform for the US company to provide them data center hyperscaler in India and provide that infrastructure and co-build it.
Yeah, Mukesh, can that happen? We've got this budget which has given a 21-year tax holiday to US companies in cloud services that are willing to invest in Indian-built data center infrastructure.
It's a good start, but you have to understand that if we don't move, we're not moving into digital divide, we're moving into AI feudalism. And I think that's dangerous for society, that's dangerous for countries.
You've used the word AI feudalism. What is AI feudalism?
Basically, you have few leaders in the business world, few companies controlling the whole AI infrastructure from ALMs to chips design. And countries are dependent on that. And we are seeing that happening at the moment. I think India has to play on its strength. And its strength is software. Its strength is trying to build apps on that infrastructure. The challenge is going to be is, as you mentioned earlier, can government play a role? I think government can play a role more from the perspective of making sure the environment, the regulation are conducive for entrepreneurs to flourish. Today, if you look at, we basically spend 0.7% of 1% of our GDP on R&D as compared to US, which is at 3.5%, and Israel is 8% itself. So we need to define the laws, change the laws, so the incentive for R&D for companies to get some tax benefits there. But also we have to look at how do we get cheap capital into the country. It is important for entrepreneurs to get those capital so they can flourish. So I think we have to play on our strength, which is AI app, and try to focus on getting cheap capital in the country so entrepreneurs can flourish here.
Mike, you wanted to put in a word, yes.
So if you look at what Anthropic CEO in the morning was chatting with me and saying that they are disrupting entire app development. They came out with the legal stack and few other stack, and we see the Indian IT stocks even going down because they are able to disrupt the programming. So I don't think that depending pure on development and differential wage arbitrage is the right way. I think the time has come where we have the capital, know-how. We are already making chips at nanometer scale. We need to improve, and unless you have that ecosystem, you are not going to succeed. We can keep thinking that world will do it for us, but what is stopping them from censoring it and not supplying it to us 10 years down the line?
But Mike, it comes to that, and it's a point that Mukesh also made in terms of our investment in R&D. I mean, how do you incentivize the new age companies to invest in R&D? It's good to have a summit to see these young startups with great ideas out there. But eventually, if you've got to scale up, and in a country of India, scale up and show that they can generate revenues, how are you going to do that without stronger incentivized investment in research and development?
Look, I mean, I agree on the regulation thing. I mean, you've got to create an environment that's conducive to this. Now, I think that there's three aspects to this. There's an educational aspect to it, which includes both the academic research side, but also the fundamental education. Now, I think India is way far ahead in that. I think you've got some great capabilities there to build off, so there's that. Then there's the regulation and the government side, and then there's the economic and business side. And you've got to find the balance of all of those and figuring out the right way to do it. And if you can create an environment, I mean, this is what, I mean, Silicon Valley, where I live, isn't perfect by any means, but it has this balance, you know, that's sort of existed for a while, and it just creates this sort of magical thing. Now, I don't think it means replicating Silicon Valley inside India, for the record. I mean, I think every country has its own unique flavor that you need to create for this, but I think you also have a very young demographic in this country. You have an enormous number of graduates coming out, so you have this opportunity to educate and create this sense of, you know, I can experiment, I can try things, and I can do it, and it's safe to fail, and I can do that. Creating that culture, I think, is really, 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 really important.
You know, Sumant, your own example from renewables, for example. 20 years ago, who would have thought that India would emerge as one of the leaders in renewables? 30 years ago, who would have thought that economic liberalization would transform India in the way it has? Is the glass, there are two ways. Journalists tend to look at the glass as half empty. My job is to puncture holes in the bubbles that we see around us, because there's far too much of PR that goes on. Let's be real. Do you believe that we can become a leader in AI, or have we missed the bus? I want an honest answer. I met someone senior who said India's got a lot of catching up to do. Can we be realistic for once rather than hype? Are we getting caught up in hype hysteria?
No, look, I think that the world has made very rapid and very sudden progress on the whole AI front.
Did we miss that bus over the last 10 years?
Look, I think that it's, you know, there are, as somebody said, there are maybe a couple of countries that are ahead of everybody else. But India is sort of, I would say, just a step behind. Maybe 2 steps behind. But certainly we're not, you know, along with everybody else and the rest of the chasing pack. We are somewhere in between, right? And I think the government is trying its best right now through summits like we're having at this point to raise the awareness, raise the ante, you know, push the private sector a little bit harder, provide whatever they can from an enabling standpoint to create that framework, right? Now it's really up to us in the private sector to push the ball forward, right? And you said, you know, you rightly said...
Because renewables, let's take software, for example. Software was built by entrepreneurs in and around Bengaluru at the outset who took their chances. Do you see that happening with AI?
Look, I am not directly dealing in that ecosystem of AI startups, but I'm pretty sure that Indians are entrepreneurial, they're smart, they are hungry, and they're now very well educated, and there's lots of them, and there's a lot of reverse brain drain going on as well. We are much better integrated into the global ecosystem, especially on things like AI now than we were earlier. So I would be very surprised if over the next several years, we don't have a lot of new AI-based startups that come up that eventually end up becoming quite successful. And keep one more thing in mind, Rajdeep, the US is the best country for marketing, right? They do a fantastic job, right? So just because there's so much hype and there are all these companies that have these trillion-dollar valuations, doesn't mean that it isn't driven by a lot of hype as well, right? So I think reality is going to catch up. I think Indian companies will catch up. I have a lot of confidence that is going to happen.
Mukesh, are you as buoyant about the next decade? Is this going to be India's AI decade?
I believe that this is the second Y2K movement for Indian industry.
It's the Y2K moment again.
Again. And when you look at the Indian software industry grew because government had no idea what this animal was. And the entrepreneur grew it. I think if you create the same environment for the entrepreneur and bring the capital, which is cheap, you will see India flourish in this area.
You're as confident?
I'm actually, I'll give you 2 examples. When I started in the IT sector, my clients used to say, you don't even have telephone line and you are going to provide tech support from India. So from no landline to direct wireless. And second time when I started solar, I bought solar panels from First Solar, and they refused to sell me because India had no solar plant of even 1 megawatt. And they said, partner with German before I sell you the solar panel. And in 16 years now we are setting up world's largest. In 22, in middle of COVID, we set up the world's largest. And now we are setting up multiple such large projects. So I think if you don't believe in Indian talent, then that's the mistake world is making. I see that this has lots and lots of opportunity, and as an Indian, I think we all will contribute towards exploiting it.
That's good to hear. I think that deserves an applause, because I think, you know, what we've done with solar energy, what we've done with renewables is quite remarkable. Mike, you were nodding your head. Are you impressed with what India is attempting to do? As I said, there is this huge talent pool. You mentioned that as well. The challenge is providing them the opportunity and creating that enabling environment. Is there any lesson that you would like to tell young Indian entrepreneurs from your experiences in Silicon Valley?
Yes, there's one word: be adaptable.
Sorry?
Adaptability. And it's actually the reason why I think things are going to work in India, because I think what I see in India is actually an entire country that is used to being adaptable. And in the future, none of us know what the AI future is going to look like. There's a lot of people are telling you right now. The reality is none of us know what this is going to look like, even us that are working directly in the field. If you have adaptability at your core, you've got the secret sauce to how to figure this out. So I really do think I'm very bullish for India.
You know, the word adaptability has different connotations in India. The Hindi word is jugaad at times. The other word, of course, is that we are able to, we can handle situations far better than most other people, if I may say so, in the world. We know how to face adversity. But Sumant, you wanted to make a point.
I was just going to say that, look, as you rightly said, in renewables, we got off to a slightly later start. But we've had a fantastic public-private partnership. That's worked very well. Government has made policies, has encouraged, the private sector has stepped up. And to the point where last year, we actually added more solar capacity in India than the US did. So we were actually the second largest country in terms of solar capacity addition. So we can make it happen.
Okay. I think that's a nice positive note on which to conclude this India Today AI Summit. The future is already here, and it is for India to seize the moment and make sure that this vast country with its potential demographic dividend is able to exploit the moment to our advantage. You've given us lots of food for thought, and I appreciate each and every one of you joining us here at the India Today AI Summit. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a very big hand. Wonderful to have you here today. Thank you.
I'm all right.